Chapter 3550. On the third day of the confrontation between the 2 million troops, the slave races of the first universe had basically all quieted down. They only wanted to show their faces in front of the Tianji clan to curry favor and earn some impression points. If they really started a war in advance and disrupted Lord Shah's overall strategy, they were afraid that they would be punished if they turned around. Therefore, even though they were really angry, the experts of these slave races all suppressed their anger and did not respond. As a result, the allied races of the second universe became even more arrogant. The other party started the fight first, and now that they responded, they immediately stopped. This greatly boosted their morale. The higher-ups were also happy to see this, so they no longer restrained them and allowed the experts of their fleets to fight across the void thousands of miles away. They were clamoring incessantly. Anyway, Sha Baofeng was about to arrive. They could use this as a morale boost before the official battle and brew their fighting spirit. Because of this, when Yi Xian arrived with the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet on the evening of the third day, he saw this extremely contrasting scene. In the opposite void, a large number of experts of the second universe's allied forces were like valiant shrews, cursing and swearing across the void thousands of miles away. On their own side, the allied forces of the first universe were like little girls who had encountered a stinky hooligan. They cowered and did not dare to make a sound, trembling. Such a scene stunned both Chanaz and Yi Luo. As for the other existences in the fleet, they were all intelligent robots. They did not have self-awareness, nor did they have any emotions. As for Yi Xian, he was furious on the spot. Under his command, the flagship of the vanguard fleet immediately crossed the line of their own camp and arrived at the forefront. Then, his thunderous roar could be heard from the interstellar sound transmission system of the Expeller Fortress. It resounded through the void. "Fierce girls from the second universe, didn't you want to start a war? Come on, believe it or not, this uncle and these stinky women behind me can beat you up. Tell your commanders to come out and speak. Line up in a row and stick your butts up high first. This uncle will favor you one by one and take turns to explode your buttocks. *CK. Explode your buttocks in the starry sky? And it's the commanders of the allied forces of the second universe?" As soon as Yi Xian's words came out, the surrounding void instantly exploded. The commanders of the first universe's slave races were all regretting their actions. If they had known that Lord Shah was such a cold and indifferent person, they would not have pretended to be weak before. He could just directly scold the other party and leave a good impression on them. Now, in the eyes of Sir Shah, all the slave clans had become useless bitches that could be bullied by others. Just now, when he was shouting, he deliberately mentioned this word. It could be seen how deep his criticism was. Thinking of this, the commanders and higher-ups of the first universe's servant races were immediately embarrassed and ashamed. They all felt that they had lost face for Sir Shah and the Tianji race. When they returned, they would definitely make up for it in the Star Wars. They had to atone for their sins with merits and recover the lost impression points. As for the allied forces of the various races in the second universe, they were completely turned upside down. Previously, no matter how much the slave races of the first universe hooted and cursed for a whole day, no one dared to mention the commanders of the fleets of the various races because they were at least powerful beings of the 15th realm. Even the flagships of the 9 races had the old monsters of the Star Lords of the 9 races. If they had really mentioned the existence of this level in their hooting, not to mention the fact that the other party would really start a war in anger, even if a powerful being of the universe rushed out and angrily slapped them, they would be able to kill the hooting offenders on the spot. But this master who had suddenly appeared was really fierce. He had asked the commanders of the second universe's allied forces to line up in the void, take off their pants, stick out their buttocks, and let him take turns to favor them and explode their buttocks one by one. He had even scolded the entire second universe, saying that they were tough women who only knew how to curse. This was simply too much. They were the ones who started the cursing first, but in the end, it was their fault? These thoughts flashed through their minds. The experts of the second universe's allied forces had a sullen feeling that the other party had dug a hole and tricked them into jumping into it to have fun. In particular, the fleet commanders of the various races felt their buttocks tighten, and then their hearts burned with anger. The commander of the Battle Lion race's vanguard fleet, a golden-haired old battle lion with a cultivation base of the 14th realm of the cosmic light realm, even impulsively stepped out of the Battle Lion race's fleet. The flagship of the Battle Lion race revealed its bloodline true body in the void. It turned into a golden battle lion that was more than 10,000 feet in size and roared at the flagship of the expulsion, where Yi Xian was. Roar! Where did this little brat come from? Come out for me. I am the commander of the Battle Lion race, Shi Dingting. If you dare to insult me, I will definitely eat you alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's lazy voice was heard. His voice was not loud, but because it was said through the Starry Sky sound transmission system, the entire void could hear it. Countless experts from both sides heard it clearly. Lion chi hurts? *CK. You're the first to jump out if it hurts? In my opinion, you should be itching for a lion, right? Are you looking for a stab? As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire space fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by Yi Xian's imagination. This was Lord Sha? This was the commander of the Battle Lion race's vanguard fleet, Sha Baofeng? The peerless monster that recently appeared in the Battle Lion race? One of the 5 peerless monsters that was known to be on par with Prince Xian, the invincible battle god, young master Linghu, and the netherworld young master? What the *CK? This level of shamelessness could be compared to the netherworld young master, but in other aspects, they really could not see it. Without waiting for the experts from both sides to recover from this thunderous state, the commander of the Battle Lion race's vanguard fleet, Shi Dingting, who had revealed his bloodline true body in the void in front of them, spoke again. The old man was indeed an old man. His brain was not very bright for a moment, and he actually did not hear the problem in Yi Xian's words. He even foolishly replied, "Brat, are you deaf? This old man is Shi Dingting, not Shi Dingyong." As soon as these words came out, more than 80% of the Battle Lion race experts in the Battle Lion race's allied fleet raised their hands to cover their faces, and their faces turned green. This time, they did not have the face to see anyone. It was really a misfortune for the race to have an old antique who could not keep up with the younger generation. It was also at this time that a muffled voice came from the flagship of the Blood Flood Dragon race's fleet. There was a hint of monstrous anger. "Old Lion, come back quickly. This brat should be that Sha Baofeng. You are not his opponent in this game. Besides, he's just a yellow-haired junior. He doesn't have the qualifications. Speaking to you, Humph, we have people of the same generation under us to fight and teach him how to be a human. Bah, they are not even human yet. You are already praising them." Chapter 35:51. Who is the one who spoke just now? Which old woman had a hole in her pants and let you crawl out of it? Damn it, you don't know how to pick the right time. You just happened to drill a hole and escape during the full moon. Look at the een blood all over your body. It disgusts me even from 100,000 miles away. Yi Xian was furious, and his cold words were heard again. This time, he actually called the Blood Flood Dragon clan little loaches, and the blood all over their bodies. It was simply disgusting. What was even stranger was that the old Golden War Lion of the Battle Lion clan, who could not keep up with the times, did not know what was wrong with him. He did not understand Yi Xian's words just now, but now his brain was smarter than anyone else's. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the old man turned to look in the direction of the flagship of the Blood Flood Dragon clan. He went over. He roared, "Old Blood Flood Dragon, this brat is scolding you for crawling into a woman's pants. He's even stained with blood. Don't think I can't hear it?" This time, not only the members of the Battle Lion clan, but even the members of the Blood Flood Dragon clan raised their hands to cover their faces. The intelligence of this old Golden War Lion of the Battle Lion clan was really too horrible to look at. "Old Lion, come back quickly. We are all seniors. Let's not argue with this little bastard." The commander of the Blood Flood Dragon clan's vanguard fleet was about to vomit blood. His words revealed a hint of gnashing his teeth. In the end, he roared, "Overlord Flood Dragon, go to battle immediately. Capture that little one for me. I will personally stuff him into the crotch of this old woman." A little blood loach probably won't be able to withstand a beating, right? Aren't you the Alliance army of the second universe? Since you want to fight one-on-one, then send out one from each race. Yi Xian sneered and said boldly, I'll fight you one-on-one. The word test was too insulting. Including the Blood Flood Dragon clan, angry roars came from all the flagships of the Alliance army of the second universe. I can't stand it. In just a few words, the two elders were mocked by this brat. That's right, I'm too angry. I have to suppress him. He actually dares to challenge our nest alone. Bah, it should be a group of us. He's simply too arrogant. Why do I feel like I'm seeing the Netherworld young master again? Where was the previous patriarch of the Een Devil race? Why haven't you shown yourself yet? We found a counterfeit Netherworld young master here. All of you don't move. Let me do it. I'll definitely suppress him. As the roars and roars rang out, figures immediately rushed out of the flagships of the Second Universe's allied forces. As soon as they appeared in space, they activated their bloodlines and manifested their bloodline true bodies. Dozens of gigantic, intelligent, ferocious beasts were hovering in the air. Their murderous aura attracted the attention of countless experts from both camps. In the end, the dozens of young geniuses from the various races of the Second Universe stood in front of the opposing camp. Each and every one of them revealed their bloodline true bodies. Among them, a battle lion expert with mixed fur stepped out from the crowd and raised its enormous lion claw to point at Yi Xian. You're Sha Baofeng, right? Come out and die. It's your lion overlord who's going to kill you today. Overlord, your mother. Yi Xian opened his mouth and cursed. He rolled his eyes and sized up the lion overlord. In the end, he shook his head in disdain. With mixed fur, you must be a bastard. I'm not interested. Second brother, Pooh. In the Vanguard fleet's flagship, Yarrow spurted out blood. Others might not understand the words, second brother, but he was very sensitive. He knew immediately that Yarrow was talking about him. You don't want to go, bastard? No matter what, I'm still the second-ranked genius of the younger generation of the Tianji race. Why should I only deal with this kind of mixed-fur bastard? Unfortunately, even though he was unwilling, he was intimidated by Yi Xian's despotic power. To be precise, he was intimidated by his shamelessness. In the end, Yarrow's voice came from the expulsion. It's just a mixed-fur bastard. I'll teach him how to be a human in a few minutes. Oh no, these guys are not human at all. Immediately after, Chana's figure tumbled out of the expulsion. It was obvious that he had been kicked out by Yarrow to vent the dissatisfaction in his heart. Yi Xian completely ignored him and pretended not to see. Chana stabilized himself with great difficulty. With a face full of resentment, he ran behind Yi Xian and refused to leave. He finally realized that he was someone only when he followed Lord Sha. Otherwise, he was nothing. Even Yarrow, who usually did not dare to speak loudly in front of him, kicked him. In the void opposite, the Battle Lion race's younger generation was furious. He roared, Baofeng Sha, are you looking down on me? Send second brother out to fight. What's with your filthy mouth? What do you mean by not human? Could it be that your Tianji race is human? In my opinion, you're not human at all. You're not human at all. Little bastard, just you wait. I'll beat you to a pulp. Baofeng Sha was furious. He immediately started the mechanical fusion, and it was a complete fusion. Although he did not bring his fortress out of Tianji City, the fusion with the expulsion had the same effect. It was also a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. There was no difference in its basic performance. Ka-cha-cha, rumble. A series of thunderous sounds were heard. Accompanied by the dense sounds of machinery breaking in like rain, the huge expulsion began to change shape. At the same time, the various large facilities inside were also shifting positions. The molecular structure of the alloy material was changing, and its density was increasing. The size of the expulsion was shrinking. In just a short minute, it had shrunk from the previous 100,000 meters to the current 5,000 meters. An alloy speedy bug with silver blades all over its body was born in the blink of an eye. Its whole body exuded a kind of sharpness and extreme speed, making people look askance and treat it with solemn eyes. It had to be said that this scene was really shocking. Although the dozens of young geniuses from the various races of the second universe were all thousands of feet tall, which was about 4 to 5,000 meters tall, just like the swift bug, they had also activated their bloodline true bodies after roaring. In the blink of an eye, they had become extremely powerful. They manifested such a huge body. However, compared to this, the mechanical fusion ability of the Tianji race was obviously more amazing. After all, this was originally an ice-cold alloy fortress. It was 100,000 meters tall, but it was forcibly condensed to 5,000 meters. Had it not been for the first battle between Sha Baofeng and young Master Linghu, where this amazing mechanical fusion ability had already appeared in the world, the powerhouses in the fleets of both sides would have already cried out in surprise. But even though they already knew that the Heaven's Legacy race had this ability, when they saw Yi Luo use it with their own eyes, gasps of surprise could be heard from the fleet of the First Universe's slave races. Some words that were clearly laced with flattery echoed through the void. This was because Yi Luo was here. Chapter 35-52. Roar. Blood Slaughter Lion Third Transformation. Facing the incomparably arrogant Yi Luo, the Lion Overlord was enraged. It immediately roared. This roar clearly used its clan's battle lion roar innate divine ability. As the roar rang out, a large area of the void surged. Unexpectedly, a faint echo could be heard in the void, shocking the hearts of the people. The Sky Empyrean experts felt their hearts tremble, and some of the weaker ones almost fell to the ground. The shocking lion roar resounded through this side of the world. Behind the Lion Overlord, who was already 10,000 feet in size, suddenly appeared the phantom of a 10,000 feet long berserk lion. Its angry mane was stained with blood, and its angry eyes were filled with killing intent, causing the void to tremble slightly. Along with this violent roar, a majestic cosmic wind instantly blew in the surrounding cosmic void. The invisible cosmic energy was completely sucked in and gathered in one place, forming a huge invisible vortex in the center, and this energy vortex was located at Qian's Hangsheng, beside the entrance of the Lion's Blood Basin Pavilion. After being swallowed by the Lion Overlord in one gulp, the huge berserk lion blood shadow entered the body of the fluttering Lion Overlord. Its body instantly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it revealed the third form of the bloodline true body. 100,000 feet long blood-colored berserk lion. A pair of bloody eyes that were as huge as mountains surged with ferocious flames, staring intently at the swift worm that was only 5,000 meters long, and its aura had already been firmly locked onto. Legend has it that every time the 9 transformations of the Blood Slaughter Mad Lion erupts with a new transformation, the bloodline true body of the Battle Lion clan will increase tenfold. Even if the cultivation aura does not change, the difference in the power of the Blood Slaughter Mad Lion's 9 transformations is like the difference between heaven and earth. After reaching the 9th transformation, the terrifying level of its bloodline true body would increase exponentially. It would reach the same level as the Void Giant Turtle, and with a raise of its claws, it would be a star domain. However, no war lion had ever reached that level. Even the current patriarch of the War Lion clan had only reached the 3rd transformation of the Blood Slaughter Lion. Only the previous young patriarch of the clan, Shi Baofeng, had just cultivated to the 4th transformation. Once he activated it and entered the 4th form of the Battle Lion clan's bloodline true body, his body would reach a terrifying height of 100,000 zhang after devouring the Battle Lion phantom behind him. That was the true power of swallowing mountains and rivers. Its body was so large that it was comparable to the demon race's spiritual battle Pula. Unfortunately, when Lion Baofeng fought with Yi Xian, who had the identity of the young master of the Netherworld, he didn't even have the time to use the true 4th transformation of the Blood Slaughter Lion before he was killed. Moreover, he was made into a braised lion's head and eaten heartily by the latter. To the Battle Lion clan, this was simply an unprecedented humiliation. After the fall of Lion Zhanfeng, the Lion Overlord, who was ranked 2nd in terms of talent in his clan, became the new young clan leader. Although he didn't dare to fight against the Netherworld young master, he was incomparably confident in facing the Heaven's Legacy clan. At this moment, he revealed the 10,000 zhang bloodline true body of the 3rd transformation of the Blood Slaughter Lion. He would use this battle to wash away his shame and prove himself in front of the elders of the clan. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Even Chanas, who was behind him, shook his head and sighed. It seemed that Lion Overlord hadn't done any research on Yi Luo at all. He didn't understand where the advantage of the rapid mechanical insect lay. He actually directly activated the third transformation of the Blood Slaughter Lion bloodline true body of the Battle Lion clan, turning into a 10,000 Zhang bloodline mixed lion. This was simply thinking that this target wasn't big enough. It wasn't comfortable enough to be abused. Even Yi Luo himself couldn't stand it anymore. From within the 5,000 meters long rapid mechanical insect, he sneered, "What a brain-dead person. You're obviously courting death, but you're still howling so happily. Other than you, there's really no one else." Xiao. As the voice fell, a low trembling sound rang out. The 5,000 meters long rapid mechanical insect shot out like an arrow from a bow. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Yi Luo. It didn't stop there, nor did it have any other means of attack. It directly slammed into Yi Luo's abdomen. Such extreme speed shocked the Lion Overlord. It roared fiercely, and its body trembled as it tried to retreat. Unfortunately, he didn't have this opportunity, because the rapid mechanical insect had already touched its body at the first moment. The rapid mechanical insect, which was only 5,000 meters long, instantly swept under the Lion Overlord's abdomen. It didn't have any other means of attack, because it didn't need those. The countless super-strong alloy blades on its body were the rapid mechanical insect's best and most powerful weapon. All of this couldn't be more familiar to Yi Xian and Chanasi. They had seen it many times not long ago. This was the attack method of the rapid mechanical insect. It was simple and not fancy, but it was extremely violent. Puff! Walala, a muffled sound came from the Lion Overlord's abdomen, and lion blood poured down like a majestic rain, dyeing the void red. Then, an incomparably mournful howl sounded. "Awu, you're clearly a Lion Overlord, why are you howling like a wolf? Do you think the deputy commander will let you go just because you're a specimen? It's useless to trick me. Today, I'll beat you until Mother Lion can't recognize you." With one successful attack, Yi Luo's spirit was greatly boosted. His cold and arrogant voice came from the rapid mechanical insect, and the Starry Sky loudspeaker system of the Expel flagship fortress was used. The experts of both camps heard it. "Deputy Commander Yi Luo is mighty. Smash his dog head. It's best to cut it off. We can learn from young Master Netherworld and young Master Linghu and stew it directly, or steam it. It'll definitely be delicious, haha. Is this the young master of one of the top 10 races in the second universe? It's too unbearable. A big hole has been cut in his stomach before he even made a move. His stomach is rotten, and his intestines are flowing. A large part of the void is filled with the stench, polluting the Starry Sky environment." On this side, laughter and all kinds of provocative words came from the fleet of various races of the first universe from time to time. Previously, they had been scolded by the experts of the various races of the second universe until they didn't dare to respond. Coincidentally, the vanguard fleet of the Tianji race had arrived. Inadvertently, they had left a bad impression of cowardice. Now, Deputy Commander Yi Luo had shown his prowess with one attack, which was simply very satisfying. For the experts of the various races of the servant races, this was a rare opportunity to change their image and gain some impression points. Naturally, they wouldn't let it go. Chapter 35-53. Xiao. Pooh, oh. The sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out again. The swift insect circled around in a small circle in the air and attacked again. Its body, which was covered with sharp super alloys, casually rubbed against the left rib of the 10,000 feet lion. Another rain of blood sprayed out on the spot, accompanied by the mournful howl of the Lion Overlord. The corner of the void began to tremble. Its body was simply too huge. It was 100,000 feet long, a full 30,000 meters long, while the swift worm was only 5,000 meters long. The difference was too big. It was like a small dot circling around a huge monster, but its speed was extremely fast. Its attack was so easy that it made people's hair stand on end, Just scratch any part of its body, and a rain of blood instantly sprinkled into the void. In less than a minute, as the swift worms continued to circle at an extremely fast speed, there were already more than 10 frightening wounds all over the body of the giant lion with mixed fur. A small half of its body was dyed red by its own blood. During this process, it was not that the lion overlord did not counterattack. It raised its claws and slapped fiercely, or it turned around and angrily devoured. Unfortunately, all of this was useless. It was not that it was not strong enough, but its strategic direction was wrong from the beginning. No matter how powerful it was, facing a mosquito that was so fast that even its eyes were dazzled, it was simply useless. What was the use of not being able to capture it? Facing all of this, many experts on the side of the Second Universe's allied forces were so shocked that their expressions had changed. Some of them finally came back to their senses and cried out in alarm, "Oh my God, what kind of speed is this? It's too fast. Who is this guy?" He used the ultimate secret technique of the Heavenly Legacy race. What he transformed into was not a mechanical blade, but an alloy swift insect. He is Yi Luo, recognized as the second most talented person in the younger generation of the Heavenly Legacy race, second only to young Patriarch Di Xiaofeng. No wonder he is so powerful. His attack methods are too old. His entire body is covered with layers of blades condensed from super-dense starship alloys. There is no need for any fancy attack methods. He can just crash into it. Whoever gets hit will die. It's simply heaven-defying. The Lion Overlord was too careless, and we also misunderstood the Heaven's Legacy race's mechanical fusion ability, believing that they could only transform into mechanical puppets. Actually, during the battle between Sha Baofeng and young Master Ling Hu had already warned us. Don't forget that young Master Ling Hu transformed into a mechanical bug. We should have realized then that this mechanical transformation ability was ever-changing. It's really depressing. Lion Overlord's 10,000 Zhang High Blood Lion true form is perfectly countered. Not only is his opponent small, his speed is also fast. Lion Overlord's powerful strength is completely useless. His huge body has become a target. As these words spread, the dozens of young prodigies in front of the huge fleet in the First Universe finally came back to their senses. After this group of people flew out from their respective races, they all showed their bloodline true bodies at the first moment. They turned into giant beasts that were thousands of feet long. They stood in the void and lined up in front of the coalition army of the various races in the Second Universe. At first glance, they were really imposing and eye-catching. But at this moment, when they saw the Lion Overlord being so miserably abused, they saw that he had a powerful bloodline power, but he was facing a large mosquito with extreme speed. He had no power to use his martial arts at all. It was simply fighting to the point of wanting to die. As their expressions changed, the dozens of young geniuses from the various races of the Second Universe who had revealed their bloodline true bodies seemed to have been enlightened. Although they didn't leave the state of their bloodline true bodies, they had already shrunk their bodies. They were originally 10,000 feet tall, which was 3,000 meters tall, but now they shrank to about 1,000 meters. In this way, in the face of a 5,000-meter-long swift insect, no matter how fast the opponent was, they had nothing to fear. After all, the target was too small. The comparison of the size advantage had been reversed, and the head had turned. Lion Overlord, you retreat first. Your condition is not good, and you need to adjust. I will help you deal with this big insect full of sharp blades. After shrinking his body, the young prodigy of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, Flood Dragon Overlord, was full of confidence. As he roared, his body had already rushed out and rushed toward the battlefield in the void in front of him. As he stretched out his claws, he threw a punch. Then, an energy blood flood dragon of the same size roared out and instantly arrived in front of the swift insect. Flood Dragon Overlord had obviously learned to be smart. This swift insect's entire body was made of high-density superstar alloy, and they were all in the form of incomparably sharp blades. Layers of them covered his entire body. This was impossible to fight in close combat. Even if he threw a punch, in the end, only his own iron fist would bleed. Facing this kind of enemy, He had to avoid close combat and could only attack from a distance. The Blood Flood Dragon clan's Blood Flood Dragon demonic Blood Flood Dragon fist happened to have this kind of attack form. When he threw a punch, only a giant energy Blood Flood Dragon roared out and blocked the opponent from a distance. Even if he did not hit the opponent, he would be unharmed. Facing Flood Dragon Overlord, the small size advantage of the swift insect had disappeared. It was 5,000 meters long, but Flood Dragon Overlord had condensed his bloodline true body to the size of 1,000 meters. Although the swift insect's speed advantage was still there, Flood Dragon Overlord's speed was not slow either. As the energy Blood Flood Dragon of demonic Blood Flood Dragon fist punched out, more than a dozen energy Blood Flood Dragons circled the void battlefield in the blink of an eye, restricting the swift insect's space of movement. The scales of the battle had already tilted to the other side. And Lion Overlord, who was already covered in wounds, took advantage of this opportunity to retreat. He retreated and quickly healed his injuries. At the same time, among the dozens of Second Universe's younger generation geniuses behind him, another figure rushed out. It was the young Rock Overlord from the Green Rock clan. Like Flood Dragon Overlord and Lion Overlord, he was ranked second among the younger generation of the clan, so he was named Overlord. At this time, Rock Overlord also showed his might. His 1,000-meter-long bloodline true body, the red-eyed green rock, flapped its wings crazily, and the void trembled slightly. Immediately afterward, countless feather-shaped arrows appeared in the void of the universe. They were like green goose feathers, snow fluttering, covering the sky, and the sun, covering a part of the sky. It was one of the innate divine abilities of the green sky rock bloodline. Demonic rock seals the sky, one of the killing methods. Moreover, it directly displayed the killing power of this innate divine ability. The azure feathered arrows that covered the sky and covered the earth instantly moved, whistling endlessly. Other than the Flood Dragon Overlord, who the Rock Overlord had specially taken care of, all the other existences in this sealed world would be listed as targets of attack. Chapter 3554. Puff puff puff, boom! In the void, as the Tyrant Dragon King and the Tyrant Rock King rushed into the battlefield at the same time and replaced the seriously injured Lion Overlord, the battle situation that was originally in Yi Luo's favor was instantly reversed. After the scene of Yi Luo attacking the Lion Overlord, the two of them had a comprehensive understanding of the advantages of the Swift Worm. At this moment, they didn't approach it at all and didn't fight it at all. Instead, they directly launched a long-range attack from the distant void. The Tyrant Dragon King punched out one punch after another. Each time, an energy blood dragon would appear in the sky, and it wouldn't dissipate in a short period of time. Instead, it seemed to have spirituality, circling in the void. More than a dozen 1,000-meter-long energy blood dragons covered a corner of the void, restricting the Swift Worm's range of activity. At the same time, the Tyrant Rock's Demon Rock Heaven Sealing Bloodline ability stirred up a dense rain of energy feathers as it flapped its wings, covering the sky and earth as it fell on the Swift Worm. Muffled sounds rang out, followed by thunderous booms. In an instant, the swift insect was bombarded repeatedly. Although its entire body was made of high-density starry sky alloy, it still could not resist. Just the shockwaves from this kind of energy bombardment had already made Yi Luo dizzy. In the dense chaos, one could clearly hear one or two muffled groans from time to time. It was the reaction of him being at a disadvantage but holding back his words. He had completely fallen into an embarrassing situation. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was also angry. How shameless! Not only did they take turns to fight, but they also ganged up on him. He immediately waved his hand and summoned the Wild Star Fortress. Of course, it appeared in the form of the Devil Battle Fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Because his treasure maple was left in Tianji City, he could only appear in this form now. The Life Fortress, which had already grown to a diameter of 100,000 meters, was hard. It was restricted to appear in the state of 50,000 meters in diameter. Immediately afterward, Yi Xian stepped into the Devil Battle Fortress. His angry roar resounded through the void. "You two little bastards, just you wait. This commander will fight the two of you alone. Second brother, come back. Rumble!" Kachacha. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's figure disappeared. The commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Chinasi, who was originally standing behind him, immediately retreated to the back to prevent himself from being attacked. Without Lord Sha by his side, he always lacked a sense of security. With a loud roar, the sound of machinery grinding, the Devil Battle Fortress, which was completely black and 50,000 meters in diameter, began to change shape. In everyone's eyes, this was the Devil Battle Fortress's Battle Fortress Vanguard Fleet's commander, but in fact, Ye's original body's body was in the inner cabin of the Devil Battle Fortress. But in fact, it was In's body. His was the Battle Fortress. A human mecha battle. That's right, it was a humanoid mecha. This time, Yi Xian chose to transform into a humanoid alloy war god. However, the transformation wasn't complete yet, and the mighty image of the alloy war god was quickly appearing. Although Yi Luo was indignant, he was once again called Second Brother. After this battle, the name of the second commander of the Tianji clan would spread throughout the 3 dimensions. But now, he was in a disadvantageous position. He was facing the joint forces of the Overlord Dragon King and the Overlord Rock Dragon King from the 2 strongest clans in the second universe. Moreover, the other party had seen through his advantage and launched a targeted attack. He couldn't turn the situation around in a short time. If the battle dragged on, serious injuries were inevitable. Under such circumstances, no matter how angry Yi Luo was, he could only retreat. Seeing this, the Overlord Dragon King and the Overlord Rock Dragon King were immediately invigorated. A minute ago, the deputy commander of the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet was still attacking the Lion Overlord Rock Dragon King, but in the blink of an eye, he was forced to retreat. What could be more exciting than this? However, the guy named Sha Baofeng didn't know what was good for him. He called the 2 overlords of the Blood Flood Dragon tribe and the Cyan Rock tribe 2 little bastards. This was definitely intentional. The Overlord Flood Dragon tribe and the Overlord Rock tribe were furious. Enraged, the 1,000-meter-tall 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock immediately let out earth-shattering roars. They roared in human language, and their arrogance was unparalleled. You're Rock Dragon King, right? How dare you call yourself one of the 5 peerless monsters in the world? Bah! Did you forget the battle where young Master Linghu beat you to a pulp? You're really shameless. Even if you want to be famous, you don't have to be like this, right? Come. Young Master Linghu beat you into a pig's head back then. Today, Lord Dragon King can do the same. Roar! Screech! In the end, the Overlord Dragon King and the Overlord Rock Dragon King each let out an earth-shattering roar and a long roar. Their figures soared into the air and rushed toward the demon battle cry in the void. In that battle, this commander was indeed defeated, but it was worth it. Because the harvest was great, it was no different from a fire phoenix undergoing nirvana. How can you 2 little bastards have this kind of talent and temperament that can grow terrifyingly in adversity? You actually dare to compare yourself to young Master Linghu? You really don't know how big your face is. In this commander's opinion, you don't even have the qualifications to carry young Master Linghu's shoes. Today, you are destined to kill this commander in this void. Yi Xian's calm voice sounded out from within the devil battle horn that was undergoing mechanical changes. Not only did he say that he wanted to kill the Flood Dragon Overlord and the Rock Overlord, but even his tone was incomparably relaxed and indifferent. It was as if he was mentioning a trivial matter, making him seem very confident. He believed it incomparably. Almost in the next instant, the demon battle cry's mechanical changes were finally completed. This time, Yi Xian did not shrink his size. At this moment, what appeared in the void was a giant alloy war god that was 50,000 meters tall. The giant shield in his left hand was incomparably thick. At a glance, one could tell that it had an incomparably terrifying defensive power. Just a glance could bring a reliable sense of security to people's hearts. The spear in his right hand was more than 100,000 meters long, 3 times the height of the alloy war god. At this moment, it was held in the middle of the spear with one hand. At the first moment, it was raised high above its shoulder. Then, as the alloy war god's broad shoulders turned and its waist twisted, The huge spear that was more than 100,000 meters long was instantly ruthlessly thrown. It was thrown out. Chi lala, a sharp sound of breaking through the air that caused one's eardrums to tremble violently rang out. A black arrow that was many times faster than lightning shot out from the void. There was actually an incomparably clear sound of tearing silk. The void seemed to have been split into two. Chapter 35:55. Oh my God, what the hell is this? The rock overlord, who had just charged forward with him, was completely blasted into a bloody mist in less than half a breath of time. And that terrifying giant spear, which was more than 100,000 meters long, was only a small part of the tip of the spear that touched his bloodline true body. It was obvious that the spear still had power left, and its power was far greater than that. The overlord flood dragon trembled in fear, and his 1,000-meter-long 9-headed blood dragon body instantly came to a halt in the void. Then, as he screamed, the 9-headed blood dragon turned around and fled. In just half a second, he was so scared that even his gallbladder cracked. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The alloy spear that Yi Xian threw out was not an ordinary starship alloy. Instead, it was condensed from the countless molecules of the self-derived world worms. It was no exaggeration to say that this battle spear was actually alive. Of course, even if he could do it, Yi Xian could not make the battle spear move as flexibly as the magic treasures of human cultivators, such as suddenly changing directions in the void and attacking another target. That was inconsistent with the technological system of the Tianji race, and it would attract a lot of suspicion. Even if he wanted to use this kind of transformation, he could only reveal it when he encountered a powerful enemy in private. At most, he could just kill the enemy to silence them. At this moment, even if the battle spear was thrown out by the alloy battle god, Yi Xian could not let it continue to exist. Just like in the battle with Yi Luo in the Machinery Grand Tournament, the thrown battle spear would definitely explode in the end. Otherwise, once someone found it and studied it, they might be able to find out the problem with the material of this battle spear. That would cause a lot of trouble for Yi Xian. It should be known that this kind of explosion was not just self-destruction in the ordinary sense. It was the self-derived molecules of the countless world worms that condensed into this alloy spear exploding at the same time from the microscopic level. Boom! Just as the Tyrant Dragon King screamed and turned around, fleeing in a sorry state without the slightest hesitation, the huge battle spear that had crushed the Tyrant Rock King into a rain of blood completely exploded. A deafening boom shook the heavens and earth, and an invisible energy shockwave instantly swept out, covering a large area within a radius of 10,000 meters. Tyrant Dragon King, who hadn't had time to escape, happened to be in this area, and was destined to be affected by the shockwave. A woo! A mournful howl similar to the lion overlord's was heard. Then, a majestic rain of blood fell from the void within a radius of 10,000 miles. However, the Jiao overlord did not die. At the most critical moment, the 9-headed blood Jiao's bloodline true body rapidly recovered and was activated to the extreme. His body rapidly expanded, and in the end, the first half of the rapidly expanding 9-headed blood Jiao's body finally exceeded the area where the energy of the explosion was wreaking havoc. Only the second half of his body was affected and blown up. Before the mournful howl fell, the Jiao overlord, who only had half of his body left, turned into a blood-colored afterimage and rushed into the camp of dozens of bloodline true bodies formed by the young geniuses of the various races in the second universe. He directly fled to the back, not showing his head even if he was beaten to death. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in just a few breaths. For the powerhouses of the two camps facing each other from a distance of 100,000 miles in the void, they had just seen the Jiao Overlord and the Rock Overlord roar and rush toward the demon battle horn, which was undergoing mechanical transformation. In the next moment, the demon battle horn, which had completed its mechanical transformation, raised its hand and threw out a spear. In less than half a breath, it dealt with the Rock Overlord. Then, the huge spear exploded, and the Jiao Overlord instantly destroyed half of his bloodline true body. Dragging his seriously injured body, he plunged into the crowd and disappeared completely. It was not until this moment that the exclamations suddenly sounded in the void. Regardless of camp, Except for the fleets of the slave races in the first universe, even the powerhouses of the various races in the second universe on the opposite side subconsciously screamed. Oh my god, what happened? The rock overlord is gone? Half of the Jiao overlord is gone? Is this a dream? He's too powerful. Is this still the Sha Baofeng who was tortured by young Master Linghu? It's as if he has been reborn and completely changed. I didn't expect that battle to bring him such a terrifying advancement. Sha Baofeng's mechanical fusion ability transformed into a mechanical blade mantis. Was it because he was inspired by that battle? This time, he transformed into a humanoid alloy war god. The speed of the spear throw is so terrifying. Moreover, there is a follow-up self-explosion change. This is simply unbreakable. With the speed of this spear, even if he can avoid it, it will definitely shoot to his side. At that time, before he can react, it will suddenly explode. Even if he doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin. No wonder the Tianji clan dared to boast that they had a peerless genius who could match up to Prince Xian, the invincible god of war, young Master Linghu, and young Master Netherworld. Now, it seems that they were right. That's right. Not long ago, he was tortured like a dead dog by young Master Linghu. In a short time, he was reborn like a phoenix. Whether it is cultivation or talent, the extent of his advancement is so terrifying. This kind of temperament and talent that becomes more courageous in the face of adversity is indeed terrifying. He can be considered a peerless monster of the younger generation. After this battle, the fact that there are 5 peerless monsters of the younger generation in the 3 universes has finally been confirmed. As these exclamations sounded, the alloy war god took a step forward and directly crossed hundreds of miles of the void. He raised his hand and pointed at the huge group of ferocious beasts manifested by the dozens of queens of the second universe's various races in front of the enemy camp, which had already become a mess. His aura looked down on the world as he laughed loudly and said, I said before that I would fight all of you alone. Now I will destroy one, cripple one, and the rest, come at me together. I will teach you how to be human one by one. Bah, wrong, you are not human at all. Pooh, pew. As soon as he said that, strange muffled sounds came from the flagships of the Second Universe Coalition Army. Clearly, some of the old monsters could not hold it in anymore. They were so angry that they coughed up blood. It was unknown whether they were shocked by the crushing defeat and death of the 3 overlords one after another, or angered by Yi Xian's harsh words. This scene fell into the eyes of the many experts of the human clan and the Federation's 2 major observation groups in the void far behind the second universe's huge fleet. It immediately caused a lot of discussion. Amongst them, 2 figures instinctively exchanged glances with each other, and then they muttered softly while revealing a wisp of dense bewilderment and suspicion. Chapter 3556. Currently, only the Tianji clan and its many servant clans, as well as the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe, had gathered their forces on the battlefield at the edge of the First Universe in this planar space war. However, it was impossible for the human clan of the Third Universe and the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation to stay out of this war. It could be said that although this war was a confrontation between the First Universe and the Second Universe, the final result of this war would have an impact on the overall situation of the 3 universes. Once the Tianji clan, the overlord of the First Universe, led its many servant clans to victory, then besides the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe, the Third Universe, where the human clan was located, would also be affected. The entire Wan Luo Federation would fall into an awkward state of imminent danger, and it might even completely collapse because of this war. Therefore, although the various clans of the Second Universe had already announced in advance that this war was a personal grudge between the various clans of the Second Universe and the First Universe, and had nothing to do with the Federation or the human clan, the 2 human clans and the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation were still facing a formidable enemy. Not only had they gathered a certain amount of troops in the Third Universe, but they were also waiting for the moment when the situation here was not good and the allied forces of the various clans of the Second Universe could not hold on, they would be able to rush over to save the situation and save the situation. Even the two human clans and the headquarters of the Federation of the Three Universes had each sent an observation team composed of several high-level officials. Of course, these three observation teams from the Third Universe, in addition to closely monitoring the progress of the war at the front of the battlefield, obviously had another mission, and that was to investigate the real reason why the various clans of the Second Universe suddenly went crazy and wanted to start a full-scale war with the First Universe. At this moment, the observation teams sent by the three universes were in the void far away from the battlefield, looking at the armies of the two clans that were confronting each other from afar. The observation teams sent by the three universes only had one 10,000-meter-tall fortress. After all, they were here to gather information and observe the situation of the war, not to participate in the war, so there was no need to make a big fuss. It was more convenient for them to hide in the dark and carry out their operations. However, at this time, all three of these 10,000-meter-tall fortresses had activated their concealment arrays and were closely monitoring the situation in the void far away. All of them were high-level leaders of the three universes. After all, the matter this time was too big. It concerned the future of the three major planes. Even the big shots couldn't sit still and personally came. Within the 10,000-meter large fortress that represented the Wan Luo Federation, overseeing it was the head of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Long Huai. His deputy, the first deputy, Hongdo Laifeng, also came along. Representing the immortal dynasty of the Science and Technology faction was the elder of the residents, Long Ziwen, and some of the higher-ups of the royal family, including the second prince, Long Xiao, also known as Long Shumeng. The latter was the name he had used during the royal family's ultimate trial. Other than that, Long Tianba, who had always supported Long Xiao, was also present. Among them were a few of the three great empires' upper echelons and their guards. As for the human cultivator camp, it was a deputy palace master of the Diju Palace, named Gong Xingtian. The last disciple of the palace master of the Diju Palace, Gong Wuxin, was also in the entourage. In addition, there were some powerful cultivators from small sections. In the 10,000-meter-tall fortress that represented the immortal dynasty of the Science and Technology faction, the Heavenly War Empire's upper echelon was Jean Tuesday. In addition, his old friend, the eyebrowless ancestor, also came. The two figures who had whispered suspiciously earlier were the two of them. Moreover, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were now in Old Ghost Jean Tu's storage bag. That day, after the Netherworld young master had caused a ruckus in the Second Universe and mysteriously disappeared, the two old fellows had set their eyes on the purplish warbler three women. Although the three women had left with the powerhouses of the clan, Jean Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor were two supreme beings of the universe in the 15th Great Realm after all. There was no reason for them not to get a little girl who had not even reached the Grotto Heaven realm. The three girls were all troublesome people. After returning to the clan, they all sneaked out and were captured by Jean Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor, who were lurking in the dark. Then, they were imprisoned together and put into a special storage magic treasure that could accommodate life forms, which was controlled by Old Ghost Jean Tuesday. After the two old fellows captured the three women, they originally wanted to find a secluded place to search the souls of the three women, and then hand them over to the eyebrowless Old Ghost to play with. They had basically figured out the fact that the Netherworld young master was the Linghu young master, but they didn't know anything else. They wanted to get more secret information from the three women so that they could target them. However, at this time, there happened to be news that the Federation of the Second Universe would start a planar Starry Sky war with the Tianji clan. The Immortal Dynasty also ordered the three empires under its rule to send a supreme being of the universe to follow the observation team for orders. There were only two supreme beings of the universe in the Heavenly War Empire. Jean Tu had no choice but to temporarily put the soul search matter aside and rush to the immortal star with the eyebrowless ancestor. Then, they followed the royal family's Long Ziwen to the Second Universe. The above was the reason why these two old fellows appeared in the Second Universe. At this moment, the two old fellows suddenly became suspicious. Their eyes met again, and they started to communicate with each other through divine sense. They secretly talked. Old Ghost yawned. In your opinion, how confident are we? I'm not sure. The style is indeed too familiar, but that's the Tianji clan. How can the electronic consciousness be fake? Moreover, this Sha Baofeng is the commander of the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet. How can the Tianji clan's leader, Di, not lock him up? If this guy is really the Netherworld young master, how can he hide from him? Don't forget about Prince Xian. Isn't that guy also a human? In the end, he came to the first universe and wandered around, and even the entire demon race was deceived. In the blink of an eye, he had become the genius holy son of a large demon race tribe. Since he could do it, why couldn't young Master Linghu do it? To be honest, the Linghu young master's methods are more mysterious than Prince Xian's. Hey, now that you mention it, it's really possible. Why do I have a feeling of fear? Thinking back, it seemed that Prince Xian had indeed disappeared for a period of time. It was only after that other monstrous geniuses appeared one after another. They all had similar styles and were more shameless. Now that you mention him, I'm surprised. Now that you mention him, I have a bold guess. Prince Xian was able to create the mental power of the demon race, so he should be able to create the electronic consciousness of the Tianji clan. In that case, if the Sha Baofeng is the Linghu young master and the Netherworld young master, then he's more likely to be Prince Xian. Chapter 3557. Prince Xian, the invincible war god, young master Linghu, young master Yozuan, and Baofeng Sha. He was actually the same person? After a secret discussion, Zhan Tu and the old ancestor of the eyebrows inadvertently discovered this shocking secret that was very likely to be the truth. Immediately, they looked at each other in horror, and they felt a chill all over their bodies. If this guess and inference were true, then this guy was more than just a peerless monster. He was simply, well, it was impossible to describe. It was too shocking. A single person had stirred up the winds and clouds of the three universes. Prince Xian and Baofeng Sha had caused chaos in the first universe one after another, or perhaps all eyes were on them. Young Master Linghu and the invincible war god had even stirred up the two major camps of the entire human race in the third universe. Young Master Yuming was also abnormal. In the second universe, he had toyed with more than half of the experts of the top forces of the three universes in the three universes. Not only were the Almighties fooled, but the entire Yin Demon clan was also destroyed by him. Now, there was still an old monster, a Star Lord, roaring all over the world like a mad dog. Like thunder, he swore to find him and let him bleed to vent his anger. Everything, one by one, flashed through the minds of Zhan Tu and the old ancestor of the eyebrows, like a movie rewinding. Gradually, the backs of the two old guys were full of cold sweat. What kind of freak was this? What kind of astounding freak was this? For the first time, their confidence in secretly scheming against the other party began to waver. Could they really successfully capture such an existence that stirred up the winds and clouds of the three universes? Even though the two of them were almighty almighties of the universe, at this moment, Zhan Tu and the old ancestor of the eyebrows suddenly felt a little timid about this. However, this feeling came and went quickly. Zhan Tu and the old ancestor of the eyebrows soon burst out with a burning light, but they concealed it very well. However, the hearts of the two old fellows started to thump. Previously, when they realized that young Master Yuming should be young Master Linghu, they were already very excited. This was because young Master Linghu alone had shown all kinds of benefits that were already very tempting. As for the Netherworld young master, there were also many benefits. Just the Netherworld clan's bloodline ability, the Netherworld claw, and the primordial treasure, the smoke net, were enough to make the two old fellows drool. But now, when they realized that the person they were scheming against not only had the first two identities, but also the other three identities that were not weak at all. Each of them represented great fortune and benefits, so naturally, their excitement was instantly magnified. Furthermore, other than the benefits of the 5 identities of Prince Xian and the others that had already been revealed, the two old men were even more certain that the other party definitely had an even more shocking secret treasure, or secret technique on him. Otherwise, how could he have stirred up such a huge commotion and stirred up a storm in the 3 planes of the universe? Thinking about it carefully, if they were to arrange it according to the time, They should be able to discover that in less than a year, from the time of Prince Xian to the current appearance of Sha Baofeng, the cultivation realm of this young junior that they were plotting against had soared by several levels like a rocket. It wasn't something that could be achieved by having a lot of cultivation resources, powerful techniques, or techniques. No matter how abundant the cultivation resources were, it would take time to collect them and refine them. No matter how many resources one had, it would be useless if they couldn't be transformed into one's own strength. It was obvious that the young man had some kind of unbelievable secret technique that could quickly improve his level. They didn't know about the absorption system, so they could only describe it as unbelievable. All in all, the young man had a great fortune. He would definitely soar to the sky once he got it. Reaching the Star Lord state was the greatest dream for any universe expert. Many of them were stuck at that level for the rest of their lives. No matter how long their lifespan was, it was inevitable that they would reach their limit. If they could get the young man's secret technique, both Zhan Tu and the old man were absolutely certain that they would be able to become Star Lords. It wouldn't take long either. Also, it wouldn't be as simple as becoming a Star Lord. It wouldn't be a dream to surpass the Star Lord state. Thinking of this, old ghost Zhan Tu and the ancestor of the eyebrowless sect exchanged glances again. Both of them could see an extremely strong desire in each other's eyes. Crazy desire. They talked to each other telepathically again. It's just a guess, but it's basically the truth if I'm not mistaken. We didn't come here in vain this time. We've gained a lot. In any case, we've discovered a shocking secret. It seems that we need to change our strategy. This guy isn't easy to deal with. We can't be hasty, or we might fail miserably. Don't forget that he's tricked a lot of universe experts, including Star Lords. That's right. Let's put all our other strategies on hold for now. What we need to do now is to observe in secret and think of countermeasures. Either we don't have an opportunity, or we'll destroy him once it does. Haha. At the same time, on the other side of the three observation groups, inside the 10,000-meter-tall fortress that belonged to the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation, Long Huai, the chief of the Overwatch Council of the Federation, was frowning and gazing at the holographic screen in front of him. His eyes were fixed on the humanoid alloy god that had been transformed by mechanical transformations on Wildstar. He mumbled to himself worriedly, "Since when did the Heavenly Legacy clan's mechanical fusion ability become so strong? According to our information, wasn't this so-called ultimate secret skill of the Tianji clan created by DE not long ago? It shouldn't be so mature right now." This is because even the younger generation of the Celestials' legacy race has reached such a high level of comprehension in this domain. First, there was Yi Luo's rapid bugs, and now there's Sha Baofeng's humanoid alloy god. What happened to the Heavenly Legacy clan? Did young geniuses suddenly appear like a geyser? It's really worrying. Long Huai shook his head and sighed. He then turned to look at the deputy chief of the Overwatch Council, Hongdou Laifeng, and ordered in a deep voice, "Think of a way to send the news to Tianji City. Let the few spies we've planted there stop their other work and investigate this matter clearly first. Hand in a report. We'll talk about it after the investigation report comes in." Chapter 3558. In the same area, inside the 10,000-meter-tall fortress that represented the human race's cultivator camp, Vice Palace Master Gong Xingtian of the Earth Extinction Palace also gave orders to the experts behind him. His meaning was basically the same: to investigate Yi Luo and Sha Baofeng with all their might. These two heavenly geniuses of the Tianji clan had displayed extraordinary talent. Their mechanical and electronic talents were too shocking, and they could become a real threat in the future. All of this was just an interlude. While the undercurrent was surging in the three observation fortresses from the third universe, in the central area of the starry sky confrontation between the two camps in front of them, as Overlord Jiao, who had half of his bloodline true body blown up, fled in panic, the situation of the battle changed again in an instant. Pooh! A woo! A dull sound rang out, followed by an incomparably mournful howl. After the previous giant spear was thrown, the alloy battle god flipped his wrist and extended another spear from his palm. This spear was more than 100,000 meters long. He strode forward and swung it in the opposite direction, directly cutting off one of the heavenly geniuses. The heavenly geniuses of the second universe with the bloodline of the heavenly geniuses of the heavenly geniuses of the flying heaven-winged tiger were cut open, and their intestines were dragged out for thousands of meters in the void. The scene was so terrifying that it shocked countless experts of both camps. The alloy battle god's attack succeeded once again. His figure flickered slightly as he chased after the second target. At the same time, Yi Xian's hearty laughter and disdainful mockery rang out one after another. Are these the so-called heavenly geniuses of the various races of the Second Universe Federation? No matter how I look at them, they're just a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. Using the word nest to describe them is too apartment. It's even a bit of an insult to this word. The previous three overlords at least dared to fight, but I didn't expect the nest behind them to be so weak. When they saw me, they were like little girls who were about to be raped. They turned around and ran away, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. This is so disappointing. In my opinion, if the so-called heavenly geniuses of the various races of the Second Universe Federation are like this, then they should just not come out and make a fool of themselves. I'll let you go back and find your mother to drink milk. What's wrong with that? Ha, pooh. Oh, with a hearty laugh, the alloy war god flicked the spear in its right hand again, piercing through the tail of a mixed-blood WM and nailing it to the void. Then, as he let out a miserable howl, the alloy war god shook the giant spear in its right hand as if it was disgusted. The mixed-blood flood dragon with a hole in its tail was instantly flung to the ground. Blood rained down from the sky. How disgusting. Little Loach, you're learning how to howl like a wolf? Does your mother know that you're so afraid of death? His words were too cruel. It was as if he was looking down on the Second Universe Federation, but that was the truth. The elites of the Second Universe's allied forces were furious. They were all gnashing their teeth and clenching their fists, but no one dared to say anything. The feeling of being insulted by a single person in an entire universe was too sullen. Many of the elites from the Second Universe were so angry that they were about to explode. Finally, some of the elders of the various races who were sitting in the flagship of the various fleets could no longer sit still. Although they resisted the urge to fight the alloy war god personally, because that would only make them more laughingstocks and bully the weak, they still shouted angrily. All juniors of the various races, if you retreat again, you will be punished according to the clan rules. As soon as these words came out, the dozens of young prodigies of various races who had followed the three overlords out of the array immediately howled. The meaning of the elder who spoke was very clear. Since they wanted to fight and had already gone out, there was no reason to turn back. It didn't matter if they couldn't win, but even if they had to crawl, they had to finish this battle. For the sake of the dignity of the various races of the Second Universe, this elder gritted his teeth and put in a lot of effort. The elders sitting in the flagship of the other races didn't say anything. Obviously, they all had the same intention. Of course, even a fool knew that it was impossible for them to really leave these dozens of young prodigies of various races behind. After all, those who could stand out in the previous situation and fight together with the three overlords were definitely not ordinary people in their respective races. The elders sitting in the flagship of the various races said such words. Other than deliberately maintaining their reputation, what they needed to do was actually just pretend. As the battle unfolded, if dozens of people joined forces and fought together, they could really suppress the alloy war god. Naturally, it would be good. If they were still not a match for the alloy war god and suffered heavy casualties, then it would be impossible for them to win. These old fellows would definitely have other backup plans. It was impossible for them to really watch all of them die on the spot. Regarding this, the dozens of young prodigies of the various races of the Second Universe, who had already revealed their bloodline true bodies, quickly understood after a few moments of panic. Then, they stopped and exchanged glances with each other. In the end, they gritted their teeth and no longer retreated. At the same time, they roared and turned around to attack. The Golden War God charged forward. Roar! Screech, angry, or even sorrowful, roars and howls resounded through the void. Dozens of space beasts, all of which were about 10,000 feet in size, turned around at the same time, covering a large area of the void, and roared as they rushed toward the alloy war god. This scene was too shocking. Compared to the previous battle between the alloy war god, the Overlord Flood Dragon, and the Overlord Rock, its power had increased by countless times. After all, these were dozens of space beasts that were 10,000 feet in size. Basically, all the races of the Second Universe Federation had powerful primordial creatures flowing in their bodies. Once the Bloodline True Body was activated, it was really not much different from the ferocious beasts in the starry sky. Dozens of ferocious beasts rushed toward a 50,000-meter-tall alloy war god. This scene was like a mechanical expert moving through the void and hunting in the galaxy. It gave people an almost dreamy sense of déjà vu. Little girls of the Second Universe, aren't you running away? Did the crying come back? In that case, I'll teach you how to be a person today. I'll show you what it means to be invincible under the starry sky. In this battle, Yi Xian didn't care about which side would win. He was only the commander of the vanguard fleet of the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan. What he cared about was how many eyeballs he could attract in this battle. When he returned to the headquarters of the Tianji clan, he would return to the Tianji clan. Only after reaching the Tianji city could he successfully become the young patriarch of the clan and then have greater authority. In order to rescue the dozen or so generations of imperial uncles of the demon race, it would be more convenient. As the commander of the vanguard fleet, if he wanted to establish battle achievements, he could buy time before the main reinforcements from the rear arrived. Chapter 35:59. Hum. As the alloy war god leapt up and took a large stride forward, two high-frequency humming noises rang out from its gigantic hands. Immediately after that, the huge shield in its left hand and the terrifying spear in its right hand began to change forms at the same time. Previously, they were in the alloy form, but now they were in the second form, turning into the black antimatter Death Light shield and Death Light spear. In any case, this ability had already been exposed in the previous Grand Mechanical competition, so there was no need for Yi Xian to keep it to himself. Yi Xian could completely use them to create even more shocking results for himself in this battle. That's right. Just as he decided to activate the second energy form of the shield and spear in his hands, Yi Xian had already secretly made a judgment in advance for the dozens of young prodigies of the Second Universe who had manifested their bloodline true bodies. These guys, if they did not die, they would be injured. None of them could escape, and they would become stepping stones for him to establish his shocking battle achievements. Yi Xian was not stupid. On the contrary, his thoughts were quite sharp and flexible. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to quietly create such a shocking scene in the three universes in just 2 years or so after entering the starry sky environment. Just now, when the clan elder in charge of a certain race's flagship in the Second Universe said those words to support his reputation, he had roughly guessed what the other party was planning. There was no doubt that these dozens of young prodigies from the various races of the Second Universe would not really give up. The reason why the clan elder did so was partly to support his reputation, and partly because he was unwilling to give up and still wanted to try. Of course, it would be better if they swarmed and suppressed Yi Xian. All the problems would be solved, and their reputation would be completely restored. If not, after Yi Xian seriously injured and killed a few of them, the insidious old monsters in the opposite camp would definitely make other moves. Moreover, Yi Xian basically knew what the follow-up measures they might take would be. Therefore, he had to kill these 30-odd bloodline ferocious beasts at lightning speed. At the very least, he had to severely injure them in order to establish his own victory. At the same time, Yi Xian quietly gave orders to the vanguard commanders of the servant race behind him. It was the order to prepare for battle. Buzz! A high-frequency rumble rang out as the alloy war god took a large stride forward, traversing hundreds of miles of space to appear directly in front of the 30-odd roaring dire beasts. Then, with a shake of its right hand, a black radiance tore through the air as the tip of a gigantic energy spear over 100,000 meters long pierced towards a dire beast. The head of the golden iron-horned rhinoceros. Moo! Is there something wrong with your IQ? Don't you know that the skull and horns of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros are one of the hardest biological materials in space? Even the alloy of the big fortress can't compare to it, and you want to pierce it with a spear? What a joke! The 2,000-meter-tall fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros let out a roar, its words full of ridicule. Even the other bloodline ferocious beasts in the surroundings let out soft mockery. Clearly, they all supported the words of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros, believing that the power of Yi Xian's spear was not enough to penetrate the skull, which was said to be harder than the turtle shell on the back of the abyss turtle. In the next moment, another muffled sound rang out. The spear in the alloy war god's hand pierced through the skull of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros without any suspense. The sharp tip of the spear drilled out of its lower jaw and directly pierced through its brain. Without a doubt, the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros was instantly killed. Its body and soul were destroyed, and it was completely dead. I don't know how the rhinoceros meat tastes, but the cartilage of this skull is like tofu. It pierced through with one stab, and I didn't even use any force. At least the meat should be quite soft. After the spear pierced through the skull of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros, Yi Xian's light voice immediately rang out from within the alloy war god's body as if he had just done something insignificant. Well, if that's the case, just put it away. It has some tasting value, but if it doesn't taste right, just throw it away. Just feed it to the dogs. As he spoke, the alloy war god gently raised its right arm and easily pulled out the pitch-black spear. Then, with a flash of dark light, the huge corpse of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros completely disappeared, directly absorbed into the Shenong cauldron in Yi Xian's body. This scene was too horrifying and unexpected. From the huge fleets of both camps watching the battle from afar, there were a lot of gasps at the same time. And the other 30-odd bloodline ferocious beasts that had just formed a siege around the alloy war god were all stunned in the void in an instant. They only felt a chill all over their bodies, completely scared out of their wits. Isn't this too cruel? Piercing through the head of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros so easily with a spear? Is it really made of tofu? What's more, not only did he kill the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros, but he even took away its corpse. His mouth was even entangled with whether the rhinoceros meat was soft and delicious. If it wasn't delicious, he would throw it away and feed it to the dogs. If there were no precedents of Linghu Young Master and Netherworld Young Master, these words were very likely to be regarded as deliberately pretentious. However, with the precedent of those two unprecedented foodies, the various races of the second universe had long been extremely sensitive and disgusted by this kind of abnormal starry sky gluttony. So at this moment, when Yi Xian's words reached their ears, no one had the slightest doubt about it. In the three 10,000-meter-tall fortresses from the third universe outside the battlefield in the distance, in the starry sky fortress that represented the human race's science and technology camp, Zhan Tu and the ancestor of the eyebrows subconsciously turned their heads and exchanged glances, understanding each other tacitly. This time, it was definitely Linghu Young Master and Netherworld Young Master. As for whether it was the mysterious Prince Xian or not, this still needed to be verified, but there was basically no suspense. Poof! Just as the more than 30 bloodline beasts were shocked by Yi Xian's cruelty and terrifying means, and were stunned for a moment in the void, the former took advantage of this opportunity and once again swung his spear, cutting open the huge body of a bloodline beast without any suspense. This time, there wasn't even a sound. After the poof, a faint light flashed, and the corpse that was cut into two disappeared directly with its flesh and blood. It was taken into the Shenong cauldron in his body. It was not until this time that the other bloodline beasts trembled all over. After trembling, they collectively came back to their senses. Then, horrified screams resounded in this void again. Oh my God, it's too cruel. This is clearly the rhythm of killing all of us. Elder, save me. Chapter 3560. Along with the exclamations, the 30 or so guys finally understood why the skull of the fine gold iron-horn rhinoceros was so fragile. It was so easy for the enemy to penetrate its skull and kill it on the spot. It turned out that this battle spear was actually condensed from antimatter light energy. Just like the energy beam of the death ray cannon fired by a stronghold with a diameter of more than 50,000 meters, it was completely indestructible. Its property determined that all matter, regardless of whether it was in the form of matter or energy, would be destroyed as long as it had contact with it. When they came into contact with each other, they would immediately cancel each other out. There was no exception. This was simply too terrifying, and it was simply unacceptable. In fact, in the Tianji clan's machinery competition held not long ago in the star field near Tianji City, when Yi Xian's antimatter light spear appeared, even the Tianji clan, which was known for its first-rate mechanical and electronic capabilities, was greatly shocked. Not to mention the powerhouses of the various races of the second universe who were not proficient in the field of science and technology. Even in the two camps in the distant void, exclamations could be heard at this moment, and comments were made regarding this point. Some people shouted that star sky black technology had reappeared, and they associated it with young Master Ling Hu, who had first demonstrated several types of star sky black technology. They said that it was no wonder that Baofeng Sha had advanced so quickly. It must be that young Master Ling Hu had not been truly exiled, or he had quietly returned safely. Moreover, he had become acquainted with Baofeng Sha through a fight. The two had previously communicated with each other. Only in this way could the fact that Baofeng Sha had become so monstrous after that battle be more acceptable. This was the only way to explain the new star sky black technology that he had displayed today. Although this statement was shocking, it had to be said that it did make some sense. Many people echoed and expressed their agreement. After all, antimatter light energy had always been very difficult to control. Even for a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the antimatter light energy generator inside the ship could only directly blast out the death ray cannon's energy beam after charging. It could not achieve more precise and in-depth control. But for the alloy battle god to be able to completely and stably condense the antimatter light energy into a battle spear and a battle shield, and to hold them in his hand and use them as weapons, this was simply inconceivable. Even the Heaven's Legacy race would need to overcome several technical difficulties in order to achieve this. Isn't this star sky black technology? Yi Xian didn't actually know about this. Although he had some understanding of the current state of technology, he wasn't familiar with the specific levels of technology and the technical difficulties that had been unsolvable. After all, there were too many things at hand, one after another. He had no time to study these useless things. Otherwise, he definitely would not have revealed his antimatter death light spear and death light shield in the Tianji race's machinery grand competition. In fact, what he didn't know was that the clan leader of the Tianji clan, Di, and old ghost Wenxing, were suspicious of him precisely because of this. Of course, the main focus of this suspicion was still on the Baofeng that he had already handed over. However, as Di could not find any problems with the Baofeng, the spearhead of suspicion was undoubtedly on Yi Xian. Not only Di and Wenxing, but at this moment, even Yi Luo was suspicious of Yi Xian. He was also shocked by the terrifying means displayed by Sha Baofeng before. Later, he thought it through and suspected that it was because his fortress, the Baofeng, had been specially modified. But now, it seemed that things were clearly not so. Sha Baofeng could casually pick a small fortress of the demon race and transform it at will. He could easily create the antimatter death light spear and death light shield, shocking the entire starry sky. This was definitely not the so-called machinery fusion heaven. What he could do involved too many technical difficulties. He's getting more and more mysterious. What did Sha Baofeng experience? Staring blankly at the battlefield in front of him, Yi Luo muttered to himself, but his eyes flickered with suspicion. At the same time, in the void battlefield in front of him, after the alloy battle god swung his spear and killed the second bloodline dire beast, he did not delay any longer and immediately launched the final attack. This was because he knew that with the appearance of the antimatter death light spear and death light shield, there was basically no hope for the more than 30 young elites of the various races of the second universe to besiege him. Under such circumstances, the elders of the various races of the second universe in the fleet flagships of the rear camp would definitely not continue to allow this kind of meaningless sacrifice to continue. If there were no accidents, the first large-scale battle of this planar-level starry sky war was about to begin. At that time, Yi Xian would no longer have the chance to display his invincible demeanor. This was a confrontation between two enormous fleets. Moreover, this kind of battle in the void wouldn't have too high of a requirement for the commander's commanding arts, and there wouldn't be much left for him to be amazed by. There was still room to play. To put it bluntly, it was just you and me attacking each other and injuring each other. It was gorgeous but direct, a bloody hand-to-hand battle. Therefore, if Yi Xian wanted to gain more military merits and establish a more solid personal reputation in this battle, this was his last chance and time before the first full-scale Starry Sky War began. Puff! Awo! Whoosh! With this iron-blooded mentality, under the control of Yi Xian's electronic consciousness, the alloy war god immediately swung the terrifying energy spear that was more than 100,000 meters long. Even the huge antimatter death light shield in his left hand was swung around like a giant round blade. In the blink of an eye, the alloy war god rushed into the midst of the more than 30 bloodline dire beasts. The spear danced and the shield rumbled. It used the simplest and most direct method of attack, either slamming down hard or gently lifting up. What made people feel a chill down their backs was that no matter what kind of attack it was, as long as the spear and shield in Yi Xian's hand came into contact with a scale or a corner of the opponent, it would instantly cause a strong killing power, triggering a puff sound and the sound of fabric tearing. As for the mournful howls, they rose and fell one after another. These more than 30 bloodline dire beasts were completely terrified. They gave up on resisting and became desperate soldiers. At this moment, the only thought in their minds was to turn around and run, but no matter how fast they were, how could they be faster than the alloy war god that was more than 50,000 meters tall? Moreover, the alloy war god still had a huge spear that was more than 100,000 meters long in his hand. He would often close in with a large stride and then slam down with his shield. If there was still some distance between them, he would lift up the spear in his right hand. With a length of more than 100,000 meters, even if only the tip of the spear touched the opponent, it would still be a problem. Chapter 3561. Inside the Shenong Cauldron, in the depths of the ring-shaped volcano in the central district. The Yingji clan's young patriarch Ji Jinghong, the Barbarian Bull clan's young protagonist Ri Tian, the Golden Eagle clan's young master Jin Haoyan, and the Greedy Wolf clan's young descendant Lang Ganglai were all locked up in this sealed cage. During this period of time, the great demon young master Ling Hu had not come for a long time. Ji Jinghong and the others had gone through their initial anger, especially after seeing Yi Xian throw in the Battle Lion clan's young master Sherbafeng's huge lion head for a meal and immediately take it away. Now, they were completely dejected. They had a feeling of accepting their fate. They had long lost the sharp and unyielding spirit they had when they were first caught by Yi Xian. In this space inside the cauldron, all kinds of spiritual energy were abundant. After all, the area around the ring-shaped volcano was planted with all kinds of heaven and earth treasures. Although they were not ripe yet, they were basically rare in the outside world. Therefore, the spiritual energy produced was still very abundant. In addition, all the spiritual energy was sealed inside the cauldron and did not leak out. Over time, this place was not inferior to some of the famous cultivation holy lands in the universe. Ji Jinghong and the others had nothing to do during this period of time. In addition to healing their own injuries, they diligently cultivated. At first, they still had the idea of taking advantage of the great demon young master Ling Hu's absence to break through their cultivation and then think of a way to break out of the cage. Once the great demon young master Ling Hu's true body came, they would attack together and take the opportunity to escape. However, when the four of them had all broken through a small level not long ago, they still found that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't move the cage at the bottom of the volcano at all. They couldn't even leave a scratch on the black walls of the cage. The four of them finally lost all hope. This was a precious treasure from the primordial era. Now that it had been refined by young master Ling Hu, it had become an object with an owner. With the support of his cultivation base, it was not impossible to break the restrictions of this cage from the inside. However, the four of them estimated that they would need to have at least the cultivation base of the 15th Great Realm, the Universe Realm, to do so. How long would they have to wait? Even if young Master Ling Hu was a corpse outside, he would not give them such a long time to slowly break through one level at a time. Once he came in and found them diligently cultivating, how could he not see through their thoughts? At that time, they would definitely be on guard. In short, this path was unworkable. It was simply unrealistic. As such, the four of them were dejected for a period of time. Just as they were in a dilemma and didn't know what to do next, a huge iron-horned rhinoceros corpse suddenly fell from the crater above. Its entire head was pierced through from the top of its skull to its chin, leaving a huge round hole. Ji Jinghong and the others were extremely shocked, because they recognized that this was one of the younger generation of the iron-horned rhinoceros clan. His talent was only a level lower than the four of them. In the clan, he was definitely a genius-level figure, and his cultivation was not weak either. Furthermore, the skull of the iron-horned rhinoceros was famous for its toughness. It was even more reliable than the shell of the abyss tortoise. Its hardness was even greater than the super alloy used to construct the main structure of the interstellar fortress. But now, it had been directly pierced through by someone. Looking at the neat and smooth cut, it was clearly like cutting through tofu. Without waiting for the four of them to recover from their shock, another huge bloodline true body fell from the top of the crater. It was also a bloodline true body that was cut in half. It was also a bloodline true body of a clan in the second universe. Then, after a while, the crater of the crater fell one after another like dumplings. They were all elites of the younger generation of the Federation of the second universe. Not only did Ji Jinghong and the others recognize some of them, but they even recognized some of their clansmen. Seeing this scene, Ji Jinghong and the others were frightened. They secretly thought that this young Master Linghu was really a great demon. Looking at the clansmen of the nearly 20 unlucky fellows who were thrown in, it was clear that they were directly attacking the second universe. A truly valiant life didn't need to be explained. Only he could do this kind of thing. What surprised the four of them was that the nearly 20 unlucky fellows who were also thrown into the Shenong cauldron were all seriously injured except for 4 or 5 corpses or mutilated corpses. They wouldn't die at all. With the abundant spiritual energy in the Shenong cauldron, they would be able to recover soon. Unfortunately, all the newcomers, whether they were alive or dead, were all like the four of them. They were locked in cages that appeared spontaneously along the walls at the bottom of the crater. It was basically hopeless to want to escape. In reality, Ji Jinghong and the other 3 had no hopes of escaping at all. However, after such a long time in GMO, a dozen or so new recruits had finally arrived with great difficulty. Unexpectedly, they were still alive, and more than half of them hadn't fainted. At this moment, they were looking around with incomparable terror. The 4 of them were immediately interested. They all greeted them, looking very excited. There was no other way. They had been locked up for too long. Their original arrogant temperament had long been worn down. Now, their excited appearance was a little suspicious of them going crazy. As the 4 of them took the initiative to stand up, shouted loudly, and called out the names of some of them. The dozen or so guys who weren't dead but were only seriously injured finally saw the existence of Ji Jinghong and the others. Then they all exclaimed, "Huh? Ji Jinghong? Jiao Ritian? Aren't these guys all dead?" They were roasted and eaten by young Master Linghu. Heavens, are we going to die like this? But it shouldn't be. Before the world turned upside down, I clearly remember that my injuries were far from being enough to kill me on the spot. Stop dreaming, brother. We saw Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ritian. How can it be fake? I didn't expect the legendary hell prison to be like this. But it's a little similar. At least it's underground. These words made Ji Jinghong and the others furious. What did it mean? Seeing the 4 of them proved that they were in hell prison? This was clearly cursing them in a roundabout way. No, it wasn't a roundabout way at all. It was too obvious. There was no disguise at all. In anger, the 4 of them immediately cursed. After all, they were the young masters of the top 10 clans. In the circle of the younger generation of the clans in the second universe, their status and identity were obviously higher than this group of new recruits. They were fully qualified to be cursed. After some chaos, both sides figured out what had happened, and then they all exclaimed in horror. For a time, the vast plain at the bottom of the ring-shaped volcano was completely shrouded in a frenzied aura. What? You didn't die that day? You were just imprisoned by young Master Linghu? This is actually young Master Linghu's King Medicine Cauldron? Sha Baofeng, the 5th great genius of the Tianji clan? How is this possible? How could young Master Linghu's King Medicine Cauldron be with him? You know, this cauldron has long been refined by young Master Linghu. If this cauldron changed owners and fell into Sha Baofeng's hands and was refined again, what would happen to us in the cauldron? Chapter 3562. In the first universe, at the edge of the demon territory, the battlefield where the two great universes were fighting in the starry sky. In less than a minute, the alloy battle god had unleashed its might and killed or captured more than 30 young prodigies from various races in the second universe. In short, in the blink of an eye, the center of the void where the armies of the two factions stood off against each other had become deserted. Apart from the alloy battle god, who was as tall as a mountain and looked like an invincible Vajra, there was no one else. At this time, Yi Xian had no idea what kind of intense panic and chaos he had caused after the nearly 20 unlucky fellows, who were either dead or injured, were thrown into the internal space of the Shenong cauldron by him. He had no time to care about that at all, because Yi Xian knew that the real Starry Sky War was about to come. The powerhouses from both camps, who were facing each other from a distance of 100,000 miles in the void, had long been stunned by the means of the alloy battle god. Everyone was shocked and could hardly believe the facts in front of them. Previously, Yi Xian had said that he was invincible among his generation under the starry sky. At that time, no one believed this at all, but now it seemed that it was very likely to be the truth. Even if it was a little exaggerated, it was definitely not much. This guy was definitely on par with Prince Xian, the invincible battle god, young Master Linghu, and young Master Netherworld. He was known as one of the 5 peerless geniuses of the younger generation. Just the battle just now was enough to prove it. Only old ghost Zhan Tu and the ancestor of the eyebrowless sect sneered and exchanged a look. They muttered to themselves, "What 5 peerless geniuses? He's just one person." In a short period of time, he had suppressed dozens of young geniuses from various races in the second universe's allied forces. Some were killed, some were injured, and some were captured alive. This battle record made all the powerhouses of the younger generation of the two camps feel extremely ashamed. The second prince of the Eternal Dynasty, Long Shao, the little princess of the colored python race, Medusa, and the others sighed. Although they were unwilling, they could not muster up any temper. Even Yi Luo, who was already suspicious of Yi Xian, couldn't help but secretly admire him after seeing the results of this battle. Regardless of whether there was a problem with this guy's identity or not, just his appearance as a war god was indeed enough to make people sigh. Meanwhile, Chanas, who had already retreated to his own camp and entered a 10,000-meter tall castle, was so excited that he jumped up and down as if he had just received a shot of adrenaline. No one was more excited than him. He had accompanied Lord Sha through thick and thin to get to where he was today. The two of them even shared a shocking secret. This was definitely a comrade in arms. Through the battle just now, Lord Sha's foundation had been completely solidified. As long as he returned to Tianji City, there was an 80% to 90% chance that he would immediately take up the position and become the young clan leader of the entire Tianji clan. That was the future clan leader position. With his monstrous talent, how could he be like that cowardly young emperor, halfway through? Die young? If that was the case, then in the future, he would be the favorite of the Tianji clan's patriarch. He would be second only to the Tianji clan's patriarch. Thinking of this, Chanas felt as if he was floating in the air. In stark contrast, the second universe's united army camp formed a sharp contrast 100,000 kilometers away. Almost as soon as Yi Xian put the last unlucky guy who was severely injured into the Shenong cauldron, the crazy roars of the elders in charge of the various races' united army camp immediately sounded from the flagships of the huge fleets of the second universe's united army camp. Roar! Baofeng Sha, you shameless brat! How dare you take away the remains of our Battle Death clan members and try to roast them? Do you want to anger everyone? Immediately hand over all the captives, dead or alive. Don't leave a single one behind. Otherwise, we'll start a war immediately. We'll definitely flatten the first universe and topple the Tianji clan. Roar! The roars and roars were all from the elders of the Qiankuan clan, who were in the 15th realm of the 9 races. The 9 Star Lords who were in charge of the 9 races' flagships didn't express their opinions, nor would they say anything. Such a conflict wasn't enough to alarm them. But even so, the anger of more than 10 universe masters was enough to be shocking. As these furious roars rang out, the powerful consciousnesses of more than a dozen universe gods all swept out from their respective fortresses, bombarding the alloy war god's peerless and independent imposing figure at the center of the confrontation between the two factions. They were obviously planning to take advantage of the chaos and kill Yi Xian on the spot. At the very least, they would be able to vent their anger. Not only would they save the dignity of the races of the second universe, but they would also make the huge vanguard fleet of the enemy camp lose their commander and fall into chaos temporarily. Then, in the face of the United Army camp of the Second Universe's United Army camp, the first battle of the plane-level space war would most likely end with the victory of the invaders of the Second Universe. It would greatly boost morale, which would have an immeasurable impact on the following battles. That was the ultimate plan of the Universe Grandmasters of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe. As for the lives of the dozens of seniors, although they were concerned about them, they couldn't be too concerned. They would save them if they could, but if they couldn't, they would just let them die. After all, although there were more than 30 of them, if they were divided among the races, each race would only lose one junior at most. It didn't matter at all. Yi Xian had already seen through the old guy's plan. At that moment, when he heard the roars from the enemy camp, which made the void tremble, he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately turned around and retreated, turning into a stream of light and rushing to his own camp. At the same time, he also used Sha Baofeng's lightning. Sha Baofeng's subconsciousness to all the flagships of the slave races in his camp to immediately launch a full-scale bombardment in unison. In less than an instant, his figure was already far away. The dozen or so Universe Grandmasters' consciousness storms that wanted to leave Yi Xian on the battlefield were all one step too slow, and Yi Xian escaped ahead of time. At the same time, in the camp of the million soldiers of the First Universe, all the battleships, whether it was the 3,000-meter-long stellar level, the 5,000-meter-long, 10,000-meter-long, the 50,000-meter-long, 100,000-meter-long, all the cannons on the battleships opened almost at the same time. All the cannons on the battleships opened with a rumble. Immediately after, before the fleets of the Second Universe's United Army that were 100,000 kilometers away could react, nearly 1,000,000 battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes launched a round of bombardment. In the starry sky, it was as if fireworks had been set off. The vast galaxy of millions of kilometers was illuminated at this moment. It was incomparably brilliant. Chapter 3563. Boom. Rumble. Boom. Almost half of the demonic star system was alarmed, and the rumbling of thunder shook the void. Before the enemy could even react, Yi Xian had already decisively given the order to launch an all-out attack. The entire vanguard fleet, together with the fleet of the servants in the First Universe, gave the order to fire in unison. 1,000 meters of planet level, 3,000 meters of star level, 5,000 meters of small fortresses, and 10,000 meters of large fortresses. In addition, there were more than 350,000 meters of small fortresses, especially the antimatter death ray cannons of the large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Each energy beam had a diameter of 20,000 meters. At this time, the sky was covered, and in the blink of an eye, more than half of the sky was lit up. This was nearly 1,000,000 battleships of various types firing at the same time. The scene was too magnificent. Not only were the powerhouses of the various fleets of the Federation from the First Universe unfamiliar with this scene, but the powerhouses of the slave army from the First Universe were also unfamiliar with this scene. After all, the last time this kind of planar war broke out was tens of thousands of years ago. Everyone was shocked by this scene. For a moment, the fleet of the Federation fleet from the Second Universe didn't have time to react properly. Although the two camps were separated by 100,000 kilometers of space, for the energy beams of the various battleship cannons, this short distance really didn't take much time to cross. The time spent was almost negligible. Therefore, in the opposing camp 100,000 kilometers away, some battleships were damaged or even destroyed in an instant. Rumble. Boom. A huge explosion came from the opposing camp. Some of the battleships bearing the brunt of the attack didn't even have time to put up their energy shields before they were hit by the whistling energy beams. Especially the hundreds of battleships that were hit by the energy beams from the main cannon of the large fortress, they were immediately met with tragic ends. This was the antimatter death ray cannon of the large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. The energy beam of the death ray cannon had a diameter of 20,000 meters. If it hit a 10,000-meter large fortress, it would directly vaporize, causing it to disappear in an instant. If a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was hit, it would leave behind a huge hole that took up half of the entire battleship, instantly losing its combat power and exploding on the spot. Even if a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters was struck, it would still be severely injured even if it didn't die. A huge roar echoed endlessly. In just a few breaths, among the nearly 1 million ships from the various races of the Second Universe Federation, hundreds of battleships at the front had exploded. The various types of battleships that were more or less damaged and affected their combat strength numbered in the tens of thousands. The entire space had been completely illuminated. The dark space of the universe was as bright as day. There was no smoke, but it was filled with an extremely tragic aura. Immediately afterward, in the flagship of the fleet of the Second Universe Federation, the exasperated roars of the elders of the various races rang out. Very soon, the enemy camp was in chaos. A large number of spaceships were agitated, moving their positions to avoid the energy beams that were still blasting towards them, at the same time doing their best to activate their energy shields. Before this, they had already finished accumulating energy, but it wasn't the spaceship's energy shields, but the spaceship's artillery system. This was because according to the plan of the elders of the various races, once a dozen or so supreme beings roared and took advantage of the chaos to kill the commander of the enemy fleet, Alloy War God. Then, in the next moment, this huge vanguard fleet from the various races of the Second Universe Federation would immediately bombard and launch a salvo, just like the fleet of the servants of the First Universe. Unfortunately, although they were ready, in the end, they still couldn't seize the opportunity. Alloy War God was too sinister. On this side, he was tormenting the younger generation of the various races of the Second Universe, killing and capturing them. On the other side, he had already let the large fleet behind him finish accumulating energy. Without a word, he immediately launched a salvo. The entire fleet launched a salvo. The fleet of the Second Universe's various races of the Alliance fleet, which also had the same plan but didn't decisively attack, was killed. Decisive in killing, vicious in his heart. This guy was simply poisonous. He was too shrewd. A group of elders of the various races of the Second Universe Federation had been schemed against. In a moment of carelessness, they had lost the initiative. In a starry sky battle of this level, the opportunity could be said to be fleeting. It often had an immeasurable impact on the final outcome of the battle. For example, although all the battleships of the various races of the Second Universe Federation had long finished accumulating energy, in the face of the overall salvo of the enemy, the commanders on their side couldn't react within 2 or 3 breaths, so they were completely in a passive position. Even if the old guys finally roared at this time, some of the battleships and fortresses of the various races of the Second Universe also launched a counterattack according to the orders at the first moment. However, this kind of sporadic and scattered attack, compared to the simultaneous and rhythmic firing of millions of battleships of the opposite side, was lethality. How could the effects of deterrence, suppression, and so on be the same? Moreover, due to the explosion and destruction of a large number of battleships and fortresses around them, some of the battleship's commanders subconsciously ordered the battleship's defensive system to fully accumulate energy and put up the energy shields as soon as possible. They didn't have time to immediately counterattack. It was precisely under the influence of these various factors that, as soon as the battle began, the situation on the battlefield had already become extremely polarized. On this side, all the battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of the First Universe's servant races, a total of nearly 1 million, were firmly maintaining their formation. Not only were they holding up their energy shields, but they were also continuously launching wave after wave of rhythmic overall salvo. The firepower was too fierce, and they had been maintaining pressure. The suppression effect. As for the Alliance army from the Second Universe, although there were also nearly 1 million battleships of various types, at this moment, they were in a mess. The command level had issued the order, but before the order for a comprehensive counterattack and simultaneous salvo was issued, hundreds of battleships had already exploded. Tens of thousands of battleships had been destroyed. More than half of the battleships had subconsciously begun to fully charge the battleship's defensive system, so there was no time to attack. Therefore, the millions of battleships, at this moment, were only scattered chaotic bombardments when they launched a counterattack. Although the giant antimatter energy death ray cannons fired from some of the large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters also caused casualties on the side of the fleet of the First Universe's servant races, that was only a small number. After all, it couldn't affect the overall situation at all. The battle situation had been one-sided from the beginning. However, the other side's millions of battleships were firing at the same time. Among them, there were even 3,000-meter-long star-level battleships with a range of less than 100,000 kilometers. They were also maintaining a rhythmic bombardment. Chapter 3564. As the first great battle finally began, the 3 observation fortresses from the Third Universe behind the allied forces of various races in the Second Universe were filled with curses. Regardless of whether it was Long Huai, the Overwatch Council's president who represented the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation, Long Ziwen, the imperial family's resident elder who represented the Immortal Dynasty, Gong Xingtian, the deputy palace master of the Dijue Palace who represented the Shijue Celestial Palace, or even Zhan Tu, the eyebrowless ancestor, and the others, all of them cursed loudly. After all, they did not want to see the Second Universe lose this battle. More importantly, if that happened, it would make Sha Baofeng, the heaven-defying monster who had become the commander of the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet, even more powerful. Once he became the young patriarch of the Tianji clan, it would be even more troublesome. He would be even more difficult to deal with. With his ability and means, if he really became the deputy patriarch of the Tianji clan, wouldn't the clan's foundation and resources all be reduced to resources for his growth? Damn it, are the elders of the various races in the Second Universe's federation full of sh*t? They actually let the enemy take the initiative like this. They're too stupid. Can't they see how slippery that guy is? Previously, he had nibbled away more than 30 young geniuses of various races step by step. The rhythm was too obvious. It was clearly deliberate. At first, he was just luring the enemy in. The situation is not good. A huge fleet of millions has been turned into such a situation in the hands of these old guys. If it were in the dynasty, the commander would be executed on the spot. I'm so angry. A group of guys who don't understand the art of command. A good overall camp has now been turned into a mob. This side is bombarding the other side's defense. What happened to the agreed unified command and dispatch? Their minds are full of sh*t. The opportunity has been lost, and the situation has just been settled. What we can do now is to try to stabilize the rhythm as much as possible and then find a way to disrupt the enemy's camp. Otherwise, there will be no chance to reverse the situation. Let's see how they deal with it. Presumably, in terms of creating chaos, that group of brainless elders of various races should have some unique means. Otherwise, there is really no need to continue this battle. As the 3 observation fortresses from the Third Universe roared, the huge coalition army of the Second Universe finally stabilized after the initial chaos and the destruction of 70,000 to 80,000 battleships of various models. All the warships had successfully raised their energy shields. This way, the number of casualties would be reduced. It was no longer possible for hundreds or thousands of people to die. After all, with the energy shield of the shipboard defense system, as long as it was not the antimatter death ray, the other shipboard energy cannons would have a certain amount of defensive buffering ability. Even if the ship was damaged, it would be extremely limited. This was also why planar-level space battles would often last several years or even decades once they started. On one hand, there were too many battleships participating in the battle. On the other hand, the Tsong clan had defensive light shields. As long as it was not a sneak attack, the damage ratio was very small. Both sides had very powerful weapons. The ability to fight for a long time. After the problem of casualties and battle damage was alleviated, the counterattack of the allied forces of the various races in the second universe quickly returned to normal. At first, it was chaos. Scattered energy light pillars were shot out one after another. Later, they finally formed a rhythm with the opposing camp, and they fired in unison. One wave. Then the battle between the two sides was in full swing. The entire vast void was never quiet, and it was always roaring. Then, from the two corners of the huge coalition army of the second universe, some small fortresses with special functions and even large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters began to rush out from the two corners into the battlefield. They wanted to get close to the opposing camp and carry out some kind of war plan. After all, although both sides had stabilized their attacks, in terms of the overall situation, the coalition army of the second universe was basically being suppressed. They had to break this unfavorable situation. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not blind. He quickly saw through the opponent's plan and immediately mobilized dozens of large fortresses to focus on these assault battleships. Soon, all of them were beaten back, and no one dared to show up again. Although 100,000 kilometers of the void was not too far away, it was obviously not easy to cross over and appear in the enemy camp to create chaos in such a large void battlefield where the light beams of battleship cannons were as dense as rain. After this plan was aborted, the coalition army of the second universe quickly launched a second wave of secret small-scale operations. More than 10,000-meter large fortresses directly performed a space jump, traversing 100,000 kilometers of the void and suddenly appearing in the camp of the coalition army of the first universe. Then, they immediately launched a full-scale self-detonation. Although there were a few large fortresses that were discovered in time by the large fortresses nearby, they were directly wiped out by the energy light beams of the antimatter death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters, and the crisis of self-detonation was averted. However, there were still 4 large fortresses that succeeded in the sneak attack. Boom, boom, boom. There was a huge roar as 4 massive fireballs instantly exploded in the massive camp of the first universe's slave race coalition army. These suicidal fortresses carried a large amount of high-yield explosive energy, and when they suddenly exploded, a small region of the star field around them was affected. In an instant, thousands of fortresses of various types of battleships were damaged around these 4 massive fireballs that soared into the sky. Fortunately, they were supported by energy shields, or else they would have been blown up on the spot. Yi Xian was immediately frightened. He had not expected the opponent to have such a move. This was practically a terrorist attack. Were these fellows from the second universe all crazy? They were completely suicidal. And this was only the first wave of 10 fortresses. If there were a few more waves, the entire first universe fleet would be completely disrupted. In the midst of the chaos, Yi Xian immediately issued new orders. Immediately mobilize 110,000-meter large fortresses of the Tianji clan and perform a space jump with the same method. Enter the enemy camp and self-detonate. Damn it, you want to see who is more ruthless? There are no humans in my fortresses at all. They are all intelligent robots. Let's see who is better. Of course, there was one thing he did not dare to say. That was, even if all of them were humans, he would not feel any heartache. More deaths would be more satisfying. Anyway, the two camps that were fighting and tormenting each other were all his enemies. It would be best if they all perished together. Hum, hum. A series of buzzing sounds that shook the void rang out. 110,000-meter-tall fortresses that were filled with a large amount of explosive energy and were completely controlled by intelligent robots disappeared from their own camp at the first moment. When they reappeared, they were already in the enemy camp 100,000 kilometers away, and they immediately launched their own self-defense. They exploded. Chapter 3565. Boom! Rumble. 110,000-meter-tall fortresses directly jumped, traversing 100,000 miles of void space, and appeared among the allied forces of various races in the second universe. Then, they began to self-destruct. The rumbling sounds of explosions rang out endlessly, and 100 fireballs exploded. Even though all the battleships of the Allied forces of various races in the second universe had already put up energy shields, there were too many 10,000-meter tall fortresses that had jumped over. For a moment, many battleships were affected and directly exploded. The number of battleships and fortresses that were destroyed reached thousands. It could be said that the losses were heavy. This scene shocked the elders of various races in the flagship. They were preparing to order a second round of suicidal attacks, but they did not expect the other party to be even more decisive. It was fine if they just followed suit, but they actually went from bad to worse. One time, they threw out 110,000-meter tall fortresses, completely disrupting their rhythm. Behind the camp, in the 3 observation fortresses from the third universe, the angry curses of Long Huai and the others from the Federation's Overwatch Council rang out again. You actually want to compete with the Tianji clan in terms of suicidal jumps and self-destruction? Can you compare the number of battleships to the Tianji clan? All of their people are born experts in battleship construction. In addition, all of their suicidal fortresses are filled with intelligent robots, which do not harm their foundation at all. This is using the lives of our people to compete with their resources. It's not worth it. Why don't you make something more ruthless? If you send 1,000 suicidal fortresses over at once, you can basically determine the outcome of the battle. Yet you feel the pinch. Do you think you're playing house by sending 10? Now you're being checkmated. This round we lost again. Sigh, what a good opportunity for a sneak attack, but in the end we still ended up at a disadvantage. The problem with the leadership is too big. The other side is obviously a unified command. After all, the Heaven's Legacy race is the only overlord in the first universe. All the other slave races have to bow down and listen to their orders. A decisive vanguard commander of the Heaven's Legacy race who killed without hesitation. Sigh, what a good opportunity for a sneak attack, but in the end we still ended up at a disadvantage. The problem with the leadership is too big. This way, we can ensure the unity of the entire faction's offense and defense. On the contrary, everyone in the second universe's alliance army is an equal race. Even the 9 races participating in the war are restraining and restricting each other. It is impossible for them to form a unified command. Just like the jump self-destruct sneak attack just now, it is obvious that none of the races want to lose their people. In the end, there were only 10 suicide castles in the first round. If there were more, not to mention 1,000, even if there were 300 or 500 suicide castles, the overall situation would basically be determined. What a pity! At the same time, on the battlefield where the two sides were fighting as the 100 suicidal 10,000-meter tall fortresses that the Heaven's Legacy race had thrown in exploded, the Second Universe Alliance army, which had suffered heavy losses, immediately had some 50,000-meter tall and 100,000-meter tall fortresses activate their spaceships. A formless void tremor zone was formed in front of it, preventing the other party from making a suicidal jump and descending again. But at the same time, this also cut off the possibility of them using this method to launch a sneak attack again. All in all, in this wave of sneak attack, the Second Universe Alliance army had completely failed. Not only did they not cause chaos to the other party, but they had also shot themselves in the foot. This made the situation that the Second Universe Alliance army was facing even more unfavorable. Vaguely, it had even affected their morale. Facing this situation, in the flagship of the various fleets of the Second Universe Alliance army, the elders of the various races calmed down and did not carry out any follow-up actions. However, it was obvious that they would not give up just like that. In this battle, they had to achieve a certain degree of success. At the very least, they had to push their huge fleet to the other side of the demon domain. In other words, it was equivalent to occupying the entire demon domain. This was also a death order given to them by the old monsters of the various races. Only in this way could they gain a certain advantage when the main forces of the various races arrived. Only in this way could they ensure that in the following battles, their fleet could slowly advance step by step until they reached the source of all Evil Star Field near the Heaven's Legacy race's headquarters. That was the final goal of the Second Universe Alliance Army's planar war. not the so-called headquarters of the Heaven's Legacy race, Heaven's Legacy City. Of course, not many people knew about this at the moment. Apart from the 9-star Lord Old Monsters in the flagship of the 9 races of the Second Universe Alliance Army, even the elders of the various races who were in charge of commanding the fleets of the various races did not know. Although they did not know the final goal of this battle, they were very clear about their mission. Faced with this unfavorable situation, the elders of the various races had no other choice. No matter what, they had to turn the situation around. In this first battle between the vanguards of both parties, even if they could not severely injure the enemy, they had to at least reverse the current unfavorable situation so that they could temporarily stop the war. After adjusting their strategy, they would continue with the second battle. However, judging from the current situation, this goal could not be achieved through conventional means. At this critical moment, the elders of the various races of the Second Universe Alliance Army gritted their teeth and reached a consensus immediately. Launch a surprise attack at the level of the Universe Alliance Army. The enemy's vanguard fleet has more than 100,000-meter-long fortresses. If we send out 20 Universe Alliance Army experts and each of us take down 2 fortresses, we will be able to reduce the enemy's high-end forces by half. That's right. This is equivalent to turning the situation around. We can use this breakthrough as the end of this first battle. As long as we succeed, we will have a suppressive advantage in the second battle after some adjustments. Although it's a 100,000-meter-long fortress, if we send out 20 Universe Alliance Army experts and catch them off guard, they won't be able to launch effective targeted attacks. The mission of each of us taking down 2 fortresses is very likely to be completed, more than 50%. This is worth the risk. The Blood WRM clan will send out 2 people. 2 from the Cyan Rock clan. A Qianquan elder from the Battle Lion clan is treating the Lion Overlord. We can only send out 1. 1 from my clan. Soon, these old guys reached a comprehensive consensus, and the quota of 20 Universe Alliance Army experts was quickly filled. Chapter 3566. Regarding Yi Xian's orders, the fleet commanders of the First Universe's servant races in the central region of the camp were very confused. Their camp's formation was very stable, and their offense and defense were orderly. If nothing unexpected happened, the outcome of the first battle of this battle could basically be determined. However, now that such a large area had suddenly been vacated in the central region, the ships of several races had all stopped attacking and jumped to the 2 wings. It was bound to affect the favorable situation to a certain extent. It was truly an unwise move. However, they did not dare to question anything. In this regard, as the only overlord of the First Universe, once the Heavenly Legacy race organized a fleet to launch a starry sky battle of this level, the absolute advantage of the command level was displayed. Of course, although the fleet commanders of the servant races did not know what Yi Xian was up to, they could basically guess that he must have a new arrangement, and it would definitely not be small. The order was passed down immediately. The fleet of the servant races stopped attacking and launched a full space jump, moving to the 2 wings of their own camp. In the blink of an eye, a vast passageway hundreds of kilometers long appeared in the central region of the First Universe's huge camp line. It was empty, but in fact, the demon race's spirit warlords, who had been activating the concealment array and guarding the void behind the camp, were slowly advancing into the central region of the First Universe's huge camp line. They were slowly advancing into this newly vacated area. All of this was clearly seen by the fleet commanders of the Second Universe's various races in the opposing camp. Of course, what they saw was only the fleet of the servant races jumping and moving out of a huge starry sky passageway. However, they did not know about the entry of the spirit warlords. They knew. Originally, when such a huge creature entered the battlefield, no matter how careful it was, no matter how much it hid its energy fluctuations, it would still be able to detect some clues. However, at this moment, there was a spatial vibration barrier in front of the Second Universe's camp that prevented suicidal jumping castles from approaching. This was also cut off. The possibility of the warships in their camp monitoring the energy fluctuations on Yi Xian's side was also cut off. That was why its existence was not exposed even after the spirit battle cry entered the void passage in a short dozen seconds and was already in place. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it only took a dozen breaths of time. At this moment, the 20 figures that had rushed out from the Second Universe Alliance army had all entered the void battlefield. While they were rapidly approaching, they still had to dodge the dense rain of ship cannons. Due to the quantity of the light beam, the speed was affected. Otherwise, how could it take more than 10 breaths of time for a Universe Master to cover a distance of 100,000 miles at full speed? The 20 Supreme Experts had also noticed the abnormal behavior of Yi Xian's camp. They didn't know why, but all of them had an inexplicably bad premonition. Their scalps were faintly numb. Subconsciously, they slowed down slightly while communicating with each other using their divine senses. What's the situation? This is a bit like the rhythm of a big move. If we go over like this, won't we be sending ourselves to our deaths? Indeed, something is wrong. I have a bad feeling. The commander of the enemy camp, Sha Baofeng, is definitely not simple. He is so decisive at such a young age. I'm afraid he really has some powerful backup plan. We have to be careful. Don't hesitate. Don't forget that we are the supreme experts of the 15th realm. No matter how powerful his methods are, he can just retreat. It's just that he can't complete the mission. Does he want to keep us here? That's right. The enemy is like this because he saw us attack. It's very likely that he has no choice but to use the empty fort strategy. He's just trying to trick us. Let's do it. Each of us will take 2 large fortresses. After that, we'll retreat immediately in case of any changes. After some communication, the 20 elders of the universe race from the second universe made up their minds and suddenly sped up. They were about to split up and launch a surprise attack on the vast camp line of the fleet of the slave races of the first universe. If they were really allowed to close in and split up to charge at the more than 100,000 meter long space fortresses of their camp, then the result of this battle would be obvious. Although there were supreme experts of the universe race among the slave races of the first universe, not many races would send supreme experts over like this vanguard fleet. Even if they did, it would be the main fleet in the rear. Moreover, Yi Xian didn't have this intention at all. At this moment, seeing that the 20 figures were about to split up, a cruel sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He whispered to himself, "Tisk. This feeling is really amazing. Controlling the life and death of supreme experts. Tisk. This time, it's too big." As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian immediately used his mental energy to contact the Demon Dweller race's great killing weapon that was already in the central region of the camp. He sent a signal to the Demon Dweller race's Star Lord, who was guarding the core node of the great killing weapon, to immediately attack. The other party didn't reply, but they gave the best response with their actions. Hum. Suddenly, a dense amount of weak void trembling sounds rang out. The effect far exceeded the commotion that a large number of void vibrators could create at the same time. Yi Xian even had the illusion that the entire vast and boundless demon domain was trembling under the sudden arrival of this high-frequency buzzing sound. Before he could react, a terrifying behemoth suddenly appeared in the vast passage that was hundreds of thousands of miles wide in the central domain of their camp. It was a super-cosmic megaphone with a maximum diameter of 300,000 meters, which was 600 miles long. More than 2/3 of the entire central domain was occupied by this megaphone. Of course, this was only the trumpet mouth. It extended backward along the trumpet mouth and became smaller and smaller. It extended layer by layer, and each layer was a large circle formed by countless beehive nodes. They were connected by strange pipes made of some special material. Although Yi Xian had already seen this spiritual war of the demonic tribe, he still couldn't help but feel a strong sense of shock when he suddenly saw it again. If even he was like this, there was no need to say much about other existences. Exclamations came from the fleets of the first universe's slaves in their camp. It was even more so among the fleets of the second universe's allied forces. The only difference was their tone. The exclamations from their camp were filled with ecstasy because this big thing must be very powerful at a glance. Cries of surprise rang out from the opposing camp, but they were filled with shock, because they had also realized this point. Chapter 3567. Oh my God, am I hallucinating? What a huge megaphone. It's right in the central region of our camp. Look over there, Senior Shah really has a backup plan. Although this thing's shape is a bit deceptive, it's huge. One look and you can tell it must be a starry sky great killing weapon level existence. There is no doubt that the outcome of the battle has been decided. Lord Shah has taken out all of his hidden weapons. He is going to end the battle with one strike. What happened? What the hell is that big guy? Not good, something big is going to happen. With such a strange shape and such a huge body, this megaphone is definitely not simple. Stop attacking immediately and activate the energy shield at full power. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Old fogies, cancel the mission and come back immediately. As soon as the demonic race's spiritual battle talisman appeared, both sides instantly went into an uproar. Everyone cried out in alarm, and the entire void was in chaos. As for the 20 elders of the Qianquan race from the second universe, it was as if they had made an agreement. Their bodies froze, and their faces were filled with shock as they looked at the giant megaphone that had suddenly appeared. If it was said that they had only vaguely had a bad premonition before, then at this moment, these 20 supreme beings of the 15th realm, without exception, all of their scalps were numb and their backs were cold. Among the top forces in the three universes, except for the Tianji clan and the human race, which had super fortresses more than 100,000 meters in diameter, only the 10 extreme heavenly palaces of the human race was said to have 1 or 2 non-technological products, but they were also enormous in size. A battleship with a diameter of over 100,000 meters. All the other forces, including all the races in the Federation of the Second Universe, had never seen the largest war machine, whether it was a technological battleship or a magical equipment battleship of the cultivator system, which had a diameter of more than 100,000 meters. However, there was such a huge creature in front of them. With a diameter of 300,000 meters, it was simply terrifying. Just its mouth alone could swallow 3 fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. How could a terrifying war machine of this level be weak? After realizing this, the 20 powerful figures instantly dispelled the idea of continuing to carry out the surprise mission. With a flash of their figures, they immediately wanted to leave. Some people tried to teleport, although it was risky, because the void was filled with interweaving beams of energy from the airship cannons. If they teleported and appeared, they would be directly hit by an energy beam from the antimatter death ray cannons, and they would probably die on the spot. But at the very least, this would allow them to escape from the void that the terrifying megaphone was aiming at as soon as possible. There were also some who chose to retreat in a more conservative and safe way. They did not use teleportation but instead sped up and danced in the interweaving energy beams of the battleship cannons like rain, trying to leave as quickly as possible. However, it was all in vain. Because at this moment, the spiritual battle cry finally roared. There were a total of 18 rings in different sizes in the front and back of the spiritual battle tower. Each ring was connected by strange pipes made of special materials. The number of beehive nodes on each ring was also different. In total, there were over 1,000 beehive nodes on each ring. Tens of thousands of powerful demons were sitting cross-legged in every 3,000-meter-wide beehive node. Then, they opened their eyes and activated the mental power source cores in their brains. Under the guidance of the commanding demons in every beehive node, the surging mental power was transmitted out. Thousands of beehive nodes, thousands of rivers of spiritual power flowed along the pipes and surged toward the core node of the core ring. Then, under the sudden roar of the Star Lord of the demon race, it instantly collapsed like a tsunami roar. The huge roar was deafening, and there was even an invisible tide like an ocean in the starry sky that leaked out from the core node. It followed the 9 outer rings of the spiritual battle cry and continued to expand. In the end, it turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it faced the huge spiritual battle cry. The huge void of the mouth of the spiritual battle cry completely collapsed. Whoosh, boom, rumble. A clear sound of tearing silk that was as dense as rain resounded in the sky and earth. The void that was hundreds of thousands of miles away was torn apart inch by inch, and a large amount of void turbulence shot out. In a few of the larger void cracks, a large amount of void turbulence directly formed a void vortex that was like a black hole. Plus, there were a total of 3 such void vortexes, all of which were located in the void in front of the huge mouth of the spiritual battle cry. They were separated by a certain distance from each other. The moment they suddenly appeared, these 3 terrifying void vortexes swallowed countless energy beams of light from the ship cannons. At the same time, 6 or 7 figures of the supreme beings of the universe were sucked in by a terrifying force that even they couldn't resist. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the 3 void vortexes. In the vortexes, they completely disappeared. In less than half an instant, more than half of the 20 supreme beings of the universe had fallen. Such terrifying power scared countless experts from both sides. Even Yi Xian was so shocked by this scene that his back was dripping with white sweat. Originally, he thought that this starry sky-killing weapon from the demon race could help him kill 1 or 2 supreme beings of the universe. After all, the supreme beings of the universe of the 15th realm were basically the strongest forces of all the top forces in the 3 universes. It was impossible for a large number of supreme beings of this level to fall. That would cause a great earthquake in the 3 universes, and the endless void of the universe would tremble because of it. However, not only did this terrifying scene appear, but it was also so easy to destroy. 6 or 7 supreme beings of the universe of the 15th realm didn't even have the ability or opportunity to resist, and they were completely wiped out. Of course, this was not all the power of the spiritual battle cry. The key was the 3 void vortexes. That kind of power belonged to the void of the universe. It belonged to the natural power of the way of heaven that couldn't be resisted by humans. How could the supreme beings of the universe resist it? This was also the reason why some of the starry sky dangerous places in the 3 universes, even the supreme beings of the universe didn't dare to easily set foot in. The supreme beings of the universe were powerful, but in the face of the natural power of the way of heaven, they were only ants. In less than half an instant, the spiritual battle cry had obtained a terrifying result that was far beyond Yi Xian's expectation. Perhaps even the Star Master of the demon race who was guarding the core node of the spiritual battle cry didn't expect such power. After all, this was the first time the entire demon race used this kind of spiritual battle cry. Chapter 3568. What's going on? Where did the turbulence vortex come from? Oh my God, several people have been swallowed. Are the universe state experts going to die? What terrifying power! Even the space within a radius of several 100,000 li is being torn apart. Countless turbulent streams of space are surging about, forming 3 vortexes that can devour everything. Is this the newest technological achievement of the Heaven's Legacy Clan? No, it has nothing to do with the Heavenly Fate Clan. There are no visible pillars of light. It's not an energy attack, nor is it a frequency attack similar to the void oscillators. It's invisible, but it's terrifyingly fast and penetrating. It's the mental power of the demons. I understand the function of the megaphone now. It can be magnified infinitely. No demon expert's mental power can be so horrifying, not even the super old monsters beyond the Star-Lord state. That's the power of the entire race. There must be countless demons gathered in the countless beehives of the megaphone. Experts. Trickling streams converge into an ocean, roaring and collapsing the void. Just as the spiritual battle cry roared, all the attacks from the battleships, fortresses of the 2 camps had basically stopped. This was because the experts controlling the battleships had been completely stunned and had forgotten to continue the work at hand. Of course, the Heavenly Fate Clan's vanguard fleet, which was controlled by smart robots, was an exception. They simply ignored everything and continued firing rhythmically in an orderly manner. However, all of this was really not important. It could even be said that it was not important. This was because with the death of the 6 or 7 powerful beings of the 15th realm of the enemy camp, this invisible but terrifying majestic spiritual shock wave, after ravaging the vast void between the 2 camps, and after that, it became even more terrifying. It had already charged into the enemy's side as soon as possible. Crack, boom, boom. The defense line, which had been established by dozens of fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters by activating the void oscillators on the warships, collapsed almost instantly. Then, there were deafening explosions that felt like the sky was collapsing. What happened next was too gory. This vast and terrifying invisible spiritual power, which was like a tsunami in space, instantly rushed into the huge enemy camp. The first to bear the brunt of the impact were hundreds of thousands of warships of various types. Only a few small fortresses and large fortresses had time to perform a space jump, dodging further behind or not being affected by the giant spiritual tsunami. Almost all the ships outside of the two sides of the camp were affected. In an instant, more than 100,000 warships of various types were like paper. Under this invisible spiritual hurricane, they did not even last half an instant before they all collapsed and broke into pieces. However, this was not the end of it. Although the formless spiritual hurricane had reached this place and its power had basically passed the most powerful period of eruption, its remnant power still remained. After destroying the hundreds of thousands of battleships, fortresses, the remnant power of the psychic hurricane spread out. In the blink of an eye, it reached even more battleships that did not manage to escape in time. Although not many battleships were destroyed this time, they were more or less damaged. It was unavoidable. At this point, the power of this wave of mental hurricane was basically exhausted. The price of the allied forces of the Second Universe was the death of 7 supreme beings, as well as more than 100,000 warships, fortresses of all kinds. Of course, there was also the invisible fighting spirit and morale. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it had only been a dozen seconds since the roar of the war cry had been completely exhausted. A dozen seconds, but the change seemed to have been a lifetime ago. Before, the entire void was filled with all kinds of battleships, but now, countless battleship wrecks were flying in the air. The vast void within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles had collapsed, filled with countless different-sized space cracks. In every void crack, there were some terrifying void turbulence surging out. The densest area had already formed 3 chilling void turbulence vortexes that looked like black holes. Moreover, the 3 turbulence vortexes were obviously expanding outward, and the invisible suction force they emitted was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, a large number of warship wreckages were already moving toward the 3 turbulence vortexes. At first, Yi Xian didn't react to this, but the other side had already jumped and hid in the large fortresses on both sides of the camp. At this moment, the roars of several Star Lords echoed, which made him realize what was going on. He immediately shrank his neck, feeling as if he had made a big mistake. The realization. Not good. This corner of the void is about to collapse. The 3 turbulence vortexes are expanding. Once they reach a certain scale, they won't be able to be stopped. At that time, an enormous void black hole will form here, slowly devouring the plane of the first universe. No matter how vast it is, there is no need to fear it in the short term. However, the plane-level natural wormhole behind us will fall. In the future, it will be impossible to jump directly from the second universe to the wormhole. This plane. Stop it. We have to find a way to stop it. The consequences are too serious. Our races can't bear it. The losses are too heavy. If that's the case, the races of the second universe will be completely suppressed by the humans of the third universe. If they want to enter the first universe, they can only jump from another wormhole like borrowing someone else's land. That's too passive. There's nothing more to say. Old friends, let's attack together. In this situation, only when the 9 of us join forces and use all our strength to stimulate the power of the laws of the universe that we each control to form a large net of laws to stabilize this collapsing void. Only then can it be under the power of the laws of the universe. Next, self-repair and avoid complete collapse. As these words that revealed boundless anger spread out, 9 extremely dazzling pillars of light suddenly rushed out from the countless battleships in the opposite camp that were in chaos. They soared into the sky. Although their colors were different, their speed was extremely fast. Even Yi Xian, who was as strong as he was, couldn't do anything. Following their trajectory, these 9 pillars of light rushed out from 9 large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. They went straight to the sky. After reaching a height of 1,000,000 miles, they all exploded, turning into countless light threads of different colors that scattered in all directions. They quickly intertwined and slowly moved down toward the countless cracks of various sizes. The void pressed down. Chapter 3569. Obviously, these 9 different colored pillars of light were the handiwork of the 9 Star-Lord old monsters of the 9 great races of the second universe who were in charge of their vanguard fleet. Although they did not make a move in the battle, and even when the universe realm fell, they were indifferent. However, when this void was destroyed by the terrifying power of the spirit Warpula, it triggered 3 void turbulence vortexes. It was very likely that it would cause the natural wormhole that connected this star field to the second universe to appear. The moment the mouth fell, they did not hesitate to make a move. Moreover, they worked together to weave this stunning net of laws, successfully preventing the continued destruction of this corner of the void. Although there would definitely be Star-Lord old monsters participating in the planar space war in the later stages, in the early stages, both sides would restrain themselves. It was impossible to throw such a level of power into the battlefield from the beginning. Even if they appeared, they would at most be in charge of the rear to prevent some unexpected situations from happening, such as now. This was also a game rule that the top forces of the 3 Great Planes secretly followed in this planar space war. It could be said to be adhering to the rules. After all, of all the top forces in the 3 major planes, the top power that was displayed in front of the stage was only the universe masters of the 15th realm. If the Star-Lord old monsters were sent out so easily, such a move to limit the universe masters to the strongest power in front of the stage would be meaningless. From this point of view, Yi Xian and the demon race were actually breaking the rules this time. After all, in the core node of the spirit Warpula, there was a Star-Lord level demon race old monster overseeing it, and not only was it overseeing it, the terrifying attack of the spirit Warpula before, this demon race Star-Lord old monster was monster, it was clearly the core presiding power. However, due to the special nature of the spirit Warpula, everyone knew that it must require tens of millions of demon race experts to activate their spiritual power at the same time and gather it in one place. Coupled with the special structure of the spirit Warpula, only then could such a terrifying power effect be created. If the Star-Lord old monster showed up, no one would doubt the fact that the demon race had broken the rules and used the power of a Star-Lord old monster. Otherwise, this interplanar space war would have gone completely out of control from the moment the Vanguard fleet clashed. In terms of the combat power of the Star-Lords, there were still 9 such terrifying beings in the second universe. Although the demon's mental battle aura had appeared and was enough to awe everyone for a short time, it was still impossible for it to suppress 9 Star-Lords at the same time. No one would believe it. Because of this, the spiritual battle cry immediately activated the concealment formation and retreated after the first attack. This was partly because the tens of millions of demonkin powerhouses in the beehive nodes needed some time to recover their spiritual power. After all, they had used all their strength just now. All of his mental power poured out of his head. On the other hand, he was worried that the Star-Lord old monsters in the enemy camp would attack in anger. It would be a pity to destroy the Spirit War loudspeaker, but if the other party pulled out a Star-Lord old monster from the Spirit Warpula, it would be really troublesome. If one side brazenly broke the rules that both sides had tacitly followed, then the other side would definitely not continue to abide by them. Moreover, they would retaliate as soon as they confirmed this fact. At that time, the entire Vanguard fleet of the First Universe's allied forces would not be able to leave this area. The starry sky. They would be the target of the other party's revenge and vent their anger. And now, as the Spirit Warpula activated the concealment formation, it had retreated to the void behind it and disappeared without a trace. Coupled with the special structure of the Warpula and the terrifying fact that tens of millions of demon race experts had joined forces to attack, it made people feel that it was an acceptable fact to be able to display such power. It would not be possible to associate it with the Star-Lord old monster. Therefore, Although the 9-star Lord Old monsters from the second universe were angry at the moment, they did not continue to appear after joining forces to control the continued collapse of this void. They directly fell silent. It was not that they did not want to kill people in anger, but they were trying their best to restrain themselves. Although the 9-star Lord Old monsters were strong, they might not be taken seriously by the Tianji clan. Besides, this was the first universe, their territory. They did not dare to break the rules and use the Star Lord's strength to participate in the battle. Seeing that the 9-star Lord Old monsters in the enemy camp did not make any follow-up movements, Yi Xian's heart, which had been in his throat, was completely relieved. At this point, the outcome of this battle had been completely decided. The second universe's allied forces had been defeated, and even 7 of the 15th Realm's universe Grand Masters had fallen. Although this result was tragic, for the entire second universe, it was obviously far from unbearable. Therefore, after the complete collapse of the void in this corner of the battlefield was effectively contained, the fleet camp of the various races of the second universe on the opposite side also began the post-war war. The reorganization. Yi Xian did not continue to pursue the victory and beat the dog when it was down. He still understood the principle of stopping while he was ahead. If he really forced the other party into a corner, it would be bad if the dog jumped over the wall in desperation. In any case, the harvest was shocking enough. There was no need to continue fighting. Moreover, the thousands of kilometers of the battlefield void in front of them, including the central battlefield domain, was still under the restraining power of the law net, which stopped the complete collapse. At this moment, it was slowly in the process of self-recovery, and it was not suitable to immediately start a star battle. Therefore, seeing that the other party did not fly into a rage out of humiliation and had no intention of launching a desperate counterattack, the entire huge formation line was shrinking inward and retreating backward. Yi Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately ordered all the flagships of the slave races on his side to retreat and reorganize the formation. The order to calculate the losses. The first battle of this plane-level star battle came to an end just like that. Yi Xian immediately used his spiritual power to contact the spirit battle cry and ask about the tens of millions of demon experts in the nearly 1,000 beehive nodes of the battle cry. Luo Yunyang also possessed a mind source core, so he had a good understanding of the mind power of a demon. Using up all of one's mind power in an instant was extremely crazy, so not everyone could withstand it. Some people would be able to recover after some rest, while others would most likely die on the spot. The truth was as expected. Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong quickly responded to Yi Xian. Tens of millions of demons were all recovering at full strength. It would take at least 3 days for them to use the spirit battle cry again. Moreover, in that attack just now, no less than 30,000 demon experts had died on the spot. Although the spiritual battle talons were not attacked by the enemy camp, just the fact that it was their own side that caused this kind of casualty ratio to reach close to 1 in 1,000. It had to be said that this was definitely a very heavy one. Chapter 3570. After the end of the first battle, both sides retreated tens of millions of kilometers. Although the two sides were still facing each other, the distance between them had already exceeded the range of a large fortress with a diameter of over 100,000 meters. Therefore, the tense atmosphere of war that had been shrouding this part of the void for some time finally dissipated and was relieved for the time being. In less than half a day, the space that had almost collapsed in the previous great battle had been completely restored to its original state. After all, it was an enormous universal plane with its own mysterious laws of operation. Even the most powerful experts were only qualified to touch the surface of it. As for the Star Lords, they would only be able to touch the surface of it. The plane had a strong self-healing ability. Such a small-scale collapse of the void wasn't a serious problem. After retreating to a relatively safe place in the distant void, both sides began to calculate the damage and make various adjustments. These data were quickly revealed. This was the result of the battle and could be used to boost morale, so there was no need to cover it up. Of course, that was referring to the coalition army of the slave races of the first universe, led by Yi Xian. As for the races of the second universe, they were the losers in the battle. They could only hold their noses and endure the mockery. However, in the dark, they were obviously planning for the follow-up battle. Intergalactic battles on the level of planes often lasted for years or even decades. The victory or defeat of a battle at the beginning of the battle really didn't mean much. However, as far as Yi Xian was concerned, it should be because of the name Sha Baofeng. This battle had completely made it famous in the three great universes. He had become one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses in the world. In this battle, Sha Baofeng's personal talent and commanding ability were both stunning. In terms of personal talent, the more setbacks he faced, the braver he became. After being brutally abused by young Master Ling Hu, he actually went against the flow. In terms of mechanical fusion abilities, he had a qualitative change in understanding. He single-handedly challenged a large group of young elites from the various races of the second universe. He killed and captured, and his limelight was unparalleled. He was definitely as brutal as the young master of Ling Hu clan or the young master of the Netherworld clan. It was safe to say that the alloy battle god's invincibility in space became a legend for a while. As for the individual battlecraft battle commander, although this battle didn't reveal too much of his magnificent commanding skills, the battle results that he had obtained couldn't be denied. More than 200,000 warships, fortresses of various models were destroyed in the battle. 7 grand cultivators had died. As a young commander who had never been to a space battle before, and in a plane-level space battle, he should be proud of his achievements. The 3 universes were in an uproar when the news spread out. The Heavenly Fate clan released an official statement to commend Sha Baofeng, the commander of the Vanguard fleet, as well as all the experts of the slave races who had participated in the battle. On the second universe's side, the major races were roaring like thunder, especially the races of the more than 30 young experts who had died or been captured by Yi Xian. They even said that they wanted Yi Xian to wash his neck clean and wait. They would take his head in the next battle. In addition, the races behind the dozen or so young experts of the second universe who had been captured alive were clamoring for Yi Xian to release them immediately. Otherwise, once they were captured, they would definitely beg for death. They also said that Yi Xian's act of capturing his opponents in a fair battle on the individual level and claiming that he would roast them later was simply outrageous and had crossed their bottom line. If they didn't release them immediately, the races of the second universe wouldn't rule out the possibility of sending their grand cultivators to assassinate him. At that time, they wouldn't say that the seniors were bullying the juniors. In the face of this threat, Yi Xian sneered. He immediately appeared in the central region of the battlefield and declared his stance in front of all the experts of the second universe's united forces. You still have the nerve to say that it was a fair battle? Clearly, I'm the one fighting all of you alone. Why didn't you talk reason first when you swarmed up? Now that you've been defeated so thoroughly, you're using this kind of trick. It's too disdainful. In addition, are the grand cultivators of the universe that awesome? It seems that I've killed 7 of them in just this battle, right? They're all elders of the races of the second universe's federation. Do you think it's too little? If that's the case, just send them over. I'll kill as many as they come. I won't refuse. Then, as if to prove his determination, Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned a set of tables and chairs. He placed them in the void of the central region of the battlefield and sat down. There were knives and forks on the table, but the plate was directly omitted. The huge table was just a plate. At the same time, at the bottom of the ring-shaped volcano in the central region of the space inside the Shenong Cauldron, Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, and the nearly 20 elites of the second universe's various races who had just been thrown in and imprisoned in the prison of the mountain wall not long ago had yet to recover from the intense shock and horror in their hearts. Among the huge corpses that were randomly placed on the central region's plain at the bottom of the volcano, then one of them flew up on its own. It was the gold iron-horned rhinoceros with a body size of 20,000 feet. The head of this gold iron-horned rhinoceros was completely pierced through from the top to the lower jaw. It died at that time, but the corpse was left behind by Yi Xian because he had never tasted rhinoceros meat before. At this moment, the huge body of the gold iron-horned rhinoceros floated up automatically. Its right hind leg instantly separated from its body and floated up. The rhinoceros body that was missing a strong right leg fell to the ground again. Anyway, everything in the Shenong cauldron could be kept fresh forever. Yi Xian didn't have to worry about it rotting. He could eat it and use it at any time. However, considering that there were still some living people imprisoned in the prison of the mountain wall at the bottom of the volcano, they had to be kept for a long time in the future. If these corpses were left in front of them for a long time, they would be scared out of their wits. The mental pressure they had to bear was too great. Therefore, at this moment, after the corpse of the gold iron-horned rhinoceros fell to the ground of the central region's plain at the bottom of the volcano automatically cracked open a crack. All the corpses fell into the ground through the crack. There, Yi Xian opened up another independent sealed space specially used to store blood. Meat was eaten, including the more than a dozen corpses of ancient creatures with terrifying auras that he had taken out from the source of all evil star field. They were quietly stuffed in by him. At that time, he didn't alarm Ji Jinghong and the others because he was afraid that these four guys would be scared to death. At this moment, as a crack opened in this underground sealed space, the general scene inside was also seen by Ji Jinghong and the others in the prison of the mountain wall around the bottom of the volcano. Chapter 3571. Oh my God, the remains underground. They're definitely not ordinary space beasts. I clearly saw a real phoenix. Although only half of its body is left, it's definitely not an ordinary mixed blood descendant. Golden blood is still dripping from the remains. It's a sign that it's infinitely close to a pure blood phoenix. It's the same for the other remains. Almost all of them are still dripping with golden blood, but they're obviously full of death aura. Is that why the remains haven't decomposed? Even the super old monsters in our clan who are beyond the Star Lord state are far weaker than them. Where did the remains come from? Are they also the result of young Master Ling Hu's battle? That's too shocking. It's impossible. He's not that strong yet, far from it. What's more, although the aura of these remains is strong, the aura of death is strong. It's at least 10,000 years old. This is clearly the precious meat that was originally stored in the Medicine King tripod, and young Master Ling Hu took advantage of it. That should be the case. It's really enviable. Not to mention using this level of precious blood and precious meat to refine heaven and earth great medicines, even if it's simply roasted, it would have great benefits for the evolution of one's physical body. Young Master Ling Hu's luck is truly heaven-defying to have such good food. Can we not talk about that? Look up. The right hind leg of the fine gold iron horn rhinoceros is yours. The four of us saw Lion Bafeng's head being roasted and turned into a braised lion's head. The last words were uttered by Jin Haoyan, the young lord of the Golden Eagle clan, who had always been a man of few words. His words reminded the dozen or so new recruits. They reflexively raised their heads to look, and their expressions changed drastically. They subconsciously swallowed their saliva, and their faces turned ashen. In his line of sight, the thick thigh that had just been cut off from the corpse of the fine gold iron horn rhinoceros was being roasted in an orange-red flame. The speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, golden butter began to drip out. The thick leg of the rhinoceros was originally hundreds of meters long, but after being roasted by the orange flames, a lot of impurities had been removed, leaving only the essence behind. It was only 100 meters long. At this time, a rich fragrance of meat spread out. Although the hearts of the nearly 20 fellows in the cage below trembled and were extremely resistant, as soon as this strange fragrance assailed their noses, all of them began to salivate. Their appetite was uncontrollably aroused, and saliva flowed out from the corners of their mouths, causing their faces to turn red with embarrassment. Then they all lowered their heads. In the blink of an eye, the golden right leg that was 100 meters long was roasted and quickly flew away with dripping golden butter. At the same time, in the void of the First Universe's battlefield, Yi Xian casually waved his hand. A golden thigh that was scalding hot and flowing with oil immediately fell from the enormous table in front of him, emitting an incomparably alluring fragrance. The dining table was made of battleship alloy and had a radius of several hundred meters. It was enough to hold this terrifying giant roasted leg. Yi Xian waved the knife and fork in his hand and immediately cut off a piece of meat from the giant rhinoceros leg on the table in front of him. It flew directly into his mouth, followed by the next piece. Although this fine gold iron horn rhinoceros bloodline was not as good as lion Bafeng's, its meat was incomparably fresh and tender. Moreover, the giant rhinoceros leg that was nearly 1,000 meters long was roasted until it was only 100 meters long. It could be seen that all the impurities had been refined and expelled. This was the beauty of the Shinong unusual flame. It was a weak orange-red monochromatic flame, but it was equally extraordinary. Therefore, everything that was roasted by it was as if it had been refined and purified, leaving only the essence behind. It had a miraculous effect on the evolution of the physical body and could even improve the quality. Even the aroma of the meat was special. Yi Xian was extremely in need of this kind of flesh and blood. Right now, he was walking the path of the evolution of his flesh and blood. Every time he ate this kind of flesh and blood, he would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. Energy was accumulated in his body, quietly improving his physique, and when it was accumulated to a certain extent, it would be when it reached a certain point, it would explode and welcome a breakthrough. From Yi Xian's point of view, it wouldn't be long before he returned to the Tianji race. At that time, he would think of a way to enter the inner regions of the Tianji continent, infiltrate the imperial prison, and rescue the past generations of the imperial demon race. During this process, there was a high possibility of accidents happening. Before that, Yi Xian hoped to increase his cultivation realm as much as possible. He had just broken through once not long ago, and was now in the 11th stage, the Mystic Light Realm 4th stage. According to his plan, it would be best if he could push the evolution of his physical body to the peak of the Mystic Light Realm 9th stage. Then, he would consume a bottle of level 12 liquid and enter the 12th stage, the Void Realm. This way, he would have a much higher chance of success during the second trip to the Tianji city. At this time, as Yi Xian's wrist continued to move, large pieces of golden meat automatically flew into his mouth. Although this roasted rhino leg was 100 meters long, to Yi Xian, it really wasn't that big of a thing. This was because it was the essence of the meat, and it melted in his mouth. No matter how much he ate, he wouldn't feel full. Instead, every inch of his flesh and blood felt like it was slowly being nourished. This scene was too strange. In the boundless void of the universe, a lonely figure was sitting cross-legged. In front of him was a huge alloy table, and on the table was a huge golden roasted rhino leg. Pieces of meat flew up and entered his mouth without stopping. However, in the void tens of millions of kilometers away, there was an enormous army of 1,000,000 battleships. All the experts inside and outside the battleships were looking at the lonely figure who was feasting in the middle of the void. All of them were dumbfounded, as if they had seen a living ghost in broad daylight. That's right, these guys were indeed stunned. No one had expected that Yi Xian would actually eat as he pleased. He had even roasted one of the rhino's hind legs in advance. At this moment, in front of the army of 1,000,000 battleships and countless experts of the Second Universe's various races, he was slowly eating. This wasn't just a matter of words. This was a provocation. It was simply a slap in the face. And it was the kind of slap that wouldn't stop. In the enemy camp, tens of millions of li away, earth-shaking roars and roars quickly sounded. Damn it, what is this kid trying to do? How dare he openly provoke and slap us in the face? Is he crazy? This is clearly forcing our Qiankuan tribe elders to take action in anger. There's a conspiracy. There's definitely a conspiracy. Previously, he seemed to have used this method to lure 20 of our Qiankuan elders to attack. In the end, before they even arrived, he took out a terrifying giant cosmic megaphone. This brat is too evil. He clearly has the same intention this time. He wants to use the hind leg of the gold essence iron-horned rhinoceros to lure our Qiankuan tribe elders out and then use that damned cosmic loudspeaker to launch a sneak attack? Chapter 3572. 100-meter-long roasted rhinoceros leg was indeed a huge piece of food, but as Yi Xian's wrist flapped, it only took a little more than a minute for the entire roasted rhinoceros leg to be reduced to a skeleton. All of the golden rhinoceros meat had gone into Yi Xian's stomach. Countless experts from both camps rolled their eyes at this scene, and they cursed in their hearts. Some of them even secretly wiped the corners of their mouths and unconsciously drooled. Although they couldn't smell the aroma of the roasted rhinoceros leg from tens of millions of kilometers away in the void of the universe, everyone knew that it must be delicious just by looking at how Yi Xian was chomping down on it. Yet, such a delicacy had fallen into the stomach of a robot. This made many people curse in their hearts, and they were about to curse out loud. It was simply a waste of God's good gifts. After eating the 100-meter-long roasted rhinoceros leg, Yi Xian's qi and blood immediately surged. He felt like he was about to break through, but he was just a little bit away. Just as Yi Xian was hesitating whether to add more fire and roast another leg, someone from the opposing camp finally couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. "Kid, it's not that this old man is bullying you, but you've gone too far. If I don't keep you here today, I'm afraid that the 3 major planes will laugh at our second universe for having no experts." These words were not loud, but they clearly reached the ears of the countless starry sky masters in the huge fleets of the 2 camps, causing them to tremble and feel like they wanted to crawl on the ground. A Star Lord monster. This was clearly a Star Lord monster overseeing the flagship of the 9 major races in the second universe who couldn't stand it anymore. An existence of this level wouldn't appear in the early stages of a planar-level space battle, unless there was a huge accident like the previous one where a large part of the void was about to collapse completely. As they trembled, countless experts from both camps gloomily cursed in their hearts. But now, the young commander of the Heavenly Fate Clan's vanguard fleet had actually infuriated a Star Lord old monster who had been restraining himself all this while. There was no one else who was capable of stirring up trouble, and he was definitely on par with young Master Ling Hu and young Master Hades. As expected of a peerless genius of the same level. Through the Starry Sky Network, all of this was transmitted to the major clans in the first universe. There were even some scout battleships that were responsible for the transmission of information, transmitting the live images out of the first universe. Therefore, countless experts in the second universe and the third universe, where the human race was located, also saw this scene. For a moment, the 3 universes were filled with sighs and sighs. The Tianji clan had finally produced a little demon king. First, he learned from Ling Hu Young Master and Netherworld Young Master, embarking on the path of a starry sky foodie of no return. Now, he had almost learned the two's ability to cause trouble. With these guys causing trouble, the 3 universes' planes would never disappear in the future. It stopped. It was true that every family had its own problems. Even the Tianji clan was the same. Among the electronic intelligent life forms, there could also be super prodigals and troublemakers. Before he finished speaking, an incomparably terrifying aura had already soared into the sky from a 100,000-meter-long fortress behind the enemy camp tens of millions of miles away. It transformed into a giant palm of the universe, quickly grabbing toward the void where Yi Xian was. This was clearly the rhythm of directly capturing Yi Xian and suppressing him. Seeing this scene, countless experts from the 3 universes turned pale with horror, and some of them had already begun to sigh. This peerless evildoer of the Tianji clan who had appeared out of nowhere was too arrogant. Moreover, he didn't know how to adapt to the circumstances. He had already learned from the mistakes of young Master Ling Hu and young Master Netherworld. But he was still so rampant. Now, he had finally provoked a Star Lord old monster to make a move. This time, there was no way he could escape. He would be completely reduced to a tragic state in front of countless experts from the 3 universes. After all, it was a Star Lord old monster who had made a move. He was already powerless to overturn the heavens and could not escape the fate of being suppressed. Yi Xian sneered, calm and fearless. At least he still had a trump card, which was that he could use the interstellar coordinate jump ability at any time and leave in an instant. Previously, he had already ordered the devouring system in his body to prepare for this in advance. In addition, Yi Xian was also confident that the Star Lord old monster who was roaring toward him would not make a move in the end. This was because he had already expected this and was prepared for it. Boom! Just as the roaring giant energy palm that blotted out the sky was only a few hundred miles away from Yi Xian, a black golden head that was 100 meters in size suddenly descended from the void in front of Yi Xian. With a bang, it slammed into the huge alloy table that was suspended in front of him. This was the ferocious head of a one-legged golden crow. Back in the origin of all evil star field, the netherworld furnace had once spat out a one-horned golden crow that it regarded as trash. It was 1,000 feet long, but only half of its body was visible. Its flesh and internal organs were all pale gold, and the surface of its body was covered with black feathers. This one-legged golden crow that had fallen at an unknown time had black feathers all over its body. Not only were there specks of golden light flashing, but its entire body was also enveloped by golden flames that surged out of its body. However, these golden flames were not pure and had gray spots. Its aura was an existence that had surpassed the Star-Lord Old Monster level. At that time, the mechanical demon bug could only look at it from a distance of 10,000 miles. Once it got close, the mechanical demon bug's alloy body would collapse. However, when it walked out of the netherworld furnace, taking advantage of the fact that the layer of energy protection that the headless infant corpse had not yet formed on the surface of its body. After that, Yi Xian conveniently stored the remains of the golden crow and the remains of a dozen primordial creatures into the Shenong cauldron inside him. The remains of the golden crow were still inside the Shenong cauldron, but Yi Xian had already taken out its head, which had been roasted with the orange flames of the Shenong cauldron. Otherwise, it wouldn't have shrunk to the size of 100 meters. It had to be noted that the golden crow's entire body was more than 1,000 feet long. It was enormous. Not only did the orange-red fire of the Shenong cauldron completely refine all the dregs in the one-legged golden crow's head, it even completely obliterated the sharpness of its bloodline aura. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have had a cup on the spot if he took out the giant alloy dining table in front of him from the cauldron. He couldn't bear it. However, that didn't mean that the aura of its level was completely gone. After all, it was the remains of a primordial creature that had surpassed the Star-Lord state. The orange flames of the Shenong cauldron could eliminate the sharpness of the flesh, but not the aura of its level. It was precisely because of this that when Yi Xian took out the head of the one-legged golden crow and smashed it onto the table in front of him, the enormous palm that was rumbling towards him from hundreds of kilometers away seemed to have responded and instantly came to a halt. After pausing in the air for a short moment, it immediately retreated. Chapter 3573. In the void in front of them, the enormous hand retreated rapidly. It traveled millions of miles in the blink of an eye, stirring up a storm and raging in the sky. At the same time, in a flagship fortress at the rear of the enemy's camp, the Star-Lord of a certain race from the second universe, who launched the overwhelming palm, exclaimed in shock, "What? A Sector Lord level golden crow? That's impossible!" Rumble. Before his voice fell, the giant palm that was rapidly retreating had already collapsed midway, turning into a terrifying energy that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, spreading out. It was obviously because the Star-Lord was so shocked that his mind was in a mess. He couldn't even control the technique that he had just used, and it collapsed on its own in the void. All of this happened too quickly and too unexpectedly. Countless experts from both sides were unable to react in time. At this moment, their minds were in chaos. Just like the void where the gigantic palm had exploded, there was a rumbling sound. The Star Master Old Monster was actually scared away? How was that possible? What was the origin of the bird's head that Baofeng Sha had launched? It was so powerful that even the Star-Lord Old Monster was caught off guard. He was so shocked that the divine ability he used collapsed on its own. Immediately afterward, a few more exclamations came from the opposite side of the enemy camp. They were all Star-Lords or existences at the level of Universe Masters. Their words were all filled with deep shock. The Sector Lord level? It's the head of a ferocious beast at the Sector Lord level? How is that possible? After the Star Lord level is the Domain Lord level, and after the Domain Lord level is the Sector Lord level. A Sector Lord is the ruler of a large astral zone, and a Sector Lord can dominate an entire universe. There are less than 5 of them in each of the 3 universes, and they haven't been around for tens of thousands of years. This bird head was actually a supreme existence at the World Overlord level? Too shocking, simply unbelievable. Definitely, The bloodline of this one-horned golden crow is extremely pure. Compared to the ancient golden crow of the legends, I'm afraid it's not much different. But this isn't the main point. The only thing I'm concerned about is, this Sector Lord level terrifying bird head, how did that brat obtain it? Look at the golden grease still dripping from the bird's head. It was clearly roasted not long ago. Even a Star Lord wouldn't dare approach it, not to mention cutting off its head and roasting it. How did this kid do it? As expected, there's a scheme. Without a doubt, this person still has powerful methods that we don't know about. He can actually ignore the terrifying might from the corpse of a world overlord. Now that he's tossing out this roasted bird head in front of everyone, it's obvious that he's trying to intimidate them. He does indeed have something to rely on. No wonder he's so arrogant. He's obviously got the remains of a golden crow. He cut off its head and roasted it, but he still has the rest of the golden crow. It's clearly a weapon of mass destruction. He only needs to throw it into the void, and it will be as powerful as a Star Lord. The experts retreated in shock. Damn it! Are we really at a loss for what to do with this kid? Allowing him to be so arrogant and unbridled is truly infuriating. As the sounds of discussion rang out, countless experts from the two opposing camps that were tens of millions of kilometers away were dumbfounded. They stared dumbfoundedly at Yi Xian, who had already started to cut off the giant bird's head and arrogantly ate in front of everyone. Their hearts were filled with complicated emotions. No wonder he dared to provoke and even slap their faces so blatantly, completely ignoring the 9 Star Lords behind the coalition army of the Second Universe. It turned out that he had such a terrifying killing intent in his hands. That was the remains of a terrifying world overlord. Even though it had been dead for tens of thousands of years, its remaining might was still there. That alone was enough to deter the Star Lords and prevent them from acting rashly. So, what was there to be scared of? Although this method was a bit shameless, it had to be said that it was extremely effective. No Star Lord old monster would easily take the risk of facing the terrifying pressure of the remains of a Sector Lord. This trump card would firmly suppress them. As long as it was not a matter of life and death, there was no need to worry. There would be no Sector Lord old monster who would take the risk. For a time, countless sighs echoed in the two camps. Even in the distance behind their own camp, in the spirit battle armor that had activated a concealment formation and was hibernating in the void, it was the same, whether it was the Demon Emperor Uncle Mo Qigong and the others, or the Star Master of the demon race. All of them were subdued by Yi Xian's unexpected and terrifying foundation. As for the deputy commander of the Vanguard fleet, Yi Luo, he was completely stunned. He couldn't figure out how Sha Baofeng had done all this. He actually had the remains of a world overlord in his hands. On the contrary, although the old guy Chenasi was stunned at first, he soon understood and guessed the origin of that terrifying bird's head. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. It seemed that Sha Baofeng still didn't trust this old man. Previously, in the source of all evil star field, he had done many things behind the scenes. However, he was actually completely unaware and kept in the dark. This caused him to instantly feel depressed and rather aggrieved. He had clearly agreed to be a grasshopper on a rope. Could he still happily wallow in evil? There is not even the most basic trust between people. At the same time, in the void far behind the alliance of the various races in the Second Universe, in the 3 observation fortresses from the Third Universe, there were also exclamations at this moment. Old Ghost Zhan Tu and the ancestor of the eyebrowless ancestor frowned. They exchanged a look without batting an eyelid, and their hearts sank. This brat's methods were indeed terrifying. Putting everything else aside, just based on the top combat strength or great killing weapon in his hands, there were already 2 known of them. Corpse Ancestor Hanba was already at the peak of the 9th rank of the universe, and his cultivation was infinitely close to the Star Lord level. Now, there was another one that was even close to the Star Lord level. Even the monsters were helpless against the remains of the Sector Lord level life form that they could only avoid, from the looks of it. If they wanted to scheme against this person, they had to make another plan. The plan had to be thorough and foolproof before they could make a move. Otherwise, once they alerted the enemy and made the other party vigilant, they might not have a second chance in the future. Thinking of this, Old Ghost Jean Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor exchanged glances again. They could see a deep sense of helplessness in each other's eyes, and they sighed inwardly. Yi Xian didn't care about all this at all. He let the countless experts in the two camps in the distance cry out and sigh endlessly. However, he acted as if nothing had happened and ate heartily in front of everyone. In just 2 to 3 minutes, he had finished eating the entire golden crow's head, leaving only a huge skull. In the end, he waved his hand and kept the skull into the undying world in his body. Chapter 3574. Ding! Congratulations to host, your physical body's blood essence realm has increased. Current realm, Mystic Light Realm Level 5. As the familiar system notification sounded in his mind, Yi Xian grinned. As expected, just a single golden crow head was enough for him to successfully break through again. This was the head of a terrifying existence at the Sector Lord level. Even if that one-legged golden crow had fallen countless years ago, and the true essence energy within its flesh had been completely depleted, its terrifying life form was destined to contain the pure energy of Debao within its flesh and blood. It could definitely be said to be a treasure of blood and flesh. It made Yi Xian, a cultivator of the 11th Great Realm, the profound light realm, who was like an ant compared to him, break through 1 or 2 small levels without any suspense. As expected, less than 3 minutes after the first system notification sounded, as the boiling hot energy in Yi Xian's body gradually dissipated, the second and third system notifications sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to host, your physical body's blood essence realm has increased. Current realm, Mystic Light Realm Level 6. Ding! Congratulations to host, your physical body's blood essence realm has increased. Current realm, Mystic Light Realm Level 7. Mystic Light Realm Level 7. He had finally stepped into the late stage of this realm. Now, Yi Xian only needed to break through 2 more levels to reach the peak of the Mystic Light Realm Level 9. At that time, he would be able to consume a Level 12 liquid and enter the 12th realm, the Void Realm, soon. Thinking of this, Yi Xian tightly clenched his fists. A sense of pride surged in his chest, but he suppressed it with all his might. Previously, when his flesh and organs were being nourished and tempered by the pure energy from the golden crow's head, every inch of his flesh and blood, every pore, was being nourished and tempered by the pure energy from the golden crow's head. The multicolored light and auspicious aura emitted from it were all suppressed by him and did not appear. Otherwise, the scene would definitely be one where the precious body was surrounded by multicolored light and auspicious aura and rushed into the sky. If such a scene really happened, it would be troublesome. After all, his current identity was the young upper echelon of the Heaven's legacy race, Sha Baofeng. His body wasn't a real body of flesh and blood. Such a phenomenon would instantly expose everything. After a long time, the surging light within Yi Xian's body gradually came to a stop. It lay dormant within every inch of his flesh and blood, so there was no need to worry about the trouble of overflowing the light from the treasure body. Letting out a light breath, Yi Xian raised his head and swept his gaze over the huge camp of the allied forces of the second universe that was tens of millions of kilometers away. He snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. He turned around and crossed the void, stepped into his own camp, and directly passed through it, heading towards the vast void behind the camp. He quickly disappeared. Not long after, Yi Xian stepped into the interior of an enormous abandoned planet. His figure landed on the peak of a giant mountain, and after passing through a barrier, he saw the demon-human imperial uncle Mo Qigong and the demon-human race's Star Lord Old Monster. The two of them had been waiting here for a long time. They had been waiting for a long time. The momentum is almost there. If there are no accidents, the Heaven's legacy race will appoint you as the first young patriarch. It will come soon. Seeing Yi Xian descend, the Demon King's imperial uncle, Mo Qigong, had a serious expression on his face. He slightly nodded his head and went straight to the point, because we just received news that the Heaven's Legacy clan has confirmed that the previous young patriarch, young Master D, has fallen. However, they did not mention the details. In addition, the Demon Emperor just sent news that the Demon Emperor planet has received an order from the Heaven's Legacy race to not use the spirit battle armor at will. Speaking of this, Mo Qigong's face showed a touch of anger, and he continued angrily, and they also asked us to send the spirit battle armor to the Heaven's Legacy race. They said that several core higher-ups in the race are very optimistic about this newly developed Starry Sky killing weapon, but they think that it is still not enough and needs to be improved. This is simply extortion. If we really send it over, it is clearly a meat bun hitting a dog. There is no return. Then what are you going to do? Try to delay or find an excuse to brush off the Heaven's Legacy race. Hearing this news, Yi Xian also frowned. The Heaven's Legacy race obviously had their eyes on the special power of the spirit battle armor. They wanted to get the real thing and use it to research a similar Starry Sky killing weapon that could be powered by the Heaven's Legacy race and a large number of cheap intelligent robots. After all, the electronic consciousness, the consciousness of the human race, and the spiritual power of the demon race actually had some similarities in some aspects. As long as they devoted themselves to research, it was not impossible to fiddle with it. Don't forget that the Heaven's Legacy race was known to be extremely talented in the field of mechanical and electronic research. Even the human race's science and technology were far behind. From this point of view, Yi Xian naturally did not want the spirit battle armor to fall into the hands of the Heaven's Legacy race. However, he could not control this matter. After all, it involved an entire race, and the stakes were too high. Sure enough, seeing that Yi Xian had hit the nail on the head, Mo Qigong was stunned for a moment. Then, he helplessly shook his head and sighed. Now is not the time to officially break off relations with the Heaven's Legacy race. Moreover, it is not an existence that is easy to fool. Therefore, even if we are unwilling, we can only hand it over. It is not that we are unwilling to part with it. Without this one, we can still build a bigger spirit battle armor. The key is that we are unwilling to let it fall into the hands of the Heaven's Legacy race. After all, in the future, we will turn against each other. This is equivalent to helping the enemy. Moreover, this battle armor is the result of the blood and sweat of our demon race. To personally hand it over to the enemy is really. At the end, Mo Qigong once again shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, he did not continue speaking. His chest was really suffocating. In that case, how about giving it to me? The ruckus here is almost over, especially with the appearance of the golden crow's head. I'm sure that Di Yi's side can't sit still any longer. The expected transfer order should be coming soon. Yi Xian took over the conversation and said, "You can give the battle armor to me to bring back to the Heaven's Legacy race. Of course, before that, you need to make some modifications to the battle armor. At the very least, you have to ensure that when I need to use it, once the Soldier Dipper race enters the battle armor, they can use it normally at any time. If there is enough time, it is best to let the Soldier Dipper race enter the battle armor a few times after the modifications are completed. After all, once I return to the Heaven's Legacy race, this thing will definitely be taken away immediately. There will be no chance for me to familiarize myself with it. Only after the matter is done and if necessary, can the Soldier Dipper race enter the battle armor and launch a surprise attack as a surprise attack." Chapter 3575. Although the spiritual war talisman was tailor-made for the demon race, the attribute and structure of its core components were most suitable for the transmission of the demon race's mental power. Moreover, it could gather all the mental power gathered at each node at the fastest speed, and in the process, it formed a certain mysterious amplification effect. But in fact, whether it was the mental power of the demon race, the primordial spirit of the human race, the electronic consciousness of the Tianji clan, or the unique biological frequency of the various space insects and beasts, although they were all unique in their own ways, they had some similarities in some aspects. The spiritual war talisman was developed and built by the demon race. As long as they were given a certain amount of time, they could definitely modify the spiritual war talisman into a weapon of mass destruction suitable for the unique biological frequency of the Void Soldier Ladle race. In this matter, Yi Xian had confidence in the demon race. After all, they had even created such an imaginative weapon of mass destruction like the spiritual war talisman. It was obviously not too difficult to modify it so that it could be driven by another type of energy. The two sides discussed for a while, and the result confirmed that this method was completely feasible. Therefore, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the Tianji clan fortress that contained the entire soldier ladle race, and directly handed it to the demon race imperial uncle, Mo Qigong. Of course, before this, Yi Xian deliberately activated the void marrow crystal that was suspended in his sea of consciousness and communicated with the current leaders of the soldier ladle race, who were the two 8-star king ladles, and so on. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to listen to Mo Qigong's orders, cooperate with him to study the unique biological frequency of the soldier ladle race, and after the transformation of the spiritual war talisman was completed, move the entire soldier ladle race into the spiritual war talisman for collective training. After everything was done, Yi Xian immediately bid farewell to Mo Qigong and the others, and turned to leave. The latter immediately rushed to the spiritual war talisman that had been left somewhere in the void by the concealment formation, and embarked on the journey back to the Demon Emperor planet. The transformation of the spiritual war talisman, as well as the collective training of the soldier ladle race after the transformation, would all be carried out secretly on the Demon Emperor planet to prevent the news from leaking out. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Tianji race in the First Universe's central region, in a secret room in a forbidden area of the Tianji continent, Old Man Wenxing, who had just returned from the root of all evil star field, was sitting cross-legged on the pitch-black floor of the secret room. His eyes were closed tightly, and his expression was slightly pained. This was clearly the rhythm of his body being heavily injured and healing. Suddenly, in the dark secret room, a dreamy halo suddenly burst out from the ground not far in front of Old Ghost Wenxing. It was a holographic three-dimensional screen. After 2 flashes, a middle-aged man with a fair complexion appeared on the screen. This middle-aged man was a clone of the Tianji clan's patriarch, Di. "Are you hurt?" As soon as Old Devil Wenxing opened his eyes, the middle-aged man on the screen frowned and asked, "What happened? Why wasn't it mentioned in the previous message? Also, is it confirmed that Xiaofeng and the other 8 people are dead? Who did this? Even you were injured." I'm fine now." Old Ghost Wenxing waved his hand and sighed lightly. Although his tone was relaxed, the expression on his face was extremely solemn. The 8-person team led by Xiaofeng is indeed dead. There is no suspense about this matter. The reason why I couldn't deduce any clues before was that I didn't enter the root of all evil. Because that ominous land is very strange. Not only can the star network signal not enter, but it can even obscure some of the mysteries of heaven. Obviously, the 8 of them perished in that stellar region. I tried to deduce this matter with the heaven discernment technique once more as soon as I entered the root of all evil, and I instantly obtained a conclusion without the slightest suspense. However, even though I didn't find the remains of any battleships, based on the results of the heaven measuring technique's deduction, the 8 of them probably didn't perish at the hands of those terrifying existences at the core area of the root of all evil, and it was someone else. As for the reinforcement fleet that was annihilated in the nearby ominous land, it was the doing of a certain existence at the core area. The exact reason is unknown, but that existence's cultivation is at least at the region Lord realm. A Star Lord is unable to instantly annihilate an enormous fleet without leaving a trace behind. When he spoke up to here, Wenxing didn't speak any further, and he frowned and fell into deep thought. The middle-aged man on the screen was the same, and he spoke once more after a long time. Looks like some unknown and unexpected event has occurred at the core area of that ominous land. Unfortunately, we've paid a heavy price in our numerous attempts and explorations. We've paid a heavy price, but we've only extended our tentacles to the periphery of the core area. We don't know the first thing about the core area. It's really hard for us to determine and analyze. That's exactly why I was wounded. Wenxing continued the conversation, but then he suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly. The Star Lord beasts at the periphery of the core area have never allowed any Star Lord experts from the outside to set foot in the core area, or they would attack them together. We had no choice but to send the juniors of our clan to explore the core area. The elites formed a group and entered to explore. Unfortunately, their cultivation was too weak in the end, and they were unable to enter the depths of the hinterland at all. Moreover, the unforeseen event this time was obviously unusual, so I had no choice but to take the risk and enter. The weird thing is that we didn't run into any local Star Lord beasts at the periphery of the core area. Something seemed to have happened, and they were all hibernating, not daring to show themselves. That was also why I was lucky enough to pass through the periphery and reach the periphery of the core area. Unfortunately, I was unable to go any further, even though I've gained a lot. Therefore, we still haven't obtained any clues as to what lies at the end of the depths of the hinterland and what kind of scenery it is. You ran into obstacles? So to speak, you were injured by the local beasts deep in the core area? Asked the middle-aged man casually on the holographic screen with a gloomy face. My clone probably wouldn't have been able to make it back if a ferocious beast from the depths of the hinterland had really attacked. When Xing smiled bitterly in self-mockery, shook his head and sighed, I've indeed encountered resistance. Even I can't move forward anymore. The pressure is too terrifying. The entire void is filled with the remains of ancient ferocious beasts. Their auras are all at the Star Lord and Region Lord level. They cover a large area of the starry sky. They've been here for countless years, but there are too many of them. The pressure from thousands of Star Lords and Domain Lords' corpses gathered together and shrouded the entire star field. I was just trying to go a bit further to see what was in the deepest part of the star field, but a moment of carelessness and I was heavily injured by the pressure. Thankfully, I retreated in time, or I probably wouldn't have been able to leave that perilous place. Chapter 3576. Sha Baofeng? What does this have to do with him? Old Man Wen Xing was rather surprised when Di's clones suddenly mentioned Sha Baofeng, and his face was filled with shock. You've just returned, so you don't know what happened in the past few days. It's inevitable that you don't understand. Di's clone sneered, and then he roughly described everything that had happened in the battlefield at the front of the Demon Dweller stellar region. When he saw Old Man Wen Xing's expression immediately turn gloomy, he continued, I've already thoroughly checked his treasure maple, and there's no problem with it. So, the problem must be with Sha Baofeng. The facts prove this point. This kid made a name for himself in the battle at the front of the Demon Dweller stellar region, and now he's an unparalleled genius of the younger generation whose name shakes the 3 dimensions. During this battle, he fused with a small fortress of the Demon Dweller stellar region, but he still successfully transformed into an alloy war god and died multiple times. He didn't lack a single light shield or death light spear. Besides me, only a few elders of the older generation in the Demon Dweller stellar region are capable of such a formidable fusion ability. He only suffered a little at the hands of that kid from the human race, Ling Hu. Even if it's a moment of enlightenment, it's absolutely impossible for him to advance so terrifyingly. Besides that, there's obviously a huge problem with the Golden Crow's head he openly roasted at the front of the battlefield. If I'm not wrong, he should have obtained it from the depths of the core of the root of all evil stellar region, which is where you just went. How is this possible? When Xing was astounded, and he cried out involuntarily, even this clone of mine can't approach it and can only stay at the periphery of the core for a short period of time. How could a tiny ant at the mystic light realm like him enter the depths of the core? He even managed to get the remains of a Sector Lord level Golden Crow? When he spoke up to hear, when Xing suddenly stopped speaking, and then he frowned once more. However, the periphery of the core of the root of all evil stellar region is already filled with the remains of ancient ferocious beasts at the Star Lord realm and even Region Lord realm. If the Golden Crow in Sha Baofeng's possession is really at the Sector Lord realm, then it must be at the Sector Lord realm. Then, there's only one explanation. Sector Lord level ancient beast remains, even in the source of all evil. If it really exists, it can only be found in the deepest part of the core. But, how did he do it? I'm also very curious. How did he do it? It's getting more and more interesting. Wen Xing was stunned, but Di's doppelganger laughed and said slowly, but it's useless for us to make wild guesses. Let's wait until he comes back before we make a decision. Since Xiaofeng is dead, it's time for the Tianji clan to appoint a new young clan leader. Sha Baofeng's talent is so amazing that he could easily suppress Yi Luo, who is ranked second among the younger generation. Now that he has made a great contribution to the front line, it is reasonable for him to be conferred a title. We can use this opportunity to summon him back to Tianji City immediately. This matter should be done immediately. Demonkin Starfield, Void Battlefield. After separating from the Demonkin royal uncle Mo Qigong and the others, Yi Xian immediately returned to his camp. After all, he was the commander-in-chief of the entire Vanguard fleet. It was not good for him to be away for too long before he resigned. As soon as he stepped onto the flagship, Expulsion, Yi Xian's figure appeared, the commander of the Demonkin Royal Guards, Chanas, who was in the lounge of the command cabin on the top floor, jumped up from the sofa. His face was flushed, and his expression was as excited as if he had just been injected with chicken blood. He ran straight to Yi Xian. Xian rushed over. He hadn't arrived yet, but his voice had already sounded. His spittle flew all the way. Lord Shah, good news, great news, Lord Shah, no. It should be the young clan leader. Damn it, I was so happy that my brain almost burned out. I actually made such a mistake, damn it. As he said this guy ran over quickly and raised his hand to slap his face left and right. It seemed that his slap was quite heavy, but the smile on his face was even more brilliant. It was a perfect interpretation of the symptoms of a severe patient who had gone crazy. However, even though his words were somewhat incoherent, Yi Xian still understood. In fact, he had already expected this matter, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. It seemed that Di was even more anxious than he had expected. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to confer a title with this line of fire on the clan. At the same time, there was also a summons to order him to return to Tianji City immediately. And this was exactly what Yi Xian was hoping for. Although Di was already suspicious of him, and Tianji City was a real dragon's pool and tiger's den, the most mysterious and most intimidating starry sky giant city in the entire first universe, Yi Xian did not intend to avoid this trip to Tianji City. He had his own foundation, and he had already prepared a response. The right strategy. Knowing that the mountain was empty, he walked towards the Tiger Mountain. He was completely fearless. Give me the electronic tiger talisman. As soon as he stopped, the expressionless Yi Luo had already walked over and directly stretched out his hand to Yi Xian. The clan leader has already ordered that after you receive the decree, you must not delay. Within 3 days, you must set off and return to Tianji City to participate in the young clan leader's coronation ceremony. As for the command of the Vanguard fleet, I will be in charge of it. Don't be too nervous. If you don't understand, you can slowly learn. If you really encounter a situation where you are at a loss, you can ask Commander Jia for advice. He has been with this young clan leader for more than a month. It is completely no problem for him to guide you to command this kind of Vanguard battle cry. With a flip of his hand, he took out the small black box that represented the command of the Vanguard fleet from his body. Yi Xian casually threw it at Yi Luo as if he was throwing rubbish, then raised his hand to pat him on the shoulder and comforted him with a few sincere words. The latter's face instantly darkened. He gritted his teeth and fiercely glared at Yi Xian. Then, he turned his head and glared at Chanas, who was stunned at the side. Only then did he turn around and leave with a cold snort. Until now, Chanas still hadn't recovered from his shock. It was only until Yi Xian also turned around and walked towards his own cabin that he trembled all over. He shouted at the top of his lungs and chased after Yi Xian. His tone was sorrowful and filled with resentment. "Io, my young clan leader, this kind of thing can't be played around with. You can't laugh so casually. You have already left, so why should I stay in this lousy place? Now that you have achieved great success as a grasshopper that was once tied to the same rope, I want to share some of your happiness. Even if I have to stay by your side, it would be good enough to listen to your orders and run errands for you. I, Chanas, really can't be picky with you. My loyalty can be seen through by the sun and the moon. If there is even half a lie in my words, let me be struck by lightning. Boom." Chapter 3577. Rumble, Netherworld brat, come out immediately and accept your death. Otherwise, this great emperor will directly blow up this fortress and make you die without a complete corpse. Boom. Amidst the rumbling sounds of thunder, the entire flagship fortress was like a small boat in the middle of a raging wave. It shook violently, and the interior of the battleship was instantly thrown into chaos. However, the only people with consciousness were Yi Xian, Chanas, and Yerwa. The rest were all intelligent robots. There were no emotional fluctuations at all. Therefore, even though they were all rolling on the ground like gourds at this moment, the scene of exclamations and clamoring did not appear. It was also at this moment that an incomparably furious roar came from the void outside the battleship amidst the thunderous explosions. Chanas was furious on the spot. He was really shocked earlier and thought that he had a bad mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, he really attracted the lightning of the heavens. He did not expect that it was a crazy old man causing trouble outside. This was the flagship fortress of the Heavenly Fate Race's vanguard fleet. Where did this netherworld brat come from? Even though this crazy old man's cultivation was definitely not weak, or even very strong, why would Chanas be afraid of him? The person standing next to him was the young patriarch of the Heavenly Fate Race, the young tyrant of the entire First Universe. With a casual order, he could immediately summon a few Star-Lord old monsters. He would torture him to death. What's more, he had just shown his loyalty. Now that the young patriarch was frightened, it was time for him to perform. Chanas was unwilling to pass on this responsibility and absolutely could not miss this opportunity. He immediately swung his arms and angrily rushed to the exit passage on the top floor of the fortress. Before he even went out, he was cursing and swearing. His roars were already gushing out endlessly. Where did this crazy old dog come from? How dare you cause trouble here? Do you know whose stronghold this is? You offended the young patriarch. Even if you have 10 heads, it won't be enough for you to lose. Get out of here immediately. I don't care if you're the younger brother. If you want to cause trouble, go somewhere else. If you dare to shout again, I'll slap your mouth off. Before he could finish cursing, Chanas, who had just stepped out of the passageway of the command cabin on the top floor of the fortress, shrieked. It was as though he had been hit by a star that was galloping through the void, and he died on the spot. He flew back in reverse. He flew quickly and violently until he flew to the cabin wall on the opposite side of the fortress. After hitting it hard, he fell down from the cabin wall with a thud like a dead dog. He lay on the ground, groaning as if he was hanging. From the looks of the situation, although he would not die, but for a while he would not be able to get up on his own. Yi Xian frowned. He didn't pay attention to Chanas, who was lying on the ground and rolling his eyes. He stepped out of the top cabin of the stronghold and appeared in the void outside the ship. He slightly raised his head and looked towards a figure that was thousands of kilometers away from the galaxy on the right. Sure enough, it's that old thing. No wonder his voice sounds familiar. Yi Xian muttered to himself as he bitterly smiled and sighed. At the same time, his heart was filled with even more doubt. This person was the patriarch of the Yin Demon clan, the Yin Emperor. Recently, the Star-Lord level old monster that had been searching for the Netherworld young master in the 3 Great Plains. Listening to his roar just now, the reason why this old guy appeared here was clearly for the Netherworld young master. This was the rhythm of the victim's arrival. It was just that, he didn't seem to have revealed any flaws, so how could he be so sure and come straight to him? Or was there some oversight that had been discovered, and I haven't noticed it until now? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart sank. Now was not the time to reveal his identity. That would bring many disadvantages. Yi Xian still needed time to grow. However, although he was suspicious, he remained calm on the surface. When he looked up, his face darkened, and he immediately reprimanded in a righteous voice, I didn't expect that the patriarch of the Yin Demon clan, a dignified Star-Lord of the older generation, would be so arrogant and domineering. Even if you are not afraid of others, what a joke, are you not afraid of the wrath of my heavenly legacy clan? You came here to act crazy and even injured people. Do you really think my clan can be bullied? Pretend. Keep pretending. Don't worry. This great emperor has plenty of time to deal with you slowly. This time, no matter what you say or how powerful your methods are, this great emperor will not let you escape. He felt that the prey he had been searching for a long time had finally been caught. At that moment, it was right in front of him, and he would be able to pinch it as he wished. His resentment had been vented. During this period of time, He had been madly searching for young Master Netherworld. Wherever he went, he would madly roar and disturb the void, causing chaos. Emperor, who was jumping around, seemed to be very relaxed at that moment. Not only was the smile at the corner of his mouth frivolous, the expression on his face was also full of ridicule. Even his mocking tone revealed a bone-chilling coldness. No wonder this big monster couldn't find you even after searching the entire world. After all this time, you actually turned around and hid in the Heaven's Legacy Race's headquarters to become a robot. If this fellow Taoist had kindly reminded me, this old man probably wouldn't have been able to find you to vent my anger in this lifetime. A fellow Taoist kindly reminded me? The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Yi Xian's heart suddenly moved, and he immediately sneered. This old fellow in front of him had clearly been used as a tool. The one who had truly schemed against him was actually a mastermind hiding behind the scenes. An existence who could talk to a Star Lord and be called a fellow Taoist was naturally not an ordinary person. Even the almighty Qianquan of the 15th realm didn't have such qualifications. In other words, this person should be a Star Lord old monster on the same level as Emperor. In that case, Yi Xian could more or less list the targets of his suspicion. After all, although there were quite a few Star Lord old monsters in the various factions and races of the three universes, there couldn't be too many. If he investigated them one by one, he would definitely be able to find some clues. When he thought of that, he immediately felt relieved. His tense heartstrings relaxed, and a smile bloomed on his face. He shook his head slightly and sighed. This great emperor finally saw through it. After all this time, it turns out that your netherworld body isn't completely condensed and still has some flaws. No wonder, no wonder, no wonder. What do you mean? Brat, what kind of trick are you trying to play this time? Yi Xian's words didn't make sense. During this period of time, Emperor had been roaring all over the world, and his state of mind was indeed a little anxious. For a moment, he was stunned. He stared at Yi Xian with wide eyes and questioned him with a face full of suspicion. Could it be that you don't feel it yourself? There's a problem here. As he spoke, Yi Xian pointed at his own head and held back his laughter as he continued with a serious expression. You believe whatever others say. It's obvious that there's a missing string here. If that's the case, then if that *T fellow Taoist says that he knows your mother and that he's a childhood sweetheart, wouldn't you have to call him father? Chapter 3578. It seems that your problem is quite serious. It's not as simple as having a screw loose in your head. You actually believe in empty words so firmly. More importantly, you're still enjoying being used as a tool. I can't bear to argue with you anymore. Yi Xian rolled his eyes, shook his head, and sighed. In the end, he said, why don't we make a bet? I bet that the real Netherworld young master will show up in 3 days. Maybe not here, but he will at least show up to refresh his sense of existence. How can someone like him just sit still? How can he allow his identity to be replaced by someone else? Even though I didn't admit it, your insistence on it is also unacceptable to him. If the Netherworld young master doesn't show up in 3 days, this young master would rather admit defeat and become the scapegoat. 3 days? A suspicious look appeared on Emperor's face. He sized up Yi Xian and said hesitantly, Brat, you're not thinking of running away again, are you? If I let you run away this time, I won't be able to catch you again in the future. I won't be fooled by you. Humph, I have such a huge fleet here. Do I need to be afraid of you? So what if you're a Star Lord? It's not like I don't have a trump card to deter Star Lords. After saying that, Yi Xian's face darkened again. He directly activated the Shenong cauldron in his body, guiding a wisp of the terrifying aura of the remains of the ancient creatures stored at the bottom of the ring-shaped volcano in the central domain out of his body. In an instant, it formed an aura that would make even Star Lords change their expressions in horror. The terrifying pressure disappeared in a flash. Then, Yi Xian didn't bother to pay attention to him anymore. He turned around and walked toward the flagship fortress behind him. No matter what you think, I've already said that we'll make a bet in 3 days. If you continue to pester me before then, you'll have to bear all the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared, leaving behind a bewildered emperor who was standing there in a daze. For a moment he didn't know what to do. After a short while, the old man seemed to have made a decision. He muttered to himself, "Humph, what you said makes some sense. 3 days is 3 days. Anyway, it will pass in the blink of an eye. This time, I won't even close my eyes. I'll be watching you from above. Let's see how you're going to escape." Then he gradually disappeared into the void, but his powerful consciousness was still spread out, completely covering the flagship fortress that was floating in the void down below. Nothing could escape his perception, and he would definitely take action as soon as possible. "Sha Baofeng, you are no longer the commander of the vanguard fleet. What right do you have to bet the entire fleet with that old monster emperor?" As soon as Yi Fengliang stepped into the command cabin on the top floor of the expulsion, Yi Luo, whose face was full of anger, walked over and reprimanded him sternly. "That young Master Yuming is as slippery as a loach. The old fellows outside are frantically looking for him all over the world, but they can't find any clues. If he doesn't show up in 3 days, the old monsters will come again. How are we going to end this time?" "You ask me? Who should I ask?" Yi Xian snorted and rolled his eyes. "Didn't you say it yourself just now? I am no longer the commander of the fleet. Shouldn't you be the one to consider and solve this problem? In any case, once the 3 days are up, I should return to Tianji City and take advantage of the time when the old monster is making trouble. When the old monsters attack me, I will create some chaos and leave this place." After saying that, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. He directly entered his own cabin and said, "If you have nothing to do in the next 3 days, then don't come to pay your respects. I need to conserve my energy. In 3 days, I still have to hurry back to Heaven's secret city." Before he finished speaking, his figure had disappeared, and the cabin door was quickly closed. There was even a slight sound of the door being locked from the inside. "Sha Baofeng, can you be any more King shameless?" Yi Luo was completely dumbfounded. He stood there blankly until the sound of the cabin door being locked could be heard. Only then did he return to his senses. He immediately roared in grief and indignation. At the same time, in Yi Xian's cabin. "You want to scheme against me? Dream on. I will find you sooner or later." While muttering to himself, Yi Xian sneered again and again. Although Yi Xian didn't know who the mastermind behind the scenes was and what that person's goal was, it wasn't difficult for him to figure it out. He could more or less lock onto the suspicious target with a little deduction. It wouldn't even take much effort, but Yi Xian didn't have the time. In any case, he wasn't in a hurry. He could deal with this matter later. As for now, what he needed to do was to leave this place quietly and show his face in other star fields as the Netherworld's young master. The reason for this was not that Yi Xian was afraid of emperor, who was still staring at him from the void outside. If he wanted to leave, this old man wouldn't be able to stop him. However, although Yi Xian wasn't sure why the mastermind behind the emperor had raised his eyes, there was one thing that was without a doubt. The other party must have seen through some clues and started to suspect his true identity. In fact, Yi Xian had long since been mentally prepared for this. Back then, after being publicly acknowledged by the demon-human imperial uncle Emochi, Yi Xian understood that this matter couldn't be hidden forever. Not long after, the identities of the Netherworld young master Linghu, and the others would be revealed. In the world, Yi Xian didn't care about this. Although he hadn't fully grown up, he was no longer the small fish and shrimp he used to be. Even the Star Master wouldn't necessarily be able to do anything to him, so he was no longer afraid. But even so, the mastermind behind the scenes who secretly instigated emperor still made Yi Xian wary. To be able to deduce his identity now, this person's methods and insight were definitely extraordinary. After all, Yi Xian had only used the identity of Sha Baofeng for a few days. It was the first time he had appeared in public with this identity, but he was still suspected. This in itself already explained the problem. This kind of scheming, and sinister person was hiding in the dark. His cultivation definitely wasn't weak, and his threat couldn't be ignored. The real reason why Yi Xian decided to let the Netherworld young master reappear in the martial arts world and show his presence in another star domain was to confuse the enemy. Presumably, when the news of young Master Netherworld's appearance spread, the mastermind hiding in the dark would definitely be dumbfounded, and his suspicion of Sha Baofeng's true identity would also be shaken. Under such circumstances, the other party would panic, and Yi Xian would have the opportunity to grab his tail, pull him out in one fell swoop, and resolve the potential threat. Chapter 3579. Whoosh! Following a faint flash of light, Yi Xian stepped out of the void and turned his head to look around. Sure enough, he'd already arrived at the buffer zone of the source of all evil. The area he had chosen to leave his interstellar coordinate mark was located in a desolate area of the buffer zone. Not only were there almost no void rifts, but there was not even a single black beetle to be seen. It was extremely well hidden. After confirming the direction, Yi Xian immediately concealed himself and rushed to the periphery of the root of all evil. After passing through the periphery, he quietly left this place of great danger. Although he was a little worried about the huge netherworld furnace in the core hinterland and wanted to see if new remains of primordial creatures had been transported over and were being refined into the root of all evil, Yi Xian finally restrained himself and gave up on the idea. He did not actually go there. On the one hand, he did not want to create unnecessary trouble and affect the reappearance of the netherworld young master. On the other hand, the consciousness clone of the great primordial being that had jumped out of the netherworld furnace last time was too terrifying. What if it was still quietly lying in wait in the netherworld furnace? With Yi Xian's current cultivation base and strength, he would not be able to do anything. If he really went there, he would definitely be sending himself to his death. Currently, Yi Xian's system title was already at the 5th level of the Interstellar Raider. In any universe, he could leave behind 2 fixed interstellar coordinate imprints, and he also had the ability to cross planes and perform interstellar coordinate jumps. Of course, at present, Yi Xian had only left 1 interstellar coordinate mark in the 2nd and 3rd universes. However, he had left 2 in the 1st universe. In other words, Yi Xian actually had 4 choices in terms of the location of the netherworld young master's reappearance. The Death Starfield of the 3rd universe. The Yin's Nest of the 2nd universe. Of course, that place had already been destroyed and was now a huge void vortex. The great beings of the various races of the 2nd Universe Federation should be thinking of a way to repair it. Apart from that, there was the life black hole of the 1st universe and the root of all evil. The first one was not suitable. That was Yi Xian's current headquarters. The situation of the 3 planes was currently chaotic, and Triumph City had a rare opportunity to stay out of it. Yi Xian did not want to lead the chaos to the Death Starfield. The life black hole of all evil was located in the Demonkin Starfield. It was too close, so it was not the best choice. The remaining Yin's Nest and the root of all evil were better choices. Yi Xian clearly had other considerations as to why he had chosen the root of all evil in the end. The root of all evil was located in the central region of the 1st universe. It was only about 6 days of starry flight from the Heaven's Legacy Race headquarters. For Yi Xian, this was the best opportunity for him to take action and rescue the previous generations of Demonkin Imperial uncles. Of course, the Netherworld young master had only appeared in the root of all evil's starfield. It was far from enough to ensure that the Yin Emperor would be lured to the Heaven's Legacy City. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to use another dose of strong medicine. This way, he would be absolutely foolproof. After leaving the root of all evil, Yi Xian headed in the direction of the Heaven's Legacy City. He traveled through the void for a day before finally coming to a stop. In the void thousands of miles ahead, there was a life planet. The people living on it were the clansmen of a certain slave tribe under the Heaven's Legacy race. Yi Xian decided to take action there. At this time, his appearance had already changed into the netherworld young master's appearance. He had a pale complexion and a slender figure. He wore a flashy moon-white robe. With one look, one could tell that he was a troublesome hedonistic young master. Following that, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage that he kept in his undying world. This was a primordial treasure that couldn't be forged. It was basically the signature of the netherworld young master. When the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage appeared, Even the possibility of the current Netherworld young master being impersonated was suspected. This was because all possibilities were eliminated. Of course, this wasn't enough. Yi Xian decided to add another layer of insurance, and that was the Netherworld Claw's bloodline ability. In the current world, only the Yin Emperor and the Netherworld Young Master could use this ability in the 3 universes. With the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix Carriage and the Netherworld Claw, even the Demon King Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong and the others who knew the truth of Yi Xian's identity would be dumbfounded. Yi Xian didn't know about this matter. In addition, the reason why Yi Xian decided to use the bloodline ability of the Netherworld Claw was to cause a bigger commotion. This way, the news of the Netherworld Young Master reappearing in the martial arts world would spread as quickly as possible. A certain slave tribe living on the life planet ahead was unfortunately chosen and became the target of Yi Xian's use. Everything would start from here. After stepping into the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix Carriage, Yi Xian waved his hand again and instantly took out more than 10,000 intelligent robots from his undying world. These were the robots he had taken from the treasure maple ship and the strongholds of young Emperor Xiaofeng and the others. Now, the core source code of these intelligent robots had been modified by the devouring system and had nothing to do with the Tianji race. They only carried out the orders given by Yi Xian through the devouring system. Of course, although they were intelligent robots, their appearance was no different from humans. The intelligent robots of the human race's technology faction had long been humanized and used man-made biological materials on the surface, not to mention the ones produced by the Tianji race. These 10,000 intelligent robots were naturally used to create momentum. Back in the second universe, the Netherworld Young Master had abducted almost the entire Yin Demon race. Nearly 10,000 Yin demons had gathered around the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix Carriage and swaggered through the streets in a grandiose manner. That scene had long become a classic, and today, it was still remembered by many. Countless experts from various major star fields would mention it from time to time. Although the tens of thousands of Yin demon clansmen had realized the truth and were taken away by Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiu to wander in the void of the universe, how could the great young master Nether not have an entourage when he came out of the martial world? That would be too weak of a show of strength. In addition, apart from helping the Netherworld young master create momentum, these intelligent robots had another use. With them, Yi Xian was sure that the old monster Yin Emperor would definitely run straight to the Tianji city and cause a ruckus. At this time, Yi Xian was lazily half-lying in the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix Carriage with his eyes slightly closed, enjoying the massage of several beautiful robots. From time to time, their slender jade hands would pinch some strange fruits and put them into his mouth. This scene, even from a great distance away, could be seen clearly through the half-drawn curtain at the side of the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix Carriage. Alright, let's move now. This young master has returned to the world. Gently waving his hand, Yi Xian's lazy words came out from the Azure Phoenix Carriage. Soon, the Azure Phoenix Carriage was lifted up by the 10,000 intelligent robots. Although it had the ability to fly, how could it be carried by people to show off? The Netherworld young master, this was the style he wanted. Immediately after, the shameless slogans that had shocked countless people in the second universe sounded again. The huge Azure Phoenix Carriage camp finally set off in a grandiose manner amidst the slogans that sounded from time to time. Ancestor Huan Ting, #1 in the world. Enjoy immortal blessings forever, and live as long as the heavens. Chapter 3580. The life planet in front of them belonged to the ferocious race, and the people living on the planet were a tribe of the ferocious race. The ferocious race looked like mammoths, but they also looked like giant space elephants. They were extremely strong, but they walked on 2 legs, and their bodies were huge. Basically, an adult member of the ferocious race was at least 100 meters tall. The ferocious race was the slave race of the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji race. In the eyes of the Tianji race, their value was equivalent to the best manual labor. For example, in the eyes of the Tianji race, the demon humans were the best intelligent scouts. The ancestral land of the ferocious race was not here. The reason why there was a tribe of more than 10,000 ferocious race members that came to this star field adjacent to the Tianji city and lived on this life planet. It was because the Tianji race needed them to be strong, large, and innately strong. The Tianji race was a mechanical and electronic life form, and they were best at electronics and mechanical manufacturing. In the outer industrial circles of the 3 regions of the Tianji city, all the planets had been turned into star-level giant industrial bases. Some built battleships, while others built all kinds of mechanical and electronic equipment, including intelligent robot assembly lines and so on. In the construction process of some huge products such as battleships, the participation of the ferocious race was required. Although every industrial planet had equipment such as space cranes, some locations were not allowed due to the space conditions, such as the interior of the battleship, or required extremely high precision. Therefore, the ferocious race had the innate strength to use martial arts. To put it bluntly, this life planet was equivalent to the ferocious race members' dormitory. During their break, they would leave the outer industrial circles of the Tianji city and return here. It sounded very sad, but in reality, the ferocious race did not deserve pity at all. Yi Xian was also on the way to the 9 Dragons Azure Lawn carriage as they majestically cruised towards the life star in front of them. Only then did he understand everything about the giant ferocious clan. The ferocious race looked simple and honest, and they did the kind of hard work that relied on solid labor, but in reality, this race was extremely dark in nature. They bullied the weak, feared the weak, and ran amok by relying on power. It was a perfect match for them. After understanding all of this, Yi Xian actually grinned. If it really was a tragic and pitiful race, then he really couldn't bear to use it. Now, it seemed that it was exactly what he wanted. Facing such a group of damned bastards, it seemed that he would have to be ruthless in a while. He would take the place of the heavens. But at this time, the vast army of the ferocious race had arrived at this life planet. It was only 10,000 miles of space. It was not far, but it was not far. Patriarch, the ferocious race. Enjoy immortal blessings forever, live as long as the heavens. Patriarch ferocious race. 3 universes, the 3 universes. The patrolling army was huge, and the slogans that came out of the mouths of more than 10,000 intelligent robots were extremely loud. When they gathered into one voice, it was shocking even in the void of the universe. The patrolling army did not directly enter the atmosphere of the life planet, because before they got close, hundreds of members of the ferocious race roared and rushed out of the planet's atmosphere. They were basically all black hole realm cultivators. Although they were laborers, the ferocious race had huge bodies. They were hundreds of meters tall when they reached adulthood. Their bodies were boundless, and their cultivation was naturally not too weak. Among these hundreds of ferocious race people, the few leading fellows had thick dark gray skin that faintly showed a greenish-yellow color. Their cultivation auras were also stronger, and they seemed to be at the mid-late void realm, the 12th great realm. As for the tens of thousands of intelligent robots that carried the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage, they were produced by the Tianji race and were the personal vehicles of the core higher-ups of the race. Naturally, they were not the most ordinary type of robots. Their individual strength was equivalent to the 5th great realm, the Starry Sky realm. A patrolling army made up of more than 10,000 intelligent robots with Starry Sky realm cultivation was quite a good lineup. If they were to be compared with the ferocious race people who had just rushed out of the planet's atmosphere, they would definitely be crushed in terms of momentum. However, if a big battle really broke out, it would not be enough to look at, and they would definitely be annihilated. The nature of the ferocious race people was to bully the kind and fear the evil. They were the type of unscrupulous bullies, and this place was adjacent to the Tianji city. Naturally, they were even more fearless. At this moment, they suddenly saw such an arrogant patrolling army showing off in the starry sky. More than 10,000 people roared in unison, causing the life of the planet within the atmosphere to be disturbed. The content of their roar was so shameless and arrogant that it made one's hair stand on end. However, the patrolling army was not a core higher-up of the Tianji race. They were not even native powerhouses of the first universe. Instead, They were the so-called young master netherworld from the race whose identity was still unknown. As a result, the hundreds of furious, ferocious race people flew into a rage at almost the first moment. Young Master Netherworld's name resounded again, and he was known as one of the 5 great geniuses of the current era. However, he had not yet matured. Although he had been popular for some time, hadn't he been scared into hiding by the old monster Emperor and not daring to show his face? Who would have thought that he still did not know how to restrain himself after escaping from the second universe? Did he really think that there was no one in the first universe and that the Tianji race were all blind and deaf? With this thought in mind, the hundreds of furious, ferocious race people immediately rushed over. They did not waste any time and directly wanted to suppress him. So what if he was young Master Netherworld? Even if he was a dragon, he had to obediently coil in the Tianji star domain. A big battle broke out in an instant, but it ended as quickly as it started. Yi Xian immediately used his bloodline ability, Netherworld Claw, and blasted 2 ferocious race people, who were at the 12th great realm of the Void Realm, into a rain of blood that scattered across the starry sky. This kind of decisive and sharp style of killing instantly woke up the hundreds of ferocious race people. They immediately turned around and retreated in defeat, leaving behind only the remains of several hundred intelligent robots whose bodies had been blown apart, revealing various internal components. As such, Yi Xian's goal could be considered to have been achieved. Therefore, he did not chase after them, nor did he have the interest to do so. The huge patrolling army continued to move forward, moving further and further into the void in a grandiose manner until they completely disappeared. The arrogant slogans that made people's hair stand on end still rang out from time to time and came from afar. After the time it took to eat a meal, the figures of some ferocious race people quietly emerged from the atmosphere of this planet. After confirming that the void outside was incomparably quiet and that even the shameless slogans could no longer be heard, and that the patrolling young Master Netherworld had clearly gone far away, they rushed out one after another. They angrily faced the direction of the patrolling army that had disappeared into the void and furiously roared and cursed, "Little bastard, don't run if you have the guts. I'll kill you." Chapter 3581. In order to ensure that the news of the Netherworld young master's reappearance spread as soon as possible, Yi Xian wandered around the surrounding void for half a day after leaving the ferocious race's tribe. He showed himself in front of a few fleets of the Tianji race's slave races. He even used this as an excuse to provoke them and cause a small disturbance. Then he found a secluded void, put away the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage and the intelligent robot army, and activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability once again. After all, this star field was adjacent to the Tianji city, and it was only a 5-day journey away. Yi Xian didn't want to create more problems, and he was pressed for time, so he had to return as soon as possible. This time, he was going to the black hole of life in the Demon Dweller star area. From there to the void battleground at the edge of the Demon Dweller star area, if he used the Dongshu shuttle and the wormhole jump, it would only take him 1 day to get there. At that time, the news of the Netherworld young master coming out of the martial arts world should have already spread. It was impossible for the Emperor to still be there, so he would have long since fled with his tail between his legs. Yi Xian was completely able to sneak back to the expulsion ship without anyone noticing and finish this operation. A beautiful ending. 3 days wasn't a long time, and it passed in the blink of an eye. 2.5 days had passed, and only half a day was left of the 3-day time limit of the bet. During this time, the armies of the 2 camps that were facing each other tens of millions of kilometers away didn't make any movements. All eyes were focused on the expulsion's flagship fortress in front of the allied army of the slave races in the first universe. Emperor hadn't left either. He had been overlooking the situation from the distant void above the flagship fortress, and the pressure of a Star Lord enveloped the void, firmly locking onto the expulsion. As the date of the bet approached, countless starry sky experts from both camps who were paying attention to this matter unknowingly felt their hearts in their throats. Although Emperor's mind was clearly a little abnormal due to the great change that had happened immediately after he came out of seclusion, and his IQ and temperament were both worrisome, he was still a Star Lord after all. Even if his brain wasn't very bright, it wasn't to the extent of being a fool. He definitely wasn't easy to fool. There was no doubt that once the 3-day time limit for the bet was over, this old man would definitely make things difficult for him. However, Sha Baofeng wasn't someone to be trifled with. He even had the remains of a sector lord that even star lords feared. If he was forced into a corner, he might just throw it out. It could be said that it was really hard to predict how this unexpected storm would turn out. All the starry sky masters on both sides were either excited or worried. In short, they were all waiting for that moment to come. The atmosphere outside was already so oppressive and solemn. As the newly appointed commander of the Vanguard fleet, and as he happened to be inside the flagship fortress of expulsion, which was the focus of attention, Yarrow's life was obviously more difficult now. Chana's, on the other hand, was at ease. His bones had been shattered by Yin Emperor's slap, and although he wouldn't die, he would have to lie down for 7 or 8 days to recover. In any case, he didn't need to worry about this matter. In the command cabin on the top floor of expulsion, Yarrow was the only one burning with anxiety. Since yesterday, he had already turned into an ant on a hot pan. He had practically never stopped pacing back and forth in the command cabin on the top floor. There were several intelligent robots following behind him to listen to his orders. They were all dizzy from his pacing and directly crashed into their nests. Too much. Too much. Sha Baofeng, get the F***CK out of here. F***CK your mother. Who dug this hole? Who the F***CK is going to fill it himself? Why are you sleeping soundly while I'm being roasted on a fire? You F***king bastard, get the F***CK out of here right now. In just a few more hours, the 3-day time limit would be up, but Yi Xian's cabin was still tightly shut. It was clear that he had no intention of coming out and wanted Yarrow to take the bullet for him. In the end, Yarrow couldn't take it anymore and was on the verge of collapse. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared furiously at the tightly shut cabin door. At this moment, his feelings could be best summed up in one sentence: "My heart is bitter, I just want to cry." It was also at this time that the news of Netherworld Young Master's return finally reached this frontline battlefield. An intelligent robot walked over to report, its eyes moving strangely from time to time. In the past 3 days, it was almost dizzy from Yarrow's incessant walking back and forth. He's appeared? That little bastard has finally appeared. This news was so unexpected that Yarrow almost couldn't believe it. He was stunned for a few minutes before he came back to his senses. He immediately laughed and jumped, running back and forth in the command cabin on the top floor, dancing with joy. Poor child, his emotions fluctuated so violently that he seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. He was suspected to have been driven mad. Bang, bang. Not far away, the intelligent robot that had just finished reporting finally fell on its back, making a loud thud as it hit the ground. Its eyes moved quickly a few times before they stopped moving. It was completely dead. At the same time, all the fleets of the two factions facing each other in the void also received the news one after another. In next to no time, an uproar of surprise resounded from both sides, and it shook the entire expanse of space. Big news! Big news! Netherworld Xiaofeng has appeared. Heavens, he actually appeared? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Sha Baofeng is amazing. He predicted Xiaofeng's state of mind and actually tricked Netherworld Xiaofeng into coming out. No wonder Yin Emperor couldn't find him. It turns out that he actually came to the first universe and was hiding near Tianji City in the central region, where the Tianji race's main camp is located. This is too unexpected. That's not important. The most important question is, Xiao Zun came out of the martial arts world. Is it really just because he doesn't want his name to be stolen? Yes, the price is too high. Yin Emperor will definitely chase after him. Soon, both sides will face each other head-on and settle everything, or Xiaofeng will escape and find another place to hide. Why bother? As these exclamations resounded in the void, Yin Emperor, who had been guarding the void above expulsion for the past 3 days, was dumbfounded on the spot. The higher-ups of the fleets of the two factions were even more stunned. As for the old ghost Zhan Tu and the ancestor of the eyebrows, who were in the observation fortress that represented the everlasting dynasty, They were obviously the most shocked and astonished. When the news of Netherworld Xiaofeng appearing in the Tianji Star Zone spread, the two old guys were dumbfounded. They turned to look at each other with their mouths wide open in disbelief. After 10 breaths, the eyebrowless ancestor swallowed his saliva and asked weakly, "Do you think something is wrong?" Chapter 3582. As the news of Netherworld Young Master's appearance spread, the old monster Emperor, who was in the void above expulsion, was instantly petrified. There were only a few hours left until the end of the 3-day bet. He had even begun to brew his emotions, preparing to unleash his might in a few hours and destroy the starry sky fortress below in one fell swoop to vent the anger in his heart. But at that moment, the news came and slapped his face in front of everyone. It was fine if it was just a slap, but the most important thing was that he was extremely embarrassed. The dignified Star Master's face was burning hot at that moment. Roar! Netherworld Young Master, you are definitely doing this on purpose. You tricked this great emperor again. We will settle our old and new grudges soon. If this old man doesn't kill you, I swear I won't return to my nest. Roar! Countless gazes filled with strange intentions were cast from the surrounding void, and all of them gathered on Emperor's body. The formless pressure was too heavy, and Emperor Old Monster couldn't hold on any longer. He raised his head and roared in anger, roaring endlessly. His figure took advantage of this opportunity and fled in panic like a stray dog with its tail between its legs. It was really embarrassing. As his figure disappeared into the distant void, countless sighs could be heard from both sides of the battlefield. Sigh, what a painful realization. It's clear that Netherworld Young Master did this on purpose. Perhaps he didn't intend to show himself at first, but after learning about the 3-day bet, he changed his mind. Otherwise, why would he appear at such a time? It's clearly to attack that old monster Emperor. What a slap to the face. A dignified Star Master madly chased him all over the world, but he didn't even see him. In the end, he was ruthlessly slapped in the face across the endless void. There's no one else who can be so miserable. The most important thing is that Netherworld Young Master is really awesome. He casually showed up for no reason, and he was actually able to ruthlessly beat up that old monster Star Master. In any case, this is the only time I've seen such a method. He casually made a move, and he was so relaxed, yet he almost beat up that old monster Star Master. This Netherworld Young Master is really not a normal kind of ferocious. The Netherworld Young Master's report was extraordinary. As soon as the news about him appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of all the starry sky powerhouses on both sides. The entire void was discussing his reappearance. On the contrary, no one mentioned Baofeng Sha, the genius of the Tianji clan who had been in the limelight before. This was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quietly returned to the void battleground and boarded the expulsion. Then, at the critical juncture of the 3-day bet, he opened the cabin door and walked out. Yi Luo was long gone. The crisis had been resolved, so he had no interest in holding Yi Xian accountable. The key was that he had not slept for 3 days, so the psychological pressure he was under was too great. A few of the AI robots had even fainted because of him walking around. This alone was enough to explain the problem. Therefore, when Yi Xian walked out of the cabin, he did not see him. His heart was too tired, so he hid in his room to recuperate. As for Chanas, he was lying in another cabin. He wouldn't be able to get up for a few days, which was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. At the very least, when he left, he didn't have to follow behind a crying old woman who was wiping her tears. Although the battle hadn't ended yet, and had only just begun, the two camps would start a full-scale war again soon. However, all of this basically didn't have much to do with Yi Xian anymore. He immediately left the expulsion ship and summoned the demon battle cry in the air behind his own camp. One step. He stepped in and left with a rumble. This trip was to the Demon Emperor planet. After receiving the spirit battle cry there, Yi Xian would embark on the starship journey back to the Tianji clan. Of course, along the way, there would obviously be some things that would happen. Yi Xian had long expected this. The mastermind hiding behind the scenes instigating the Emperor Old Monster would definitely not admit defeat. Even if it was to solve the doubts in his heart, he would definitely follow in secret. And this was exactly what Yi Xian hoped for. The danger on the table was always easier to solve and deal with than the threat hidden in the dark. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he wanted to lure the snake out and cut off the mastermind hiding behind the scenes. The reality was just as he had expected. Not long after Yi Xian summoned the demon battle cry and left, two figures quietly slipped out of a large observation fortress in the void behind the Second Universe's coalition camp. They were Old Ghost Zhan Tu and Old Ancestor Wu Mei. The two old guys were extremely cautious and did not directly chase after him. Instead, they used the excuse that they had to return to the Third Universe. First, they sped towards the natural wormhole that connected to the Third Universe for a few hours. Then, they changed their direction and took a detour in the void far away from the edge of the battlefield. Yi Xian was not in a hurry and arrived at the Demon Emperor planet a day later. What made him slightly disappointed was that the mysterious mastermind behind the scenes had not made a move. But it did not matter. After receiving the modified void battle cry, Yi Xian would soon be on his way again. The journey from the Demon Emperor star area to the Tianji city in the central region of the First Universe could be said to be a long journey. It would take more than half a month. Yi Xian believed that the mastermind behind the scenes would definitely make a move during this time. It was impossible to send him all the way to the Tianji city, right? After arriving at the Demon Emperor planet, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the demon battle cry into his body. Then, he directly entered the atmosphere of the planet and quickly met with the Demon Emperor uncle, Mo Qigong. "Brat, what's going on? Aren't you the young master of the Netherworld? Why did you appear in the Tianji city star area?" As soon as he saw Yi Xian, Mo Qigong immediately asked. His eyes were slightly bloodshot. It was obvious that he had not rested well after hearing the news. He must have been struggling and thinking hard. Don't tell me that the guy who appeared in the Tianji city star area is a fake. Both the Netherworld Claw and the Nine Dragons Azure Phoenix Chariot have appeared. Don't try to fool me when you appear. Of course, that includes the real young master of the Netherworld. But why can't he appear in the Tianji city star area when I'm on the battlefield ahead? Don't forget, there's still an invincible war god in the human clan camp in the Third Universe. Yi Xian naturally could not reveal the matter of the interstellar jump ability. Besides, he really could not explain it, so he casually found an excuse to dodge it. Then he changed the topic. "By the way, is the modification of the void battle cry done? Also, how's the Soldier Ladle clan's training? I'm in a hurry to rush back. It was not easy to lure a Star-Lord old monster over to cover for me. If I'm late and arrive after he's done, wouldn't I miss a good opportunity?" You mean to say? Chapter 3583. The problem that Mo Qigong was talking about was actually the refinement of the void battle armor. It wasn't that there weren't any storage treasures or spatial boxes that could store such a huge object with a diameter of 300,000 meters. However, they were very rare, and the demon royal family didn't have any. However, the construction of Zhan La did not take into account the ability to travel through space at extreme speed. After all, that was not necessary at all. It was originally an unconventional killing weapon like a fixed star fortress. It was already considered quite good to be able to travel through space at the speed of an ordinary 10,000-meter-long fortress. The distance from the Demon Star region to Tianji City was very long. Naturally, they couldn't drive the void battle armor there directly. That way, by the time they arrived at Tianji City, the battle in space would have already ended. Yi Xian had storage treasures that could store the void battle armor, such as the Shenong Cauldron. They all had the ability to store things, but the key was that they couldn't be exposed. Hence, the only way was to refine it. As long as one's cultivation was enough, any battleship, fortress could be refined and stored in one's body. Yi Xian was already a mystic light realm expert at the 13th level, so his cultivation was obviously enough. This void battle armor had already been refined by the Demon King Mo Wentian. Now that he was giving it away, Mo Wentian had already erased the spiritual imprint in the core of the void battle armor. In theory, Yi Xian could refine it at any time and leave behind a spiritual imprint or a spiritual imprint of a human cultivator. After that, he could store it in his body and take it away. However, the void battle armor had already been modified. Before, it could only be moved by the spiritual energy of the demon people. Now, it was more inclined towards the unique biological frequency of the soldier ladle race. Mo Qigong wasn't sure if it could still be refined, or if it would be faster and more convenient. Hence, he specially reminded Yi Xian. Yi Xian soon saw the void battle claw. From its appearance, there was no change at all. According to Mo Qigong's introduction, the so-called name change was only a major change to the core driving device in the core beehive node in the inner circle of the 9th layer. In addition, some new materials were added to the special pipes that connected the beehive nodes, so that they could be more conducive to the rapid transmission and amplification of the biological frequency of the soldier ladle. Yi Xian wasn't the only one who said this. Even Mo Qigong and the other high-ranking members of the Demonkin royal family were eager to try. They wanted to see what kind of attack this modified void battleship could unleash with the support of tens of millions of void soldiers. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. Its might was too terrifying, and he couldn't test it casually. Moreover, this matter had to be kept a secret, so he couldn't make a big fuss about it. However, Mo Qigong patted his chest and promised that as long as there were no problems with the soldier ladle, the void battleship could definitely be activated and used. If there were any problems, he would take responsibility. Originally, due to the transformation of the void battle armor, it was more suitable for the biological frequency of the soldier ladle race to activate. Therefore, if it was refined, the void essence crystal in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness would be the best choice. Unfortunately, this void essence crystal had always had a bad temper and didn't pay much attention to Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian tried to communicate with it, but the result was the same. There was no response. Since he couldn't use the mysterious power of the void essence crystal to refine the void battleship, Yi Xian had no choice but to use the Demonkin's mind power. Because his cultivation of the hollow dimension technique had stagnated, his mind power wasn't as strong as his mind power, so it wasn't the best choice. Yi Xian activated the mind power source core in his sea of consciousness and poured his level 7 mind power into the core beehive node of the void battleship. Just as he was about to refine the void battleship, a familiar system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have discovered that you can absorb mental power. Do you want to absorb it immediately? What's going on? Yi Xian was stunned. The Demonkin's mental power was rather special. Generally speaking, they had to absorb the energy in the demonic astral crystal or the multipupil astral crystal to strengthen themselves. Even though Yi Xian had the help of the devouring system, which was like a cheat, he was only able to obtain mental strength through direct absorption. He only had 2 more methods than an ordinary devil cultivator. The first was the mental power source core in the Demonkin's head. The second was the Weeping Soul Beast, which was an energy form. That was why Yi Xian was so surprised to run into such an opportunity to absorb mental power for free. He soon figured out what was going on. It turned out that the mental power the system was referring to was the remnant mental power of the Demonkin in the 1,000-star nest nodes and the special transmission tubes that connected them. After all, those tubes were used to transmit mental power. When they were first activated, tens of millions of Demonkin experts had gathered inside the battleship, and a Star Lord had acted as the energy hub. Even though most of the mental power had been blown away by the terrifying mental roar, there was still some left in the tubes. Even though the mental power left in every inch of the transmission tubes was so weak that it was almost negligible, many a little makes a mickle. The entire battleship was a gargantuan object with a diameter of 300,000 meters. The amount of mental power left in all the tubes would definitely be a terrifying amount. Of course, other than the devouring system, no one else could absorb the remaining mental power in the War Krama transmission tube, nor would they have any ideas about it. It was a thankless task, and it was not worth it. However, Yi Xian didn't have such a problem. He was immediately tempted. After figuring everything out, Yi Xian immediately gave an affirmative reply to the devouring system in his body and ordered it to start absorbing the mental power. As for refining the void battleship, he wasn't in a hurry. He would put it aside for the time being. Maybe the mental power source core floating above his mind would transform again after the absorption, and it might even evolve into a level 8 one. If he really wanted to refine such a gargantuan object, a level 8 mental power would obviously be far more efficient than a level 7 one. Sharpening the axe wouldn't delay the job of cutting wood. Soon, a trickle-like stream of mental power flowed into Yi Xian's mind and was directly absorbed by the mental power source core floating above his mind. As time passed, not only did this trickle continue to exist, the amount also grew larger and larger. In the end, the amount of mental energy that poured into Yi Xian's sea of consciousness every minute and every second was like a surging river. It was a wonderful feeling. Although it wasn't as gentle as when he absorbed the weeping soul beast's energy, it wasn't as violent as when he absorbed the mental power of the demonkin either. Instead, it was a combination of both. The amount was huge, and the absorption process was quite smooth and stable. After more than 10 minutes, the endless stream of mental power finally disappeared. The remaining mental power in the tubes had been completely absorbed. Chapter 3584. Congratulations to the host. Your mind source core has leveled up. Your mind source core is currently at level 8. Congratulations to the host. Your mind source core has leveled up. Some of your mind skills and secret techniques have leveled up. Congratulations to the host. You have been given the opportunity to randomly select a mind secret technique to evolve. Do you wish to use it immediately? When the unending stream of mind power finally disappeared, the remaining mind power in the transmission pipe was completely absorbed. Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised when the familiar system beep rang out in his mind once again. Just as he had expected, he had hit the jackpot this time. His source core had transformed once again and finally evolved to level 8. According to the information that the demonic race had revealed, only the first demon emperor's mind source core had reached this level in the history of the demonic race. Of course, although Yi Xian had believed this in the past, he could only chuckle at this point. In a starry sky environment, the waters were indeed too deep. Nothing could be trusted easily, and one couldn't just look at the surface. Yi Xian had just realized this not too long ago. However, this time, he was lucky enough to once again transform and evolve the spirit core in his mind. To Yi Xian, this kind of joyous occasion was naturally worth being happy about. There were indeed too many benefits. The first and most direct benefit was that Yi Xian's mind attribute had leveled up once again. When he used any mind attribute secret techniques or mystic abilities, their might would become even stronger. Another pleasant surprise was that after his source core had transformed, some of the mind attribute secret techniques and mystic abilities that he had mastered had leveled up once again. For example, the Annihilation Spear and the Annihilation Vortex, as well as the Absolute Concussion and the Perfect Concussion secret techniques, had leveled up once again. They were now high-level mind attribute secret techniques. However, the Mind Lightning technique and the Slave Seal technique hadn't changed. They had been at the mid-level before, so they were still at the mid-level now. The Mind Crush and Mind Charm techniques, which had been at the high level before, hadn't changed this time either. Of course, in the end, there was also the only mental power ability that Yi Xian had mastered, Mind Reversal. Perhaps it was because he had just mastered it not long ago and had only used it a few times, but after the source core leveled up again, it was still only an intermediate level mental power ability. In other words, of all the mental strength skills, secret techniques, and divine abilities that Yi Xian possessed, other than the spiritual lightning technique, the slave seal technique, and the spiritual reversal divine ability, the rest had all evolved to high levels. Although Yi Xian's source core hadn't produced any new mind power abilities after it had evolved to the 8th level, he had gotten an even rarer opportunity. The system had randomly selected one of the mind power techniques, secret techniques, and abilities he had already mastered. Mutant evolution. Anything that was related to the word mutation was basically a good thing. Its power would increase greatly. Of course, there were situations where the disadvantages outweighed the advantages, but they were very rare. Yi Xian did not believe that he would be so unlucky as to run into them. Therefore, he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately gave an affirmative reply and asked the system to randomly select one. 3 seconds later, the result was out. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The slave seal art has evolved. Current mutation progress. Primary mutation. Current mutated attribute. Range of application expanded from demon folk to most non-living matter. When the system beeped in his mind, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Slave seal? It was actually the slave seal? Needless to say, Yi Xian was caught off guard and felt a sense of great disappointment. The slave seal was the first mind power technique he had mastered. It could be said that it had played a huge role in the early stages of Yi Xian's growth. Without the slave seal art, Prince Xian, who had shocked the 3 Great Plains, would not have existed. He would not have had the opportunity to enter the first universe. In fact, even if he had gone, he would have just been on a platter. Although Yi Xian had always been grateful for the slave seal art, it was only a mind power technique after all. It could only be used on demons with mind power source cores in their brains. As for humans and other living beings of other races, they didn't have source cores in their brains. They didn't even have mind power. Without them, what was the use of the slave seal? Therefore, in the past 2 years, Yi Xian had rarely used the slave seal art when he was in the middle stages of his growth. He hadn't used it at all in the later stages because it wasn't necessary. With his strength and various other methods and foundations, Yi Xian could definitely use a more direct and faster method to solve the slave seal art. Unsolved problem. Amongst the entire devil cultivator race, there were only a handful that could cause the current Yi Xian to be helpless and need to rely on a slave imprint to deal with them. Furthermore, he was now an ally of the demon race, so the slave seal art was even more useless. That was too unkind of him. Among all the mind power techniques, secret techniques, and divine abilities that he had mastered, Yi Xian would have been overjoyed if he had gotten the chance to mutate and evolve any of them except for the slave seal art. Only the slave seal art had become useless, yet it had hit the jackpot. This made Yi Xian extremely depressed. However, this kind of depression quickly dissipated and turned into an even more intense pleasant surprise. This was because after pondering for a moment, he immediately discovered that he'd hit the jackpot again. The mutated attribute of the slave seal actually allowed this kind of mental strength skill, which had become useless to the current Yi Xian, to once again be useful. Naturally. Furthermore, the room for development and growth potential had become even wider. The mutation process actually had different levels. The current slave seal art was only a beginner mutation. In the future, there would be intermediate, advanced, and even more powerful mutations. Just the beginner mutation allowed the slave seal art to expand its range of application from being only able to be used on the demon race to being able to be used on most non-living beings other than the demon race. Of course, the success rate was not guaranteed. This was obviously directly related to Yi Xian's own strength, as well as the target's various attributes, level, and other factors. For example, stars were also non-living beings. If the current Yi Xian wanted to use the slave seal art on a huge star and refine it for himself, he would definitely be kicked in the head by a tortoise. On the other hand, if the target was changed to a piece of ordinary iron or a mountain rock, the result would be different. It would definitely be refined on the spot. That's right, it was refining. Yi Xian carefully studied the beginner mutation of the slave seal art and finally completely understood. Chapter 3585. The primary variant slave imprint, other than the domain expansion, had 2 perverse unique properties. They were concealment and confusion. In other words, if a treasure refined by the slave imprint fell into the hands of others, they wouldn't be able to tell that the treasure was refined. This was the concealment property. As for the confusion property, it was even more interesting. If the opponent tried to refine the treasure for himself, then congratulations, because he would definitely succeed. However, this kind of success was just an illusion. Yi Xian could take back his authority at any time, and with a thought, the other party's painstaking refinement efforts would vanish into thin air. The magic treasure that was originally in his hand instantly turned on him and was inexplicably controlled by Yi Xian. This was definitely a fatal blow, who could defend against it? What made Yi Xian even more pleasantly surprised was that the concealment and confusion attributes of the elementary variant slave seal were completely impossible to detect. At the very least, the current answer given by the system was, those below the Realm Lord level were unable to detect it. This was enough. What was Yi Xian's cultivation level? Even if he cried and screamed for death, he wouldn't be able to offend a Sector Lord level existence. At most, he would get a Sector Lord level Golden Crow corpse and occasionally release a strand of aura to scare others. Since that was the case, then the current slave imprint had a shocking meaning to Yi Xian. How many treasures and supreme treasures did he have? If he was forced into a corner, at most he could deliberately trick the opponent and let the opponent steal one or two of them. When the opponent refined them and took them out to deal with him, the tables would turn. That scene would definitely be interesting. Just thinking about it made Yi Xian eager to try. Coincidentally, there's a hidden mastermind waiting outside the Devil Emperor planet. If nothing goes wrong, this guy will definitely make a move on the way to Tianji City. It seems like, as he muttered to himself, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth quickly curled into a mischievous smile. Looks like before we set off, we'll have to pick a few famous magic treasures and refine them with the elementary slave seal. Maybe we'll be able to use them soon. But for now, let's get rid of this big guy first. With my level 8 mental power and the slave seal, it won't take me more than a few minutes to refine it. Speaking up to this point, he turned his head to look at the gigantic void battle armor at the side and chuckled again. This is such a coincidence. The convenient effect of the slave seal in the initial stage of mutation can be fully displayed on the void battle armor. Originally, I was still a little worried about reaching Tianji City. After that, once I hand over the war talisman, what kind of accident will happen? Now it seems that everything is fine. While speaking, Yi Xian immediately activated the primary mutated power of the slave seal. He concentrated and began to fully refine the behemoth that was 300,000 meters in diameter. Dang! Congratulations to host for successfully refining the void battle armor. Primary mutated slave seal has been successfully branded. Concealment and confusion properties have been successfully activated. In just a few minutes, the familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Level 8 mental power was indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, Yi Xian used the mutated slave seal to refine the void battle armor, so the speed was really fast. Even he was a little surprised. After inspecting the void battle armor, Yi Xian was extremely satisfied. Now, he could control the void battle armor with ease. Within 100 miles, he could throw in tens of millions of soldiers from the undying world and activate it at any time. Due to the concealment and confusion properties of the primary mutated slave seal, no one would be able to tell that the void battle armor had been refined no matter how they inspected it. They could even continue refining it. Of course, even if the refinement was successful, it would only be an illusion. It is indeed awesome. This type of mutated property is definitely the best treasure for sneaky people. Yi Xian grinned. He was even more confident about the plan he was going to carry out after reaching Tianji City. It was the same for uncovering the mastermind behind the scenes and getting rid of him. Immediately after, Yi Xian pondered for a while. He took out treasures and even treasures from his body one after another and used the same method to refine them once again. This included the Shenong Cauldron, Yanluo, and other treasures that had already been exposed in the hands of Linghu Young Master and Netherworld Young Master. Since these treasures had already been refined by Yi Xian, the speed at which they were refined a second time with the elementary mutated slave seal was similarly fast. Moreover, the concealment and confusion effects of the elementary mutated slave seal had all been successfully activated. Even the traces of refinement left behind during the previous refinement were completely hidden due to the effects of the primary mutated slave seal during the second refinement. They looked like treasures that had never been refined before. At this point, Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief. All the necessary preparations had been completed. They could set off for Tianji City at any time. In order to avoid people's eyes and ears and to prevent the news from leaking out, The transformation of the Void Battle Claw and to the subsequent training of the Soldier Ladle clan were all carried out in a secret valley hundreds of miles away from the Demon Imperial City. Moreover, the Star Lord of the Demon race had set up a trap outside the valley. An isolation restriction. At this time, Yi Xian was refining the Void Battle armor alone in the valley. The Demon tribe's royal uncle Mo Qigong and the others were waiting outside the valley. Originally, they thought that it would take at least 2 to 3 days to complete the refinement. After all, it was a huge object with a diameter of 300,000 meters. When the Demon Emperor Mo Wen-Tian refined it, it also took more than a day. Although Mo Wen-Tian and Yi Xian were at the 7th level of spiritual power, their cultivation was much stronger than Yi Xian's. Therefore, according to Mo Qigong's estimation, Yi Xian would need at least 2 days to refine the Void Battle armor. Because of this, when he saw Yi Xian walk out of the valley less than 2 hours after he left, he was stunned. Then, his expression changed slightly. He said somewhat anxiously, "What's wrong? You can't refine it? What should we do? Where can we find a space treasure box of this level to store it?" "No need, I've already stored it in my body." Yi Xian grinned. With a wave of his hand, the Void Battle armor within his body was activated. It stood in the air in front of the two of them, giving Mo Qigong a huge fright. How did you refine it so quickly?" "That's not right." Perhaps he didn't believe that Yi Xian would be able to refine the Void Battle armor so quickly. As he spoke, Mo Qigong subconsciously investigated and used his mental energy to enter the core of the beehive. Then, his expression changed again as he cried out involuntarily, "Heavens, how did you do it? Clearly, you didn't refine it, but you can still store it in your body? What is going on?" Who said that you can't store it in your body without refining it? As for how I did it." Chapter 3586. Stinking brat, you are getting better and better at playing mind games with me. Mo Qigong rolled his eyes, but he didn't ask any further questions. Although the Demon race and Yi Xian were now strategic allies, who didn't have a few tricks up their sleeves. Although Yi Xian's methods had puzzled him, it was also because of this that he didn't know what to do. He couldn't ask any further questions. Mo Qigong was well aware of this. Strategic allies also needed to respect each other. Otherwise, it would be difficult to maintain this relationship and cracks would appear. "Alright, since everything is ready, you brat, your mind power has actually broken through?" Halfway through his sentence, Mo Qigong cried out in surprise again. *CK. Don't tell me that in less than an hour, your source core completed its 7th transformation and is now a grade 8 source core. Actually, that's exactly what happened. Yi Xian didn't hide this fact. He told Mo Qigong about the faint remnant of mind power in the Void Battle Talisman's transmission tube and how he had tried to absorb it. He hadn't expected to succeed. Finally, he spread his hands. "Actually, I didn't refine the Battle Talisman at all. I used all my time to absorb my mind power. In the end, after the source core completed its transformation, I casually tried to absorb the Battle Talisman into my body. That was really unexpected. Qigong, do you know what happened? You must explain this to me." "Stinking brat, are you done yet?" Mo Qigong seemed very hurt. His face was full of hidden bitterness. "Can't you play happily? This is clearly a deliberate attack on this old man. I've really been careless in making friends." After resting for half a day, Yi Xian immediately set off. He left the Demon Emperor planet and rushed toward the Tianji City star region of the First Universe. The road ahead was long. Even if he jumped through wormholes again and again, it would still take him more than 20 days to reach the Tianji City. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry. According to his calculations, the mastermind behind the scenes would make a move midway. Something must have happened. At this moment, old ghost Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless patriarch had already arrived in front of Yi Xian. Although the two old fellows had taken a detour, their cultivations were strong. They were universe gods of the 15th Great Realm. In addition, Yi Xian had briefly stayed on the Demon Emperor planet for half a day, so they rushed. This time, they were in front of Yi Xian. Hurrying all the way, The two old fellows spent another 4 or 5 days advancing forward before finally stopping at a relatively secluded star field. This is the place. Old Devil Jean 2 leaped and landed on a certain abandoned planet on one side of the sailing route. He said in great satisfaction, "This space zone is relatively secluded. The nearest administrative planet of the servant community is 3 days away. It is extremely far away. We are not afraid that the news will be leaked. That kid will probably take another 6 or 7 days to reach this star region. Time is enough for you and me to make arrangements." After a sinister laugh, the eyebrowless patriarch said, "This time, no matter what, we have to keep that kid here. Otherwise, once he returns to the Tianji clan to accept the title and officially become the young patriarch of the Tianji clan, with his means and the support of the Tianji clan, I am afraid it will become more and more difficult in the future. The more difficult it is to deal with, if we really let him grow up, we will be drawing water with a bamboo basket and rejoicing in vain. As for the ceiling formation, it has always been useless against this kid. We don't need to bother with that at all. We just need to make good use of the 2 trump cards in our hands." While talking old Jean 2 on the side had already taken out a very strange gourd-shaped storage magic weapon. As he tilted it, 2 chains poured out from the mouth of the gourd, and 3 female cultivators rolled out. They were the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru. Although the 3 women didn't have any other restraints on their bodies, there was a restriction placed on their bodies. Their cultivation bases were almost the same, and they could only maintain a state where they wouldn't die in the environment of the void. They couldn't cause any waves at all. Even if old Jean 2 and the eyebrowless patriarch let them go, the 3 women would not be able to leave this star region. At this moment, they were suddenly released. The 3 women looked around. After seeing the surrounding environment, their faces suddenly changed. They scolded the 2 old men harshly. And it was probably because the smile on the eyebrowless patriarch's face was too wretched that they subconsciously guessed something. At this moment, as soon as they spoke, the 3 women were very staunch. They directly said that they would rather die than to die. "Seniors, you are the mighty figures of the universe, but you actually did such a thing to us juniors. Now you even got such a desolate star. What exactly do you want? Old man who is so cheap that he can't even grow eyebrows, stop dreaming. If you dare to mess around, we will just die. If you don't believe me, you can try and see if we still have the ability to self-destruct. Yes, we swear that we will not obey. You better give up this idea and let us sisters go. Otherwise, you will only end up harming others without benefiting yourself. Why do you want to do this?" Although the 3 women's words were different, their willpower was firm. They were already prepared to die. In order to ensure that they could at least survive in this void environment and not die, the cultivation in their body was not completely sealed. Therefore, they did have the ability to self-destruct. This made old Jean 2 and the eyebrowless patriarch have to be afraid. The latter did have a wretched face. He originally wanted to take advantage of them, but at this moment he was frightened. After all, for them, these 3 women were the trump card to suppress Yi Xian. If they really self-destructed, the loss would be the greatest. And these 2 old men. Therefore, although the eyebrowless patriarch, who was scolded that he was so cheap that he couldn't even grow eyebrows, was ashamed and angry, in the end he restrained himself and did not flare up on the spot. He muttered in his heart that he would catch the brat first. Later, he would have time to slowly play with and deal with these 3 women. He was happy. After a cold snort, the wretched smile on his face gradually disappeared. He then said, "What are you 3 wretched girls thinking? How can the 2 of us be such despicable people? Don't worry, as long as you cooperate obediently and don't make a fuss, when the bait is hooked and falls into the hands of the 2 of us, we will naturally let you go." Hearing this, the 3 women of the purplish warbler were dumbfounded. They looked at each other and finally asked, "What's the situation? Senior means, you want to use us as bait? If that's the case, you must be mistaken. Although there are also powerful figures in our clan, we can't say that we can deal with the 2 of you at the same time." Chapter 3587. What does this have to do with the families behind the 3 of you? Don't underestimate the 2 of us. At the side, Old Ghost John too rolled his eyes. No matter what, he was still an elder of the Heavenly Battle Empire and had a noble status. Although the Shenyuan family, the Duanmu family, and Bodhi Biotech were considered giants and were the top families and forces in the field of gene fluid research in the Eternal Dynasty, he did not think that this was a big deal. It was not an exaggeration to say that this little bit of foundation was nothing in his eyes. It was not worth it for him to join forces with his old friend, the brow-less ancestor, to scheme so painstakingly. Therefore, Old Ghost Jean Tu's face immediately darkened. He was not interested in wasting time with these three girls. He waved his hand and said, "All right, don't ask too much about things that you shouldn't ask. Anyway, the two of us are not plotting against the families behind you. This has nothing to do with you. We will let you go after this." Then, without waiting for the three girls to ask again, he turned to look at the brow-less ancestor. "All right, I don't have time to talk nonsense with them. Let's start immediately. These three girls can't be placed in the same place. Just in case, I'll be in charge of two and you'll be in charge of one. Split up." At this point, Old Ghost Jean Tu turned to look at the star continent under his feet. He nodded and said, "This is one place. As for the other two girls, you take one. Pick another star and set it up. I'll take the other one. The two of us will guard separately." The brow-less ancestor laughed strangely and did not give the three girls a chance to continue asking. He waved his hand and released a ball of gentle energy that wrapped around the purplish warbler. Then he turned around and left. It was the 10th day of the journey. A day ago, Yi Xian had just finished a wormhole jump. However, the next wormhole jump was about 2 days away. During the 2-day journey, there was a relatively remote part of the star territory. In addition to the journey to Tianji City, they were almost halfway there. Therefore, according to Yi Xian's estimation, if there were no accidents, the mysterious mastermind behind the scenes would appear soon. Sure enough, half a day later, just as Yi Xian entered this rather desolate star domain, a burst of sinister laughter came from a desolate star in front of him. "The fish is finally here." Yi Xian laughed coldly. They did not know who was the fish and who was the fisherman. He stepped out of Devil Battle Battleship, not intending to take advantage of this opportunity to flee. With a wave of his hand, he stored Devil Battle Battleship into his body. He stood in the void and turned his head to look at the abandoned star where the strange cackling sound came from. I already expected that someone would make a move along the way. This great one has also been waiting for a long time. Come out. Let me see who's so tired of living that you're courting death. Brat, we know you have many tricks up your sleeve. You are not afraid of even the Star Lord, let alone the mighty figures of heaven and earth. You can leave at any time. However, if the two of us were not fully prepared today, we would not have attacked so easily." Amidst the strange laughter, Old Ghost Jean Tu's figure appeared on a star on the left side of the void. "Speaking of which, the two of us are actually just betting on whether you will give up on these three girls. I have one in my hands now. You will know after I kill her. If she doesn't have one, if you don't, the two of us will just turn around and leave." After saying that, Old Ghost Jean Tu waved his hand and a figure appeared beside him. It was Duanmu Xiaocha. At this moment, his face was filled with grievance, but his eyes were filled with confusion as he looked at Yi Xian. It was obvious that he didn't recognize him at all. Yi Xian's heart sank. When he saw Duanmu Xiaocha, he immediately understood who the three girls were. At the same time, since the other party could make a move on these three girls, it was enough to prove that the other party had basically completely seen through the secret of Yi Xian's identity. Other than young Master Linghu and young Master Netherworld, even Prince Xian's matter had been exposed. What shocked him the most was that this guy's methods were too decisive. He actually said that he wanted to kill one of them to see if Yi Xian cared. He did not intend to waste time talking nonsense. "I also have one in my hands. If the young clan leader really does not care, I will not kill this one. It would be a pity to kill such a beautiful girl. Why don't I seal all her cultivation and bring her back as a sex slave? It would be good to slowly play with her." On the other side of the void in the distance, the figure of the eyebrowless old ghost also appeared. Behind him was the purplish warbler who was controlled. "Brat, I know you have methods that even the Star Lord is afraid of, but why don't you try using them? Hee hee, let me remind you, there's still one more girl that is sealed on another planet. She's sealed in another star. Don't try to play any tricks. If you destroy that star and kill that girl, it has nothing to do with us. Yi Xian sneered. In order to deal with a mystic light realm cultivator like him, the two of them had really put in a lot of effort. Now that the three girls were separated and held as hostages, even if Yi Xian really did have any methods, he would not be able to use them. No matter how powerful his methods were, it was impossible for him to take care of three people at the same time. Direction. After all, the two of them were universe realm cultivators. Once they saw that the situation was not right, they would definitely be ruthless and leave. Yi Xian would not even have the possibility of chasing after them. There was still one more girl who he did not know about. Should this old man call you Prince Xian, young Master Linghu, young Clan Master Netherworld, or the invincible war god, young Clan Master Sha Baofeng of the Heaven's Legacy race? Just as Yi Xian was pondering, the old ghost Zhan Tu in the distant void spoke again. There was a strong sense of ridicule in his tone. How amazing! If this important news were to spread, I'm afraid the three major planes would be shaken, right? At that time, what kind of pressure will the immortal dynasty face? Strength, I'm sure you know this better than this old man, so... This was another threat. However, Yi Xian did not care at all about the pressure the immortal dynasty would have to bear because of this. Regarding this, the two old guys probably would not have thought of this no matter what. They did not know that Yi Xian was not Prince Xian at all. This identity was only created by a freak combination of factors. Of course, now that the lie had become the truth, even though the immortal dynasty knew the truth, they had already pinched their noses and accepted it. As the old ghost Zhan Tu's words spread, the three girls all widened their eyes. Although Zhao Qianru had not appeared yet, she was on a star in the distance. Her body was restrained, so she heard everything clearly. They only knew that Prince Xian, young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, and that invincible war god who was still causing trouble in the cultivation camp were all Yi Xian or his clone. They only found out about the young clan master of the Heaven's Legacy race at this moment and were completely stunned. Congratulations! You got all of them right. Yi Xian shrugged. He had no intention of denying it at all. At this moment, his heart was completely filled with killing intent.